Is Avucella my favourite Neapolitan aria? Was Ernest Rutherford the first to split the atom in 1938? Can you actually tell me, Choli ke piche kya hai?
About the choli ke piche kya hai, I'd like to not answer that question. The others I can actually answer. I would like to also say that, sir, and I mean this with kindness of my heart with utmost respect, you don't look like a walker yourself.
Not very far, otherwise I would have reached the barber's shop.
The Bharat Jodo Yatra is on its 18-day Kerala leg right now. Wait, hang on. Because of some older congressman, it might become 19 days. I mean, how fast can we go here? Sabke paas extra gear nahi hota. Well, let's catch up with the man who some say, we are not saying, we are told off camera, maybe, is the brain behind the bustle and hustle to reinvent not only Congress but the opposition so that they can fight the BJP, and we have actually called normal elections. Ladies and gentlemen, the superbly talented Sairam Ramesh. I wonder if that sounds like anyone else. I wonder if there's a stretch here, but I'm sure there isn't. Sairam Ramesh, welcome to the show.
That makes two of us.
I beg your pardon?
I never promised you a rose garden. I mean, we both have the same name, Sai and Sai.
Oh, we could go on and Simon and Garfunkel. We could go on. I mean, there's so much we could do. Huh? Sayonara, you know, end the interview right now. Yeah? Sai. I mean, no, boss. I guess so. So let's ask you this. Is the Yatra your brainchild? You're the master strategist.
I will answer it in this way. Does spring turn into summer? Does force into mass equal acceleration?
In case of a pandemic, you cannot differentiate. If you have people, you cannot weaponize anything and everything. This wolf warriorism cannot work.
Senior JDS leader is also on camera to say that why do you learn or celebrate Hindi? Eventually these people go and sell Pani Puri. That doesn't sound like a principled opposition to Hindi divas. That sounds like pure hatred.
How is it, amid such a protected ring, a person like Jacqueline Fernandez, who is an A-lister in Bollywood, gets conned by a guy sitting inside Tihar jail?
It's a bipolar contest. Gujarat, Himachal, it's direct Congress versus BJP in both the states. But Bharat Jodo Yatra, which starts in Tamil Nadu and is now in Kerala, these are states which go to polls only in 2024.
Day holiday in Kerala and UP. How would you divide that holiday?
Yeah, I guess I just hop over from Lucknow. So yeah, it would be probably 19 and a half days in Kerala. Fair enough, you got me there. Frankly, you are right. Yes, okay.
Besides, CPIM has a membership of just 9 people.
Namaste, you're on The Nation at 5. I'm Anand Narasimhan coming to you live from the CNN News 18 newsroom here. Ladies and gentlemen, we will turn the spotlight towards what's been happening in the United Kingdom in the area of Leicester for a few days, ladies and gentlemen, and it all started with the India-Pakistan cricket match. Now we are given to understand, as we do a deep dive, that it all started on the 28th of August, and this is actually not a fight between two communities, that is Hindus and Muslims, but this is India versus Pakistan, and it is Pakistani groups and individuals who are behind not just the vandalizing and desecration of temples, but also targeting of Hindu families and business establishments in this region. It started on the 28th of August with a cricket match which India won, but ahead of the match, a burger was served on an Indian flag in a Muslim restaurant run by a Pakistani, and that's where this whole fracas started. India won that match on the 28th of August. There were celebrations, and then, of course, there were complaints that were raised. But what we are given to understand is these celebrations happened purely within the rules and after permission from the local administration. But the whole aspect changed, and matters got out of hand on the 4th of September when Pakistan beat India. After that, things spiraled. And not just on that day where there was large-scale vandalism, it was actually a huge group of people in thousands who came from Birmingham. They came from Birmingham to Leicester and they created huge amount of ruckus. Hindu homes were targeted. In fact, Ganesh Chaturthi festival was disrupted in some of the homes. There was pelting of eggs which happened, desecration happened. There was and it carried on in not just on the 4th, it trickled into the spilled over into the 5th and went on into the 6th of September. Over 3 days, this entire ruckus spilled over and matters really took a turn for the worse with a large number of Hindu groups being targeted. Then there was rumor mongering which was countered by the Leicester police immediately saying that no mosque had been attacked, but clearly a Hanuman temple flag atop a Hanuman temple had been vandalized and had been brought down, pulled down, and there were other instances also which had come to the fore, all of them confirmed by the authorities. Now we are given to understand that there has been cognizance of this entire development and what has happened and the involvement of Pakistani elements in creating this entire ruckus with a deliberate intent to push a certain element of communal strife and in this region and specifically target Hindu families. Now, these are visuals that have come to the fore of rioting, arson, the cops having to get in to try and crack down, and largely given a portrayal like it was a clash between two communities, Hindus versus Muslims, but that's not the case. We are given to understand this is more an India versus Pakistan kind of a scenario that has happened with Pakistani nationals and Pakistani elements involved in trying to trigger this unease. Now, we're given to understand there is a response that's coming from the High Commission in the United Kingdom. High Commission has issued a statement. Let's go straight across to that statement. We've pulled out that statement here. This is what is written. This has been issued on the 19th of September 2022. We strongly condemn the violence perpetrated against the Indian community in Leicester and vandalization of premises and symbols of Hindu religion. We have strongly taken up this matter with the United Kingdom authorities and have sought immediate action against those involved in these attacks. We call on the authorities to provide protection to the affected people. So the High Commission also waiting through that period of mourning since the Queen's demise to try and take cognizance and to raise this matter altogether. Sanjay Suri is with us. Sanjay Suri, you've had a busy weekend and also through today covering the funeral and the final rites of Queen Elizabeth II. But this ruckus actually spilled on from the 4th of September till about the 6th, 7th. And matters really went out of hand. And as we are getting access to the details, there is clear involvement of Pakistani elements who've come all the way from Birmingham into Leicester to create this ruckus and target Hindu families particularly.
Yes, and of course, while we've all been mourning the passing of the Queen on the occasion of the funeral now, concerns have been rising all the time about the events in Leicester. Because what is happening is a very organized and apparently well-resourced campaign that is behind this. The way that lies have been spread on the social media is not the work of an individual or two. And, you know, in a situation like this, it's always, there will be allegations and counter-allegations, but consider one or two very salient facts that have emerged and as confirmed by the police, not that the police have entirely been impartial here. One, the allegation spread on social media that a mosque was attacked. That is simply not the case. No such thing happened, and the police have now confirmed that no such thing happened. What did happen was that at the Shivalaya Mandir in Leicester, a group of people came and they tore down a Hindu flag at the temple. That is a fact, and the police again have confirmed. They say they are aware of this incident and they are investigating. What that leads to is another matter. The police say they have made 2 arrests, and that is very few. Given the scale of this assault, given the scale on which these people have got together and attacked Indian homes around Leicester, the police clearly needed to do very much more than they have done, and we've seen a very little action so far from the police.
Sanjay, was there somebody who in Leicester who tried to organize this group? Was there a congregation at a local stadium where certain, very, very communally driven radical calls were given? And were Hindu homes specifically being targeted?
Oh yes, the latter certainly, and of course these days for a communication you don't need to call people to one place to then get them to come to another place. Clearly there was a communication on social media, on WhatsApp groups, and there were physical meetings amongst people who had to lead this whole assault, and therefore it is very clear that this has been very carefully organized, and the police are quite well aware of that, and they're investigating this, and they're trying to get to the bottom of it. But clearly, Hindu homes were picked and they were targeted. And the reason that happened was clear. It was the identity of those who were carrying out these attacks, and the method was clear as well, because you have homes that have Hindu symbols, you have cars parked with Hindu symbols and images and of deities inside, and those were picked and attacked and vandalized.
Sanjay, was there targeting of Navratri celebrations? Were girls, young girls also perhaps abused and targeted at one of the Navratri festivals?
There were some allegations like this. There were some allegations that were never substantiated. And so it's very hard to say what would happen. Again, the social media has been a vehicle for spreading rumors that have been motivated and even mischievous. So there were some allegations made about some people having done some such thing, but these were never substantiated.
Right. Sanjay Suri, thank you for your inputs. I know you have time is of essence for you. You've got pressing commitments, and you've been doing a fantastic job for us while covering the Queen's funeral procession. Thank you very much for your inputs and for joining in on this story. Let's quickly go across to Pandit Satish Sharma and also Kuldeep Shekhawat, Director, MATV, both joining us from London. Satish Sharma ji, namaste. Could you throw light on what actually happened and what kind of action has been taken? We're given to understand that the Commissioner has been asked to meet Baroness Verma in that region.
Pranamji, namaskar, Jai Shri Ram to you. Thank you, Anandji, for grasping this very thorny subject. Much of what Sanjayji is absolutely on the nail. He's got it spot on. I've got a few more additional bits to add to it. It's self-evident that there are people coming from outside to incite violence. It's self-evident now on the basis of video recording that the violence is being targeted. The nature of the allegations that are being made are also very clearly politically motivated. There is no evidence, for example, that the Hindus in that part of Leicester have anything to do with the BJP, nothing to do with the RSS. And yet this is some of the hate speech that's being thrown about. The phrase RSS, Nazi, fascist, all of this is permeating social media. That is deliberately designed to tarnish the reputation and indeed the identity of the Hindus in Leicester. I'm sure that the people who are circulating this information have no means to establish whether the Hindus who they're targeting have anything to do with the BJP or anything to do with the RSS. So this is just a hate campaign, but the level of hatred which is being poured into social media, I think, is a first. We have never seen in this country such targeting, such malice, such deliberately constructed narratives being proliferated over such a sustained period. And I suspect that the Leicester police are also struggling to contain and keep on top of it. There's one point which is causing me a great deal of concern, though, and I'd like to share it, and that is that, the purpose of the police is to uphold the law. There was a statement, a published document produced by the Police Federation in 1996, where they defined the purpose of the police. And they said it's to uphold the law fairly and firmly, to prevent crime, to pursue and bring to justice those who break the law, to keep the Queen's peace, to protect, help, and reassure the community. Now, doesn't that sound wonderful? But if you have a look at the evidence of what was happening outside of that Shivale that Sanjayji mentioned, there were plenty of police officers in evidence. They were standing there. They were not between the Hindu temple and those who wanted to cause damage. They were actually in between those causing damage and the rest of the Hindu community. So in fact, they were acting to prevent anybody stopping those perpetrators of violence and damage from actually attacking the temple. And that's totally at odds with their purpose. They should have been making arrests there and then. They should have been leaping to seize that individual who was standing on the walls tearing down the Om guard. And that wasn't the case. They did nothing whatsoever. And when I look for a trend, equally it was the Hindu families who were required to remain in their homes. Whereas the purpose of the police is to ensure the freedom of individuals and citizens to go about their normal day-to-day business without fear and without obstruction. The easy solution is always kettle the Hindus, confine the Hindus, and allow them to give up their rights and indeed their freedoms purely and solely as a sacrifice on this altar of trying to maintain the peace. That's not what the police are there for. They are there to ensure justice. And if we lose sight of that fact and give up the requirement for justice above all, we lose safety, we lose security, we lose comfort, we lose everything else. So justice must be something that we demand the police to adhere to. And I think we should ask them to give account for this.
The videos show for themselves, and you've made a very strong allegation saying that the cops did not do their job. They did not stop the desecration of the temple. They did not stop the vandalism. They were just mute spectators. They were, and it was one particular section, or that's the Hindus who were advised to stay indoors. While that should have not been the case, they should have been the confidence to been given the confidence to go about doing their job. Kuldeep ji, let me ask you. You're a director at MATV, so let me ask you this: what does the video evidence suggest? We are given to understand here. My investigations editor Manoj Gupta is telling us that that it all started with insult to the national flag, that is the Indian flag, because they a restaurant, a Pakistani restaurant, served burger on the national flag. That's where this whole thing started.
Yes, Anand, that's true. That was the beginning of the whole thing. That was on 28th of August. And when that was served, some of these boys who are Daman boys actually, the boys are new to United Kingdom. They have just come to UK from Gujarat. Daman is a part of Gujarat anyway.
Yes.
So they didn't like it and they had a bit of brawl at that restaurant. But that day, India also won that match against Pakistan. So there was a bit of drum beating. There was a bit of what you call celebration by the Indian community that was not liked by the Pakistani community. And when on fourth, when Pakistan won the match, there were people who came from Halifax. They came from Manchester, and that was the start of the issue in Leicester. They vandalized some Indian homes. They really hit some Indian boys. One boy was knifed at that day. So the beginning was because of the cricket match, but really it was not cricket match alone. Social media has played a very dirty game. I'll tell you something really funny that has happened. There was a bus that has traveled to Glasgow when Prime Minister Modi turned up in Glasgow. That bus guy, that coach guy has never gone to Leicester, but in social media they have put the picture of that bus with the Indians standing with the Indian flag and saying these are the people who are turned up in Leicester and these are the ones who are creating problems. So social media, because it's uncontrollable, there is no regulation, and because of that, people are putting up fake pictures, fake data, and trying to establish that it was the Indian community which has started all this, whereas Indian community has really kept their mum. They have really shown lot of restraint. Now the police has stepped in, and the local politicians have stepped in. Now situation is under control, but to be precise, it has started because of only and only the Pakistani angle. Nothing to do with India and the Indian community. Indian community is a very peace-loving community, and they never ever do. Leicester has never been a place of this kind of scenario. Never. This is the first time this is happening in UK and in Leicester actually. Thank you.
But Kuldeep ji, let me ask you this. Is there proof that these were all Pakistani nationals and they came from Birmingham, like you said, Halifax and some of the other portions, Manchester, etc.? Did the cops not do their job properly? Pandit Satish Sharma ji is saying that there is video evidence where it says the cops did not stop the vandalism of the Shivalaya.
That's true. That's very true. What he has said has a lot of sense. police had been a silent spectator all around, right from the word go. Whenever they found things going out of hand, then they have reacted a little bit. They had rounded up around 122 people altogether, but then they let go around 60 of them, and rest of the 60 will also be gone because they don't take it very seriously. Police is not doing its job. That is understood, first of all. Secondly, what police has not taken into account and police has not reacted to was vandalism of a Hindu temple.
Yes.
They tore down the flag. Police was standing right there. They didn't do nothing. They just stood there. And finally, some of the Indian volunteers reacted. Then police started reacting to it. And on top of that, on the Melton Road, which is the main road in Leicestershire and Leicester City,
Right.
that road was literally a site of vandalism. Everywhere there were stones, there were a lot of ruckus, and they were all around. So Leicester doesn't have that kind of people. Most of the people,
Right.
there are a lot of Indian Muslims living in Leicester also, and they are not anti-India at all. They are pro-India. So
Right.
they were never involved in this kind of a thing. But yes,
Right.
the people turned up from outside. They came from Halifax. They came from Manchester, and yes, day for yesterday
Where,
they came from Birmingham. That's what they
where we,
happened actually.
Well, we've got more news coming through on this very story. Our investigations editor Manoj Gupta getting us these details. We've got the inside story of the London riots between the Hindu and Muslim groups. Now we're given to understand it's an India and Pakistan scenario that's happened. And the role of the ISI and the UK-Pakistan consulate is currently under the scanner. We are given to understand that these were deliberately instigated. Kuldeep Shekhawat just saying that there were deep fakes doing the rounds, there were misinformation doing the rounds on social media, and there was a deliberate attempt to fan the flames, to further try and propel and fuel this kind of social unrest which is perpetrated. And there were people who have come from other parts of the UK into Leicester and caused this ruckus. We've got the information saying that their sources are saying that it all started, like I said, for disrespect to the Indian flag, and it was done deliberately. On the 6th of September, third consecutive night of attacks, hundreds of Muslim youth on the rampage, 50 homes and cars have been damaged. The Commissioner of Police has been asked to meet Baroness Verma and control the street crime at this point. But why would there be any inaction? Why would the cops not do something? While the cops were prompt to say that no mosque was vandalized and no attack at a mosque, why were they standing there when a temple was being desecrated? And who were these people? If they have come from out of Leicester, they are non-locals, why were they let go of? Why weren't they rounded up? These are questions that have to be answered. And not just a larger hand, greater hand. Could there be the involvement of certain UK politicians also in this, Pandit Satish Sharma?
I would wish for there to be more involvement of UK politicians, especially from our community. If there's one thing that's been noticeable, Leicester is a very well-established community. It has always been, to the best of my knowledge, a staunch Labour constituency. John Ashworth, we have Claudia Webb, who we know is a questionable character, recently convicted. But we also have a large number of Indian origin councillors, and not a single one stepped forward to get involved or to make public statements or to try and quell the violence, try and diminish anything at all. There has been absolutely nothing. It's devastating. Frankly, I'm quite shocked. The Leicester population makes such a huge contribution to the exchequer. They're a very successful business community. They pay very high levels of local taxes in order to fund the police. And yet on the one occasion when they have every right to be respected and also protected in any manner that a citizen would want to be able to, they have been completely let down. It's just shocking, it really is.
Well, Kuldeep Shekhawatji, Pandit Satish K. Sharma, thank you for your inputs. We've got a big development coming through at this point, so have to go across to that. And this is with respect to Sanjay Raut. The court has taken cognizance of the charge sheet filed in the Patra Chawl scam. The developments post arrest of Praveen Raut. Praveen Raut is the then director of Guru Ashish Constructions. Financial dealings or transactions directly or indirectly between Praveen Raut, his wife, and Sanjay Raut and his family members. Sanjay Raut's failure to explain details of purchase of flat in Dadar and how his wife and others got a beach plot in Alibag. So these are aspects which stand out in this charge sheet, saying all unsecured loan, all of this was covered in 2010, 2012 when Patra Chaul of 1100 crores had happened. We have details coming through that as per Sanjay Raut failed to explain the actual details. Ashish Merishi now joining us with more detail. So the ED charge sheet says Sanjay Raut could not explain how he got possession of certain property and wealth, and that the court has taken cognizance of now, Ashish.
So, if Anand, if you remember, when the searches happened at the time of when this case was happening and Sanjay Raut's house was raided as well and he was further arrested, there are certain documents that were found where it revealed that there were certain cash dealings that happened for the purchase of certain properties. Now, what they have identified is the proceeds of crime from the Patra Chaul scam. According to this charge sheet that we have in our hand, it reveals that around 1 crore 6 lakh rupees of proceeds of crime has reached into the hands of Sanjay Raut and his wife Varsha Raut. That is what has been claimed in the charge sheet. What more, it reveals is that the land, especially the land that has been bought in Alibag and the house in Dadar, that they have not been they have not been able to give correct explanation from where did they generate their wealth for purchase of these properties. Also, they have not been able to give satisfactory explanation of around 11.5 lakh rupees of cash that was recovered at the house of Sanjay Raut when the searches happened. So these are the details of the charge sheet as of now. But certainly it's a big scam. We all know that the land it's a huge piece of land in Goregaon, in Mumbai, where this land was basically supposed to be, it was in the hands of certain chawl owners. Then it was supposed to be, it was in the hands of MHADA. They were supposed to, relocate these individuals and new houses were supposed to be made. Nothing like that happened, and the land was not also returned to MHADA. And finally, it turned out to be a scam of almost 1,100 crore rupees. So finally, yes, it's a big scam, but certain part of the benefits or proceeds of crime have reached into the hands of Sanjay Raut, and that is why he continues to be in the jail as of now.
Right. Thank you. Thank you for your inputs, Ashish Merishi. We're going to take a very, very short break. Stay with us, ladies and gentlemen. A chief minister gets deplaned. We'll tell you why when we come back. Stay with us.
Others I can actually answer. I would like to also say that, sir, and I mean this kindness of my heart with utmost respect, you don't look like a walker yourself.
Not very far, otherwise I would have reached the barber's shop.
The Bharat Jodo Yatra is on its 18-day Kerala leg right now. Wait, hang on. Because of some older congressman, it might become 19 days. I mean, how fast can we go here? Sabke paas extra gear nahi hota. Well, let's catch up with the man who some say, we are not saying, we are told off camera, maybe, is the brain behind the bustle and hustle to reinvent not only Congress but the opposition so that they can fight the BJP, and we have actually called normal elections. Ladies and gentlemen, the superbly talented Sairam Ramesh. I wonder if that sounds like anyone else. I wonder if there's a stretch here, but I'm sure there isn't. Sairam Ramesh, welcome to the show.
That makes two of us.
I beg your pardon?
I never promised you a rose garden. I mean, we both have the same name, Sai and Sai.
Oh, we could go on, and Simon and Garfunkel, we could go on. I mean, there's so much we could do. Huh? Sayonara, end the interview right now. Yeah, Sai. I mean, no, boss. I guess so. So let's ask you this. Is the Yatra your brainchild? You're the master strategist.
I will answer it in this way. Does spring turn into summer? Does force into mass equal acceleration? Does Iago manipulate Desdemona's death through Othello's own hands?
Wow. What happened to a simple yes or no?
How innocent of you. A yes or no can never be called a simple option. It is in fact the most difficult and complex thing of all answers to give. Now bear in mind, I'm a true blue, dyed-in-the-wool congressman.
Yes, you will never be forgotten, I can promise you that. Which means?
Which means the answer to all and any questions is maybe.
But you can't use that always. What if the question is, what color is your shirt? I mean, then you can't say maybe, right?
And then again, maybe I can answer maybe. See what I just did?
Maybe?
Good boy. Now, let's get on with this interview.
Sairam. I'm saying it 3 times, I don't have a question. I do have a question. Sairam, the CPIM, somebody Google the party, it is still there, is making fun of the fact that you do 18 days in a small state like Kerala, but only 2 days in the biggest state, the most important state from an election winning point of view, UP.
If I gave you a 20-day holiday in Kerala and UP, how would you divide that holiday?
Yeah, I guess I just hop over from Lucknow. So yeah, it would be probably 19 and a half days in Kerala. Fair enough, you got me there. Frankly, you are right. Yes, okay.
Besides, CPIM has a membership of just 9 people. You can't take them seriously. Commenting on Congress policies is like Neville Chamberlain coming back from the Munich Treaty saying he had secured world peace.
Well, on paper he had. I don't dispute that. He had. It's just that Hitler went against his word and decided to carry on with the Sudetenland and then Poland. We are both into World War II, but so that's not this show. Can't dispute your logic, Sairam. Another criticism is on one hand, you guys want the regional parties to be in the driving seat, but yet Rahul Gandhi is always at the helm of the action walk. He is the leader.
That is because he has got the latest Apple technology. His Wi-Fi never drops, so better to have him in the lead. But regional leaders will continue to work as subordinates. I mean, co-drivers. We are caring, sharing, and pairing.
Unbelievable. I mean, from Othello and Shakespeare to World War II and Neville Chamberlain, and then suddenly you go into sharing, pairing, and caring. It just gotta come down. Speaking of the poll position, sir, lots of confusion on who is the actual leader of the combined opposition. I mean, who will be, in essence. So there's Mamta, there's a possibility of Nitish Kumar, Hemant Soren, Sharad Pawar.
See, we will use this opportunity to find our unified leader.
Unified leader, but can you be more specific?
Maybe. No. I will tell you.
Yes, please.
This walk is for 150 days. At the end, Mamta, Nitish, Hemant, Sarji, whoever they are, they will all have a fair crack. But the Yatra will give us our leader.
But the Yatra will give us our leader, you say. I don't follow.
After 150 days of walking, whoever is still standing will be the unified opposition leader.
So Rahul Gandhi.
Maybe. Did Don Bradman average 99.94 in his test cricket? Is a Vucella my favourite Neapolitan aria? Was Ernest Rutherford the first to split the atom in 1938? Can you actually tell me, Choli ke piche kya hai?
About the Choli ke piche kya hai, I'd like to not answer that question. The others I can actually answer. I would like to also say that, sir, and I mean this kindness of my heart with utmost respect, you don't look like a walker yourself.
Not very far, others I
Back on the Nation at 5 with a confirmation that the Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann was deplaned because he was in an overtly inebriated state and was a security risk with respect to his health or controlling, and that's why the flight officials, the crew, refused to onboard him. And he and his entire delegation was deplaned and their baggage were also offloaded and the flight was delayed by 4 hours because of it. Our investigations editor Manoj Gupta getting a confirmation that there was an Indian embassy official present when this entire scenario played out and is a witness. A detailed report has been sent to New Delhi because it is a major embarrassment for India on international soil. Now, the entire sequence of events, we have got CNN News 18 pieces together and puts out the entire sequence of events. The incident happened on Saturday, the 17th of September, when the Punjab Chief Minister, along with 6 people, was coming from Frankfurt, and this was including his security in charge and other officials. After entering the airport, they managed to cross security and immigration. At the security check, it was found that the flight was delayed and that he moved to a VIP lounge. Now, in the lounge, we are given to understand he consumed liquor, and after that, he moved to the aircraft. At the entrance, he was not found to be normal, and the gate staff asked him to turn back. According to the airline staff, CNN News 18 understands that he was in excess with liquor, so he was very heavily inebriated, and a possible threat in terms of a medical emergency, which could turn out detrimental towards the health of the Chief Minister and his safety. It could prove fatal had something untoward happened as the aircraft was airborne. His staff requested the airline staff to try and accommodate him, but senior officials and the pilot refused. And that's when they were deplaned. The immigration was alerted and he was deplaned or deboarded. Akash now joins us with more details. Akash, huge embarrassment, overall delay of 4 hours, and that there was an embassy official. There are eyewitnesses. So contrary to the Aam Aadmi Party's claim that nothing of this sort happened, there is now a detailed report that is now being sent to the MEA in Delhi.
Right, and Anand, this was going on social media. In fact, these claims were going on social media, but now CNN News 18 has got the confirmation. In fact, Manoj Gupta has got this confirmation that this has actually happened. That, Punjab's Chief Minister, in fact, Aam Aadmi Party's leader, Bhagwant Mann, was deplaned from Lufthansa's airplane. And, this happened on Saturday, September 17th. And as you rightly mentioned, he consumed liquor up to such a limit that, he was deplaned. In fact, he had to deboard the particular plane. And because of this, flight got delayed for 4 hours. Now, we are learning that this happened, when he was waiting in the VIP lounge and, he consumed this much liquor. Also, he was with 6 other people as well, and they all were coming from Frankfurt. And, the security officials were there, the security in charge was there, and other officials were there. So we are given to understand that, after they entered the airport, just because flight was delayed, they had to wait in the VIP lounge. And there, the Chief Minister had consumed this liquor, and after that, he moved to the plane. In the plane, he was not found normal, and the gate staff asked him to return back. So, according to airline staff, just because of the conditions, this was a possible threat in terms of medical emergency, and that's the reason why they requested him to, just deboard. And we are learning that, the immigration was alerted and he was then deboarded. And because their, luggage was already in, so, the luggage took time. They had to return the group baggage, and that's why the flight got delayed. Also, as you rightly mentioned, Indian embassy is somewhere aware of this incident, and a detailed report is sent to New Delhi. And definitely, Anand, this is a major embarrassment for not only Aam Aadmi Party, but for, all others in the country, because this is somewhere...
Now, one wonders what the rule book actually says, but Akash, the Aam Aadmi Party chief spokesperson Malvinder Singh Kang had called the allegations baseless and bogus, and he had said that other parties or rival parties are out to defame Bhagwant Mann. But there are eyewitnesses. There is not just the airline, the pilot, the staff of the airline. There are immigration officials. There are also immigration officials of not just the Indian embassy, but also of the German, from the German side. There are too many witnesses for this to be a bogus claim.
Right, and Anand, you see, on one hand, we have Aam Aadmi Party, which is denying these claims, but, BJP is also done blazing. Basically, yesterday, we saw that how RP Singh, in fact, claimed that, this is a very true incident. In fact, he quoted several eyewitnesses, and he said that this is somewhere an embarrassment not only for Punjab, but for the country. So at this time, we are anticipating a lot of politics over this issue because it is something not very normal or not very, a routine event. It is something that is, bringing a lot of embarrassment to Aam Aadmi Party, and we are still, expecting that Aam Aadmi Party would be.
But do we have a confirmation from the airline? We have to wait and watch what the airline actually says. Does it attribute a certain part of its delay to the to the Bhagwant Mann episode, or does it say, because right now Ridhima is telling us that Lufthansa on the entire episode is saying our flight from Frankfurt to Delhi departed later than originally planned due to a delayed inbound flight and an aircraft change. So will the airline corroborate the claims that have been made, or what the witnesses account account are, what the detailed report actually says will be important for us to note. Important developments, this, the Aam Aadmi Party denying anything like this happening, but then a detailed version here with CNN News 18 coming out and saying that it indeed happened. Bhagwant Mann actually took the flight the next day. He also missed the Aam Aadmi Party executive meeting. So if he did miss that, why did he miss it? If the flight was 4 hours delayed and took off, then he should have been inside the flight if there was no episode with him. Why is it that he missed the flight? So these are other questions that come to the fore at this point in time. But we will move on. We'll get more information and come back to the story in a bit. Akash, thank you for your inputs. Now, ladies and gentlemen, shifting focus to another major development, and this happened in Iran, where protests have erupted in Iran after 22-year-old Mahsa Amini died after she was arrested by the Iranian morality police. She was detained after the police reportedly found fault with her hijab. She slipped into a coma and passed away at the hospital. The cops say she suffered a heart attack while in custody, but reports suggest that she was assaulted. And this has sparked outrage not only in Iran, but across the world. Iranian women, the world over, but more importantly, huge protests in Iran itself, with more than 16,000 people taking to the streets to protest this kind of brutality and, of course, this patriarchy. Women chopping their hair, burning hijab, and putting out on social media, but also on the streets of Iran. Big protest. This has been brewing and building up for a while, ladies and gentlemen, but the death of the 22-year-old Mahsa Amini, a tipping point with women and, of course, liberals who are rejecting this kind of patriarchal, radical, rabid, medieval mindset, turning around and saying we've had enough of this and this should not be tolerated, this should not be allowed. Big show of support from the world over that's come in for the likes of Mahsa Amini and other Iranian women who are outrightly coming out and rejecting a force of this patriarchy on them. Amina Begum Ansari with us and Saira Shah Halim also with us. Namaste, ladies. Saira ji, how would you respond? There is Iran and Iranian women who are coming out and totally rejecting this forcing of the hijab and this morality police. On the other hand, there are a group of hijabis in our country who are trying to make it mandatory and push this through, trying to say it is good for women and this is good, this is an essential practice. Iran as an Islamic republic itself coming out and women coming out and saying, no, it is not and we reject this.
See, firstly, good evening. My stand on this is very clear that I am for women's agency and choice. You know, whether you choose to wear the hijab or whether you choose not to wear the hijab. And let me iterate once again that it's extremely courageous of women in India to choose to wear the hijab. And I'm standing with my sisters on this. At the same time, in Iran, it takes a lot of courage to do away with the hijab when you know the penalty for this is death. And there should be absolutely no contradictions on this. The state, whether it's in India, whether it's in Iran, has absolutely no right to impose dress codes, food habits, marriage choices, and things like that. Because this should be addressed personally, and I think we should respect women's agency on this.
The women's agency will be respected when it is public or it's an open platform. The state is not enforcing anything on anybody in India. It is the rules of an institution, especially an educational institution, and that too inside a classroom where they want to keep the environment free of any kind of religious symbolism. It's not that the campus disallows it. So those parts have to be very clear. So there is no similarity or parallel to be drawn between what is happening in India and what is happening in Iran, where there is a morality police that is enforcing it on women. Amina Begum Ansari, where do you stand on this?
Anand, first of all, let me tell you this thing that Iranian women have been fighting this heroic, historical, but sadly very lonely battle for some time against this draconian chastity law for some time now. But we have to understand how liberal world has failed women here, and even liberal Muslims. You see, there is a hijab, they get celebrated on every 1st February of every year, and it is get supported, it is get celebrated in 140 countries, even recognized by the New York State. And you see there are a lot of no hijab movement. There are a lot of day where people call for freedom from the hijab, but we don't see any such support coming from the liberals and feminists. So we can clearly see where the liberal world order stand. They stand with the choice, but this choice is only when you want to wear the hijab. But this choice, they don't stand with the same, with the same zeal, with the same passion when women talk about the removing hijab. And that's, let me also add here, there nowhere in this world hijab is publicly banned. It is only banned in a certain institution. And an institution has a right to decide that. You also have the institution where there is a dress code of hijab, and it is enforced on every woman who participate in that institution. So even we don't have a law by the state to remove hijab. We see the Purple Hijab Day, Global Hijab Day, Pink Hijab Day, and World Hijab Day. But when there is state rule which enforce hijab on the women, we don't see the same support from the liberal against the, with the freedom of hijab movement. So I see there is, you can see the hypocrisy, and you cannot draw the parallel line here between the hijab and ban on hijab, because there is no ban on hijab publicly by any state.
Cyrus Halim?
I'll tell you what, there might not be like public ban on it in India. However, we've seen what happened in Karnataka, where these girls are not allowed in the classroom. We've seen how the teachers and institutions were being made to disrobe themselves, and then they were told to come inside. Now, okay, if you made the rule for students to bring about an air of similarity, and you're saying uniformity, why discriminate against the teachers? And here, nobody's hiding the face. And at the same time, if other religious people can wear religious markers like a tilak or sindoor, or wear a turban for the Sikhs or whatever, what is the problem if a woman, if a Muslim woman decides or
Here
chooses to
is
wear the hijab?
now,
There should
Sairaji.
be no disparity on that account.
Sairaji, you have to, when you make an argument, ma'am, you have to make it very on a very, very educated and informed basis. Or you cannot make an argument despite being informed about it. Some of the parallels that you have drawn is a cause for concern. Point is, in Sikhism, the pug or pagdi is an essential practice. It's an essential religious practice. So that is why it is mandated. Hijab is not an essential religious practice, and that's why it is not mandatory. So to draw parallels between Sikhism and pug and hijab is unfair. Secondly, the rules of an institution extend to the classroom, ma'am. It doesn't extend, and in the classroom it extends to everybody, not just the student, even the teacher inside the classroom. It doesn't extend to all of the campus. Thirdly, it is the students who are insisting that they will choose hijab over education. They did not turn around and say they will respect the institution and the rules of the institution where they're going to study. It was a rule of the institution that was being challenged by a certain group of students. Out of 96 Muslim students there, only 6 girls decided to challenge it. The rest of them had no problem. So let us get to the facts and understand the facts and make an argument which is backed on the proper dissemination of information and fact. So,
can I
yes,
add on
please
this,
complete.
please? Yeah. So what I'm saying is, this rule was made much later in the academic year. These girls have had no issues at all in the previous years, and suddenly, because their political, what you call gains, of course, to polarize society, these sudden rules are being made. No
No,
other state
the
puts
rules
this kind
always
of.
existed, ma'am. These 6 girls ended up with a political entity whose student movement on ground and it started. The facts also very clearly say they started engaging with them in October, and then by end of November, early December, they started making these demands. These 6 girls joined the campus front, and from there on, these demands started. The people who came to represent them in this college, in this institution, posed as their cousins, sister's friend, brother's friend, etc. They were all members of the campus front. This is what the college has also come out and claimed very clearly. Their Twitter posts and their membership echoes the messages of Campus Front of India. So the political intervention happened from these 6 girls who started the entire hijab thing, and then it was pushed out. Why should there be stone pelting on the streets in certain other parts of South Karnataka, since you are questioning facts? So let's try to talk the facts and not just stitch up a political narrative that is convenient to you. So I'm being very clear here. Now, Amina Begum Ansari, the larger call is, why should somebody decide that you have to cover your head to show that you are a pious woman, or you are a woman whose morality is intact? That's the sign of this hijab, and that's how it is being interpreted. Should we not collectively reject it? If Iranian women are standing up to it, should Indian women stand there and say, no, we want it?
Exactly. That's how it should be. It should go. We should go about it. The point is, you can see how even liberal in India cannot make a point against Islamist without bringing Sanghi or India or Indian state into it. You can see how morally corrupt they are, and that's the real problem of it. When we talk about the institution who doesn't allow the hijab, we also talk about the institution who enforces the hijab in India as a uniform. Do we talk about those women in those institutions who don't want to wear hijab? No. Then that time we don't talk about the choice. This entire choice gang is hypocrite. Basically, they cannot talk about the choice of the women.
Amina ji, Saira ji, thank you very, very much. Have to move away from this to another development. BJP headquarters, Captain Amrinder Singh and his party to merge with the BJP. They're all there. Home Minister Amit Shah also expected to be present. Let's go across to the proceedings. Arun Dhanta with us. Arun, so Captain Amrinder Singh present there, who all from the BJP are present, and there seem to be other members of his party also.
Well, Anand, yes. As of now, what we can see on the stage, the program, the joining ceremony of Amrinder Singh hasn't started yet, but we can see the visuals. Former Chief Minister of Punjab, Captain Amrinder Singh, along with him, we can see Narendra Singh Tomar, Union Minister, and also Union Law Minister Kiran Rijiju. We can also see Ashwini Sharma, who's the BJP Chief of Punjab, and Sunil Jakhar is also there on the dais. So we are told that along with Captain Amrinder Singh, his son, his granddaughter, his daughter, and along with for few ex-MLAs will be joining Bharatiya Janata Party today, and these are the visuals that we are seeing on our screen, that Captain Amrinder Singh has arrived here. However, we don't see Union Home Minister Amit Shah here in the press conference room, but we are told that he's in the BJP headquarters. Perhaps he's not going to be part of this joining in ceremony, but he is in the BJP office, and perhaps later on Captain Amrinder Singh will have a meeting with him at the BJP headquarters. So as of now, we can see that BJP Chief of Punjab, Ashwini Sharma, Sunil Jakhar, Kiran Rijiju, Narendra Singh Tomar, and Captain Amrinder Singh on the dais.
Right, Arun, stay on with us. Maria Shakil also with us. Maria, JP Nadda was also supposed to be present. Amit Shah was supposed to be present. We're given to understand they may not be part of the formal joining ceremony, but they may meet Captain Amrinder Singh later. It's a full-packed dais.
We can see those are the visuals coming in from the BJP headquarters, and that is the press conference room, Anand. But Captain Amrinder Singh, 80 years old, is all set to begin his next innings in a party, in a new party, and this is the BJP. The BJP in Punjab has realized that they have a chance, that they feel that all those leaders who have perhaps got disgruntled or upset with the Congress party. Sunil Jakhar is an example. Captain Amrinder Singh, former Chief Minister of Punjab and a veteran, Congress leader, is an example. All of them joining the BJP is an indication that the BJP can stand on its 2 feet in the state of Punjab. So far, they had been dependent on their former ally, that was the Shirmani Akali Dal. Now that the BJP is saying that they can make inroads on their own, and that is the reason why Captain Amrinder Singh, Sunil Jakhar, and several other faces is an indication that in 2024, Anand, BJP also sees Punjab as a possible catchment area.
Yeah, Kiran Rijiju present there, Narendra Tomar present there, Sunil Jakhar present there. From Captain Amrinder Singh's side, you have some of his senior aides. Given to understand, members of Captain Amrinder Singh's family, including his son, are also going to join the BJP formally as the party merges with the BJP. But what's going to happen? Who's going to welcome him into the party? Is it going to be Narendra Tomar, Arun? Well, I think we've lost both Arun and Maria. Let's go across to the proceedings.
वह पूर्व लोकसभा के सांसद हैं श्री अजैब सिंह भट्टी जी, जो पंजाब विधानसभा के पूर्व स्पीकर हैं, वह भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी परिवार में शामिल हो रहे हैं। श्री केवल सिंह जी, जो पूर्व सांसद हैं, वह भी मंच पर विराजमान हैं। युवराज रविंदर सिंह जी, जो पंजाब लोक कांग्रेस के महासचिव हैं, वह भी मंच पर हैं। बीबा जयेंद्र कौर जी, जो कि पंजाब लोक कांग्रेस की उपाध्यक्षा भी हैं, वह भी मंच पर विराजमान है। आप सभी लोगों का भारतीय जनता पार्टी परिवार में बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। और इस कार्यक्रम के लिए हमारे भारतीय जनता पार्टी के वरिष्ठ नेता और भारत सरकार में मंत्री नरेंद्र सिंह तोमर जी हम लोगों के मध्य हैं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के हमारे वरिष्ठ नेता भारत सरकार में मंत्री किरण रिजिजू जी हमारे साथ में हैं। हमारे पंजाब के अध्यक्ष अश्विनी शर्मा जी हम लोगों के मध्य हैं। सबसे पहले मैं किरण रिजिजू जी और नरेंद्र सिंह तोमर जी से आग्रह करूंगा कि कैप्टन अमरिंदर सिंह जी को पार्टी की सदस्यता की पर्ची और पार्टी का पटका और बुके देकर विधिवत पार्टी में स्वागत करें, उनका अभिनंदन करें। आदरणीय तोमर जी और किरण रिजिजू जी से आग्रह है कि अमरीश सिंह अलीवाल जी को भी पार्टी की सदस्यता की पर्ची और पार्टी का पटका दें। आदरणीय तोमर जी और किरण रिजिजू जी से आग्रह है कि अजैब सिंह भट्टी जी, जो कि पंजाब विधानसभा के पूर्व स्पीकर हैं, उनका भी पार्टी की पर्ची उनकी सदस्यता की उनको दें। आदरणीय तोमर जी श्री केवल सिंह जी को भी पार्टी का सदस्यता की पर्ची देंगे। आदरणीय किरण रिजिजू जी युवराज रविंदर सिंह जी को भी पार्टी की सदस्यता की पर्ची दें। आदरणीय तोमर जी से आग्रह है कि बीबा जयेंद्र कौर जी को भी पार्टी की सदस्यता की पर्ची दें। केवल सिंह जी को भी पार्टी की सदस्यता की पर्ची देंगे। थोड़ा नजदीक हो जाइए। आदरणीय नरेंद्र सिंह तोमर जी से आग्रह है कि जो मीडिया के साथी यहाँ हैं उन सबको संबोधित करेंगे।
आज इस मौके पर मंच पर विराजमान हमारे भारतीय जनता पार्टी पंजाब इकाई के अध्यक्ष आदरणीय श्री अश्विनी शर्मा जी और इस मौके को और गरिमा प्रदान करने के लिए भारत सरकार के कानून मंत्री आदरणीय श्री किरण रिजिजू जी और प्रमुख रूप से आज के इस अवसर के मुख्य केंद्र बिंदु पंजाब के पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री जिन्होंने लंबे समय तक राजनीतिक क्षेत्र में अपने कृतित्व और व्यक्तित्व का परिचय दिया, माननीय कैप्टन अमरिंदर सिंह जी अपने साथियों के साथ यहाँ पर उपस्थित हैं। कैप्टन अमरिंदर सिंह जी की हमेशा एक खूबी रही है कि वो राजनीतिक क्षेत्र में काम करते हुए भी हमेशा पार्टी से ऊपर राष्ट्र को मानते रहे। राष्ट्र की कीमत पर किसी प्रकार का समझौता नहीं, राष्ट्र के विषय में पार्टी अड़चन नहीं, ऐसा उनका व्यक्तित्व हमेशा से रहा है। आज मुझे बहुत प्रसन्नता है और गौरव भी है कि उनकी पार्टी पंजाब लोक कांग्रेस का उनकी अध्यक्षता में संपूर्ण पार्टी का विलय भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ हो रहा है। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी की ओर से लाखों लाख कार्यकर्ताओं की ओर से कैप्टन अमरिंदर सिंह जी और उनकी पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं का, पदाधिकारियों का हृदय से बहुत बहुत स्वागत करता हूं, बहुत बहुत इस मौके पर अभिनंदन करना चाहता हूं। हम सब इस बात को भलीभांति जानते हैं कि पंजाब सीमावर्ती राज्य है। सीमावर्ती राज्य में सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बिंदु होता है उस राज्य की सुरक्षा और उससे जुड़ी हुई देश की सुरक्षा। देश की रक्षा और सुरक्षा के लिए यह जरूरी है कि पंजाब में शांति और सुरक्षा हमेशा कायम रहे। और जैसा कि मैंने पूर्व में भी बताया कि कैप्टन साहब की जो सोच है वो पहले से भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी से मिलती जुलती रही है, क्योंकि देश में भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक ऐसा राजनीतिक दल है जिसमें हमेशा गर्व से यह कहा जाता रहा है कि सबसे पहले राष्ट्र
Good evening, this is Viewpoint. I'm Zaka Jacob. Bollywood actress Jacqueline Fernandez has been questioned once again by the Economic Offences Wing of the Delhi Police. The questioning is currently on. The police's charge is that she was an active accomplice to conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar. She was the beneficiary of expensive gifts, luxury cars included, worth more than 5 crore rupees, and all of this were proceeds of crime that Sukesh indulged in. She, on the other hand, has denied all these claims. She says she doesn't know who Sukesh was or what his criminal antecedents were. It boils down to one question, and it's a very simple one. How can Bollywood celebrities, actors, A-listers like Jacqueline Fernandez, who are so protected, there's an entire entourage that you have to go through before you get through to them, how can they fall to the cons of a fraud like Sukesh Chandrasekhar? Or, as the Economic Offences Wing would have you believe, was she a willing accomplice to his fraud? All right, I want to first go across to my colleague Anvit Srivastava, who's joining us live from the Economic Offences Wing of the Delhi Police here in central Delhi. Anvit, first things first, what exactly is it that the Delhi Police are trying to ascertain from Jacqueline Fernandez? She was called in for questioning last week. Again, today's questioning has been going on since 2 o'clock in the afternoon. What exactly do they believe is her role in this entire con that was spread by Sukesh Chandrasekhar?
Yes, Zaka, this is the second time that Jacqueline has been summoned by the EOW, and earlier she was questioned on September 14th, and today she has been questioned. It's been almost 4 hours, and we are learning that she's about to leave soon. This is the EOW office where she has been questioning. She's being questioned for the past more than 3 hours, and what we are learning is that some senior officials just left the EOW premises, and that is the reason why it is speculated that Jacqueline also might soon leave, and her questioning for today has been done. The lines on which Jacqueline has been questioned today, what we've learned for our sources in EOW, is that mostly on her bank transactions, on the loans which she had allegedly received from Sukesh Chandrasekhar, and which the police are saying that were from the proceeds of crime, from the 215 crore rupees that he had extorted from Aditi Singh, wife of Shivinder Singh, who is lodged in jail. Now today's questioning was very much on she had been asked, her lawyers had been asked to give details about her travel expenses. It is also being said that Sukesh had bought for them some plush travel and travel packages. So all those details are being checked. They have also been asked to submit the details so that they can link it whether or not that money had come in from Sukesh's account or from anyone else who is closely linked to Sukesh. On the previous date, the Delhi Police had also summoned Pinky Irani, who is said to be a close associate of Sukesh Chandrasekhar. It is also believed that she was the contact person between Sukesh and Jacqueline. She had introduced them to each other, and therefore Pinky Irani and Jacqueline were confronted with each other, which led to a heated argument between them, because Pinky Irani had very much supported police's theory that Jacqueline knew of Sukesh's antecedents, and knowing that, she had accepted all the luxury gifts and loans and whatever Sukesh had gifted her during that time. But Jacqueline, however, even that day, continued to refute these claims and kept on saying that Pinky Irani was lying. Now today, Lipakshi, who is believed to be costume designer of Jacqueline, she was also called. However, she has sought for another day. She is expected to come either tomorrow or day after. She has been called because earlier when EOW had probed in, they had found that Sukesh has also gifted an 8 lakh worth Ducati bike to Jacqueline's manager. So Lipakshi has also been called. She will also be questioned on similar lines. And today's questioning, as far as it is concerned, we are learning that it is done now, and Jacqueline can leave this premises of EOW anytime now.
All right, we'll leave it there, Anvit. We'll see how the story plays out. Meanwhile, let me now open this up to our guests who are joining us. Anand Kumar is a film director, Manvi Taneja, actress and model, joining us, Swapnil Kothari, lawyer, and Karnail Singh is former director of the Enforcement Directorate. Anand Kumar, let me start with you first. This is what the ED has said in its supplementary charge sheet filed on the 17th of August, that they believe Jacqueline received gifts worth more than 5 crore rupees, 5.71 crore, including expensive cars. Sukesh is said to have delivered all these gifts to Jacqueline through his friend and their common friend, Pinky Irani. The question is, all of these are recoverable items. The gifts that were given to Jacqueline, why did she accept? And that too coming in from a stranger, if we were to believe her.
Well, this guy wouldn't have been a stranger for sure, because these are such expensive gifts. Even if you are in Bollywood or wherever you are, you can't be taking such expensive gifts and flaunting it. And it's not something you can just put it in your purse and keep it for your this thing. Someone in the event would also try and give you a watch, which you can take care. All these things happen. For a Bollywood actress, it's not a big deal. But taking a car or something like this, you have to really know this guy very well, very well. So, but saying this, I don't want to buy one thing that she was, recently I just read that she was in love with this guy. This must be a really, some PR exercise going on, because, you know, you just want to tell the world that even she was conned. Something like that, you know, that's what is coming. But definitely she won't be knowing that this guy is such a big fraud. But then recently this has also come in the media that even after all these things she came to know, she was still taking gifts. That's really very strange, because she's
I want to ask Mr. Karnail Singh, as a former director of the Enforcement Directorate, this is what Jacqueline Fernandez's lawyer told CNN News 18 last week, that they are completely denying the allegations in the charge sheet. He is saying that she's a victim, not an accused, and there have been other Bollywood actors as well who have been named as witnesses, none of whom have been added as an accused in the Enforcement Directorate supplementary charge sheet. Does that defense hold water?
See, once she has come to know, as you see from the charge sheet of Enforcement Directorate, that she had come to know about the background of this person. And even thereafter, she received the money. And she should have returned the amount once she came to know that this man is a cheat.
Correct.
He was already facing cases against him of cheating, but she did not do it. And if you see, the economic offences wing is also investigating not only in cheating, they are investigating the case of Makoka.
Yeah.
And if you see section 3, part 5 of Makoka, it says even holding of the proceeds of crime is also offense under Makoka, and there's a serious punishment can be there for that.
Let me ask Manvi Taneja, you know, what the ED is saying in its charge sheet is that Jacqueline is an accused in this case, and she is directly or indirectly involved in the proceeds of crime. The charge sheet also goes on to say that the actress knew about the accused conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar's involvement in criminal cases, but she chose to overlook his criminal past and indulged in financial transactions with him. I think from the charge sheet, it seems clear that she can no longer claim that either he was unknown to her or that she was unaware of his antecedents, because how do you accept gifts worth 5 crore rupees without checking up on somebody's background?
See, she was in a relationship with Sukesh, and I will still say in your debate that she was a victim of conspiracy. And if you are in a relationship with someone, it is not, you cannot say that every time the person will be truthful towards her. He must have lied, because as I said earlier, that she would not be aware of his deeds, and the inquiry is set up just to establish that Jacqueline was aware about Sukesh's criminal background or not. And
but Manvi, isn't it amusing that you say that she was in a relationship, quote unquote, with him, when the charge sheet also says that she knew him through his actor wife, Leena Maria Paul? So if Jacqueline knew, and she's a Bollywood A-lister, that this is somebody who is married to Leena Maria Paul, A, why would she be in a relationship? And B, the common friend, Pinky Irani, that's the person on whom Jacqueline's lawyers at least seem to be pinning all the blame, saying that she was the via media, and it is through her that Sukesh was passing on all of these gifts. So to say that she's in a relationship, I don't think adds up.
such a huge industry it is, and there are so many people you meet. You go to an event, you go to a shoot, you go to any occasion or a party. You meet so many people, and you cannot have a background check. Even I'm a model. I go to an event, but I cannot have a background check. No matter, I can like someone, I can be with someone, but doesn't mean that I need to get a background check on someone and then I'll be with someone. I'll also give you my example over here. In 2019, P. Chitramban, he was in the jail, and many ministers went to meet him. That doesn't mean that these ministers were linked up with that person.
No, no, Manvi, there's a simple bottom line here. You may meet strangers, you may meet all kinds of people at award ceremonies, at shoot locations, at parties, so on and so forth. But you're not going to accept a Bentley car or a Mercedes-Benz car from anybody who you met at these events, unless you do a background check on that person.
She was in a relationship with that person, and people tend to hide. If a person wants to be in a relationship with a girl or a boy, they tend to hide their actual identity, and it becomes very difficult for a person. Again, I will say Sukesh used to manipulate his voice by using certain softwares and making a calls, pretending the calls have been coming from the ministry, like from law ministry or home ministry, and no number flashing. And how difficult it would be for him to manipulate Jacqueline or maybe any other person about his work or actual identity.
Okay, let me go to Swapnil Kothari. Again, it comes back to the exact nature of the relationship between Jacqueline and Sukesh. Manvi saying that they were in a relationship. Her lawyers are completely denying that. The question again comes back to Swapnil, that to get through to A-list actors like Jacqueline Fernandez, you have to get through a whole entourage of personal assistants, makeup artists, managers, if you will, agents who manage these talents. And yet, are you telling me that here is a man who is sitting inside Tihar jail, managed to get through all these layers of security and entourage, right to the star, right to the inner circle of the star, and managed to con her? What does that say about the star and the entourage?
Zaka, it's very hard to believe. There's much more than what meets the eye. First of all, where did Sukesh get that kind of money? If you see, he had conned Aditi Singh, so-called conned, for some 200 crores. Aditi Singh is wife of Shivinder Singh, who himself was involved or is involved in a money laundering case for siphoning some thousands of crores of rupees. So obviously there seems to be a chain. Now, Sukesh Chandrasekhar is not the origin of that. I'm sure he's somewhere in between. So the Enforcement Directorate will be smart enough to investigate the entire chain of money, where it's flowing from. For a minute, I do not buy that Jacqueline Fernandez or any of those other women were, innocent as they claim themselves to be. If they are so, if I were to give them a benefit of the doubt, the onus lies very much on them, because this is a fiscal offense. It's for me to show that my tax has not been evaded by me. I paid the entire income tax. The onus lies on me in a fiscal offense, just as it lies on them to show that the money that they received, the quid pro quo that they received, or the gifts they so-called received, were only from, receiving from their beau, or, just out of love, and they had nothing to show or nothing to hide in it, and they did not know, and they were absolutely unaware.
The moot point here is, how do you prove that these gifts were proceeds of crime? That is what it boils down to.
Right. Very good question. Now, if I do not have a legitimate source of income, being Mr. Sukesh, whoever he is, whatever his last name is, and doesn't have that kind of income to throw that kind of money around, and you yourself have conned somebody for 200 crores, who the wife of who himself is involved in a money laundering case, then obviously you are some sort of a conduit pipe. Now, if you are that conduit pipe, obviously you are having those proceeds of crime, because you don't have a legitimate source of income to show. You're not earning like what a superstar, whoever say Akshay Kumar is, who's earning in hundreds of crores, to show that, okay, I can have 200 crores and my income is 500 crores, right? You're not that. Secondly, then if you're parting with that money and you're giving this huge kind of gifts, obviously the recipient of that needs to do a background check, or needs to show that I was so involved and so enamored and so much in love that I did not bother to do a background check. Now that onus lies on that person. So it's very easy for the Enforcement Directorate to show that these are proceeds of crime, simply because you do not have that kind of income. You're not a superstar. You're Mr. Sukesh. You're someone who cons people day in, day out. And where did you get that kind of money to throw it around on several women? I mean, obviously you're a part of some sort of a chain, right?
No, so I want to ask Anand Kumar this. The ED in its supplementary charge sheet is also saying that Jacqueline Fernandez received 5.71 crores worth of expensive gifts from conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar. But she is, and I quote, trying to justify herself that she was in fact the victim of manipulative actions by Sukesh. and not someone who was willingly an accomplice to his crime. Now, it boils down to, if Jacqueline claims that she was a victim and that's her version, how can a well-educated public figure who has managers and agents and entourage around her fall to this con, this elaborate con, pulled off from inside the Tihar jail? Surely, you do a Google search on Sukesh Chandrasekhar, it'll throw up more details than the level of trust that Jacqueline seemed to have shown.
Well, as I clearly said, that I don't buy the story that she was in a relationship, but coming from where she's coming from, Sri Lanka, because she's not an Indian. And this is pure greed, I feel, because, she charges more than 25-30 lakh rupees for an appearance. And she is here since a decade. So last 5 years, she must be really making solid money, solid. And she is around the best looking men in the industry. Why would she date Sukesh? It cannot happen. But saying all these things, that how she could take all these things is something very, a lot of thought has gone, but, nobody could take such a gift. But just that, because she is not an Indian girl and she has just come out from these, because the motive of all these foreigners coming to India is just to make money, however it may come, or what it means. You understand, their whole idea is to just make money however it is, because after knowing the fact that he's a criminal and this background is this, you've still accepted these gifts, and you're trying to blame everything on Pinky. It's all a little shady.
Isn't it hard to believe that this whole thing is being pinned on Pinky Irani? Because even if she was a via media, even if she was a conduit, and admittedly she may be, but it's Jacqueline who got quote-unquote conned by this entire thing, pulled off by Sukesh. The ED also, it was widely reported that Sukesh was reportedly giving instructions from inside the jail to transfer money to Jacqueline's family members. That's what the ED charge sheet says. Surely, if money was transferred to Jacqueline's family members, and that too upon instructions from Sukesh sitting inside jail, then this is an open and shut case, because if she also was aware of the fact that Sukesh was married to a small-time actor, Lina Maria Paul, it does raise suspicion that why was money being transferred to her relatives? If for whatever reason she was being used for some services, she was being asked to come for an award show, or she was asked to come in for an advertisement performance, it is she or her managers or people who are managing her finances who should have been the beneficiaries or recipients of this transfer, not her relatives.
I think we are no one to come to a conclusion and just predict that.
No, that's what the ED is saying in its charge sheet.
So
Not
let the
me
inquiry
saying it.
going on. Let the inquiry going on, because still EOW, we are yet to receive a supplementary charge sheet from them. Let the inquiry come out and we'll get to know. And I'll also say here, Monica Bedi, she was the wife of an underworld Don Abu Salim. She was married to him. Earlier she was in a relationship, but later on when the charges were booked against her, and people were saying that she was involved, and eventually what happened, she got away with the case. So I think we should not come to a conclusion that she got so many cars or horses or what not. It's going on the debate. Let the actual charge sheet come. We are no one to judge on someone's relationship or someone's background check, because here I'll give you one example. If you stay with a person for 10 years also, you will not be able to do a background check. I have one example of Raj Kundra. He was into that the pornography case, but Shilpa was not involved. Having said that, Shilpa was his wife, and then she was not aware, because people do hide stuff. People do hide their identity, and people do hide when you are into
Okay,
different
I'll give
business.
Karnal Singh the final word. Is it possible, Manvi Taneja giving the example of Monica Bedi and Abu Salem, and maybe even to a lesser extent Shilpa Shetty and Raj Kundra, and the wives didn't seem to know what the husbands were up to. Is it possible that that's the case, or is that a charitable view of what Jacqueline's role is allegedly supposed to be in this entire con?
So Chandra introduced himself as owner of Sun TV. So number one, it is easy to find out whether he is who is introducing himself, whether he's owner of Sun TV or not. That is one. Number two, when she came to precisely, and ED charge sheet says very clearly that in a particular month she came to know, and she saw the on the internet about their activities, and thereafter you are receiving the money, you are not returning the money, and money is going not even in India, it is going to her brother, her sister.
Correct.
In Australia, in UK, and in USA. Why somebody will give so much money, and how will get so much money with him? That somebody should ponder about it. And after one comes to know that this person is involved in the cases previously, even after that you are continuing the process, that is, you know about this person, and you know that this person cannot have the white money with him, and he is cheating from the day one. Actually, if you see,
okay,
he is telling that he's owner of the Sun TV. One can see immediately that he is not the owner of the Sun TV. That could be found out easily. There is nothing to.
Swapnil, I said this earlier as well. I mean, all it took would have been a small Google search. I refuse to believe that actors who are so protected refuse to do a simple background check on people that they're receiving gifts and money from. I'll give you the final word. I got a minute to wrap up. Yeah.
Right. Thanks, Zaka. Well, let me tell you, even if I give her a complete charitable view and I say that she was a woman completely lost in love and enamored, it is unfortunately now the ball is in her court. She will have to really go, right up to the skies to show that the money that she received is something that she was totally unaware of. And that is a gargantuan task, let me tell you that, given the kind of suspicions that Enforcement Directorate has when you have that kind of gifts, which are some 20 dresses and 40 pairs of shoes and cars and, a horse and all of those things. It's and especially from the kind of the person that you've received, Zaka, that is going to be a big problem.
Correct.
For somebody who's in her place, and all the rest of the other women too, possibly, who may be called in for questioning at some point or the other, which I do see that.
We'll leave it at that. We'll see how the story plays out for Jacqueline Fernandez and the other Bollywood actors who've been named as witnesses. But I want to move on from this story to a political story. Captain Amrinder Singh, former Punjab Chief Minister and long-time Congressman, today deciding to merge his party, the Punjab Lok Congress, with the BJP. Let's listen in to what Captain Amrinder Singh said.
Minister Sahiban, मैं पंजाबी पहला बोलांगा क्योंकि पंजाब के लोगों को ये गल उत्थे पहुंचनी चाहिए है। फिर उस तो बाद जो तुसी चाहोगे मैं उस विच भी थोड़ा बहुत थोड़ी गल्लां कर सकांगा। मिनिस्टर साहिबान और अज साडे इत्थे विराजमान सारे मेरे साथी और साडे पार्टी के सारे मेरे इधर सारे नहीं आ सके, कुछ दूजे कमरे दे विच भी ने। असी सारे उरे आए हैं इसलिए कि मैं बाहर जाने तो पहला जो मेरा थोड़ी स्पाइन की प्रॉब्लम सी, मैं सारे नाल विचार किए और सारे दे विचार से कि अगर अपने पंजाब का कोई भविख देखना है बढ़ता तो हुण समय आ गया कि आपां बीजेपी नाल मर्ज करिए। तो मैं उदों फिर लिख दिता सी प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब नूं, होम मिनिस्टर साहब नूं, नड्डा साहब नूं, सारिਆਂ ਨੂੰ कि मैं जाया वां, ऑपरेशन कराया वां और उस बाद मैं जब आऊँगा तो फिर मैं थोड़े नाल संपर्क जोड़ के उस तो बाद असीं थोड़े विच शामिल होवांगे। सारी पूरी संस्था जो साडी है जिन्हां दी विचारधारा इक्को ही है साडे वर्गी जो मैं अज गल कर रहे हैं। ये तो पहला कि मैं थोड़ियां गल्लां दो चार करां अपने साथी जिहड़े अज जुड़े ने उन्होंने बारे मैं थोड़ा थोड़ा बहुत दसदा क्योंकि तुसीं देख तां लिते कि साडे ते सरोपे पा दिते ने, लेकिन जिहड़े इन्हां दे गल्लां सीआं इन्हां ने अपनी अपनी पूरी पंजाब दे विच अपने जो भी इन्हां ने कारनामे कीते, जिहड़ी पार्टी च रहे, जिहड़ा कुछ उत्थे कार्रवाइयां कीतियां, जिथे बण के इधर पार्लीमेंट च आए या उत्थे MLA च रहे, वो मैं थोड़ा जिहा तुहानूं दसना चाहुंदा। मेरे नाल बैठे ने सर अमरीक सिंह जी आलीवाल, ये पार्लीमेंट दे विच 2 बार रहे, लोक सभा दे विच, और स्टेट प्रेजिडेंट रहे 10 साल लई अकाली दल यूथ दे। and he is also chairman.
Bhagwant Singh, former Punjab Chief Minister and long-time congressman, today merging his party, the Lok Congress, with the BJP. Let me go across to Maria Shakila, political editor. Maria, so while he did fight an alliance in the last Punjab elections along with the BJP, the fact that now he's joined the BJP and merged his party into it, and coming at a time when Rahul Gandhi is busy on his Bharat Jodo Yatra, how significant is this politically speaking?
Yes, and it was almost something that was in the offing. So, and I think this is linked to BJP's plan Punjab, because we saw Sunil Jakhar, a significantly important leader of Punjab Congress, join the BJP, and he's trying to play that role in establishing the BJP in many ways in the state of Punjab. The BJP now, after having ended its alliance with the Akalis a couple of years ago, now are looking at Punjab far more seriously. So far, they were piggy riding on Akalis, not looking at expanding their footprints. With Captain on board, although he's 80 years old and is looking at a fresh start in politics, the BJP will be looking at Punjab, particularly for 2024, far more seriously. And of course, it's a setback for Rahul Gandhi, but then Captain quit the Congress much before the Punjab elections, Zaka. But optic-wise, it sends a message that while Rahul Gandhi may be talking about Bharat Jodo, those who had been associated with his party once upon a time do not have any faith in him at all. And I think optics-wise, it doesn't mean well for Rahul Gandhi. And it is also coming at a time when several Congress units in multiple states have passed resolutions saying that Rahul Gandhi should become the next Congress president.
All right, Maria, we'll leave it at that. We'll see how the story plays out for Amrinder Singh, for the BJP's prospects in Punjab, and of course, what impact, if any, it may have on the Congress. All right, we're getting some breaking news from Bengaluru, where the aftermath of the floods was discussed today in the Assembly, and Chief Minister Bommai has assured action on the floor of the House. A task force will be formed to manage all rain-related issues. He's also given a commitment that there will be a separate grant in every year's budget to manage rain-related issues. Let me go across to Harish, who has more details on this. Remember, Bengaluru was flooded a couple of weeks back. There were large parts of the city that had come up in the last 15 to 20 years. The IT corridor, places around Marthahalli, the outer ring road, which were completely inundated and completely waterlogged. These were the nouveau-rich parts of town, the IT parks and so on, the new flats that had come up in the last couple of decades. All of that was completely drowned in water. And now the Chief Minister assuring on the floor of the House that there will be a separate budget to deal with this, as well as an inquiry which will have both judicial officers as well as technical experts to find out why there was this mass flooding in parts of Bengaluru. Let me go across to Harish, who has more details on this. Harish, so what else did the Chief Minister say, and was the opposition satisfied with the assurances he gave in the House today?
Well, the main grouse of the opposition has been that since Bommai took over as the Chief Minister, there has been not a single meeting about Bangalore's infrastructure, and none of these MLAs, remember, half of them from Bengaluru are from the Congress. None of them have been invited for a meeting with the Chief Minister. That has been their biggest grouse. Second, the government today tabled detail of the lakes that have been closed during Congress's regime. The Congress alleging that the BJP is not divulging details on the encroachment of stormwater drains that have happened in the last 15-18 years, when a significant amount of time was under BJP's tenure, either in the state government or in the BBMP, the local municipal body here. So the Congress alleging that the BJP is being very selective, even in divulging details to the floor of the House. And the other question is on what happened to crores of rupees that have been sanctioned over the last 2 years, nearly 350 crores just for the drains in the last 1 year or so for stormwater drains. The government saying that the Judicial Commission will also look into those details and ensure that it gives out a roadmap on how encroachments can be stopped.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Harish Upadhyay, many thanks for joining us. So the Chief Minister making assurances on the floor of the House, whether that will translate and how much of it will translate onto action on the ground, that we'll have to wait and see. That's a wrap. But Anusha joining you with the biggest exclusive in just a moment.
Good evening, hello and welcome to the special broadcast. I'm Anusha Suman. A press conference by Kerala Governor Arif Muhammad Khan has escalated the already simmering tensions between the Pinarayi Vijayan government in the state of Kerala and the Governor's office. Apart from rejecting about a dozen ordinances and orders, the governor clearly hinted today that he may not give assent to the two controversial acts that have been passed by the Assembly. That is the Lokayukt Amendment Bill and the University Laws Amendment Bill. Both these laws are the key flashpoints right now. As the tensions escalate between the office of the Chief Minister and the Governor's office, it's an intricate constitutional balance that has been thrown off. Is the elected government of the day justified in diluting the provisions of the Lokayukt Act, which has been instrumental in checking corruption? And to the Governor's office is an open press conference and stinging political allegations behove the office of the Governor. First up, a special report.
You can't shout me down. You can't shout me down. You can't shout me down.
Kerala Governor versus government fight has been reignited after Arif Muhammad Khan released what he called as evidence against Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. Arif Muhammad Khan claims that Chief Minister Vijayan had given specific instructions to not take police action against a protest against the governor at Kannur University back in 2019. This protest, according to Khan, was part of a conspiracy against him.
Whatever happened at Kannur happened in the presence of more than 100 police personnel. But in the same video you will see a senior functionary, political functionary, who now works in the office of the Chief Minister. He is preventing the police from acting. This is a cognizable offence. This is not non-cognizable.
To back these claims, Arif Muhammad Khan shared clippings of him being allegedly heckled by protesters at the university, showing people working for the Chief Minister, preventing the police from doing their duty.
Instead of doing anything for the people of Kerala, instead of developing the infrastructure, all their attention is focused on silencing those who differ with them. You are going to cut my powers? Who are you?
The LDF was quick to react to the governor's claims. They hit back at Khan, saying that the governor is having sudden outbursts and should act according to his age.
വിദ്യാഭ്യാസത്തിനനുസരിച്ചിട്ടുള്ള പാകതയും ഒരു ഭരണതന്ത്രജ്ഞൻ എന്നുള്ള നിലയിലുള്ള ഉത്തരവാദിത്വ ബോധവും ഒന്നും നിർവഹിക്കാതെ.
The CPIM even went on to say that the governor is an RSS man who just wants to target minorities.
ഒരർത്ഥത്തിൽ പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഗവർണർ RSSകാരനാണ്. അത് കേരളത്തിൽ അനുവദിക്കില്ല. കാരണം മതനിരപേക്ഷതയുടെ നാടാണ് കേരളം.
Now, this is not the first time that Kerala governor and the government have stood against each other. The fight is going on since 2019 when Arif Muhammad Khan was made the governor of Kerala. The biggest question now arises is who has really crossed the line? Bureau Report, CNN News 18.
Well, at the heart of this entire debate is the role of the office of the governor, which is a very coveted position under Indian constitution. Let's give you a perspective how the relationship between Arif Muhammad Khan, the governor appointed in 2019, and the Pinarayi Vijayan government has been for all these years. The key flashpoints. In 2020, the governor opposed the government resolution against the CAA. It was this year that the protests against the CAA had rocked the entire country and the assembly had passed the resolution. The governor alleges that the government is interfering in the appointment of the vice chancellors. The powers which have been endowed to the governor, he is not allowed to exercise those powers. The governor refuses to give nod to about 11 ordinances, and one of them was, of course, the ordinance pertaining to the Lokayukt Act, which has now been converted into a bill. 2022, the governor stayed the appointment of Priya Varghese in Kannur University, something that went to the High Court as well, and the High Court, of course, heard this entire matter. This was allegedly a person related to the left parties, and their appointment was bad in law. That's the argument. The government calls the Kannur University VC a CPIM goon. On the other side, the Chief Minister's officers said that they don't want the Sangh to interfere into the workings of the university. The face-off over the University Law Amendment Bill 2022, this once again, the panel of selection, the selection panel, which originally had about 3 members, that has been brought to 5 members, and the argument of the governor is that it unduly infringes upon the power of the governor and gives undue power to the state government. Who exactly is crossing the line in this intricate constitutional balance that should be there between the elected governor, government of the day, and the governor's office for a smooth functioning of a state law and order machinery and the state machinery overall? Clearly, that balance has been thrown off, and it doesn't seem to get any better. Let's take this question to our panel of guests who are joining us on the broadcast. We have Dr. K.S. Radhakrishnan, the spokesperson of the BJP, who will join us in just a few minutes from now. We also have Professor Dinesh Varshney, who is the leader of the CPI. He's also joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Biju Govind, who's from the Hindu, is also with us. Thank you both of you for joining us on the show. Professor Varshney, coming to you first. The governor today made some stinging allegations against the elected government of the day. And these allegations go at the heart of the functioning, the manner in which the present government is functioning. They're saying that you are diluting the powers of the governor, unduly infringing upon them, and more importantly, you're also refusing to take any kind of action. The government is refusing to take any kind of action against people who allegedly assaulted him back in 2019.
Okay, Anusha, let me have a point-wise rebuttal to what Mr. Arif Mohammed Khan has said today.
Sure.
First, Mr. Arif Mohammed Khan, the Honorable Governor of Kerala, should know the India has a parliamentary form of government, not the presidential form of government. The governor is just a constitutional head of the state. He is not the chief minister of the state. He has not been elected. He has been appointed by Honorable President of India on behalf of the President of India to look after the constitutional proprieties in the state, which he is always allowed to do. Number two, if a governor say a vice chancellor of the university, a goon, do you think is it an appropriate language? I don't approve it as a professor also. I don't approve it as a civil citizen also. Number three, if everybody in the world will laugh that Professor Irfan Habib attacked, now the video shows that which you have shown. He objected always in the academic bodies. The governor was bypassing the mandate where he been invited as a chief guest at the Indian History Congress at Kannur. There the delegates objected about his falsification of history. Today in the press conference also he said that this government is alluding the class enemies, all opposition. Opposition parties are not our class enemies. The class enemies of communists is the capitalism. That is how he did falsify the history at Kannur History Congress.
Professor Varshney, I have two very specific questions to ask you. Let's begin with the first question. You rightly said that the office of the governor is a very coveted position under the Indian Constitution. You're right, he's not the elected chief minister. He's supposed to uphold the constitutional propriety. While here's the argument. Here's the argument that Arif Mohammed Khan is making. Look at the Lokayukt Amendment Bill and the manner in which the powers of the Ombudsman has been diluted. In fact, this ordinance was once again renewed and the governor refused to sign it. The manner in which the present government has tried to dilute the provisions of the Lokayukt Act, is that really fair? Is that really something that behoved the government of the day? And is the governor not right in protecting the constitutional morality? For the simple reason that there should be checks and balances on the elected government of the day. And that's exactly what the mandate of governor under the constitutional scheme is.
Agreed, Anusha. I would like to know what is the laws for the Lokayukt and the BJP rule states. Let the BJP spokesperson quote those laws also.
And does that make your action any better? Because just a few seconds ago, we were talking about constitutional morality, sir. And you cannot have shifting goalposts of morality, Professor Varshney.
What we have done in the Lokayukta bill is the corrective measures, not reducing the power of the Honorable Lokayukta. And you know, corrupt, as per the Planning Commission, as per the Niti Ayog, Kerala is the least corrupt state in the country.
And I think one of the reasons could be because you had a very strong ombudsman. You are killing the reason now, aren't you?
Other state ruled by the BJP. We would like to know the level of
sir, this is what I don't understand. First, we begin by constitutional morality. First, we begin by great standards that you were talking for the left parties and how Kerala is different from all the states across the country. And the moment there is a question on the merits, the goalposts shift and you start comparing yourself to the BJP. You can either have one of them, you can't have both.
No. I'm not comparing with the BJP. I say, please let me know the laws regarding the Lokayukta and the BJP rule state. We have done a corrective measure. We have not diluted the power of the Lokayukta.
How is it corrective? Substantiate that argument. if the ombudsman and whatever the ombudsman really recommends is something which is up to the competent authority to accept or to not to accept, if it's against a sitting cabinet minister and the chief minister's office has the authority to decide, then how is the ombudsman really independent? You've made it subservient.
Look, no Lokayukta can be over than the Chief Justice of the Kerala, Honorable Kerala High Court. No Lokayukta can be more than the Chief Justice or the laws framed by the Honorable Supreme Court or the Parliament. One has to understand these things. If there is some discrepancies and the corrective measure, that has to be taken. And as it is a matter of the state, the university autonomies are maintained. The university autonomy, every appointment in the university is done by the selection committee, which has been appointed.
But you have the leaders of the left parties on record saying that the reason why you have increased the strength of the selection committee from 3 to 5 is because you don't want the Sangh interference. I want to also bring in Dr. K.S. Radhakrishnan into the discussion. Dr. Radhakrishnan, I want to take your view on this. The left parties have said that the governor somewhere is acting on behalf of the BJP. It's the Sangh propaganda which is being brought into the universities, and that's what the Kerala government or the left parties is trying to protect its universities from. Respond to that.
In spite of the political ramifications of the revelations made by the Honorable Governor of Kerala, I would like to confine on the constitutional and legal issues related to the incident. Being the head and chief protector of the Constitution of India, it is the duty of the governor to see that everything, that means legislature, executive, judiciary and military, are being functioned within the frames of the Constitution. And the primary duty of every constitutional authority is to protect the life and liberty of the people of that state. But unfortunately, the right to life and liberty of the governor himself has been brutally violated by a group of people who are headed by an academic, Irfan Habib, in the presence of the police officers, DIG, SP and SHO. The DIG, SP and SHO, they were there, and it was their primary duty to
Dr. Radhakrishnan, I have one very specific question to you, and I'd also request you to just fix your frame a little bit. We're not able to see you properly. The allegation is that somewhere the office of the governor, and this is an allegation, not something that I think is the reality, is the subterfuge, a political subterfuge for the BJP to run its propaganda. That's what the left parties are on record to say. Is that really something?
No, absolutely nonsensical. What is the role of BJP in making these legislations? There is not a single member of BJP in the assembly. The legislations have been made by the members of the assembly, and BJP is not there. And nobody asked the governor to protect the BJP interest in this context.
What about the governor meeting the RSS chief?
That is why the honorable governor.
What is wrong with it? What is wrong? No. Let me ask one question. What is wrong with it?
Governors
why
in the non.
Professor Varshney, I'll come to you. Professor Varshney.
No. Please.
No, you finish. Dr. Radhakrishnan, finish.
Is RSS a banned organization? Or the chief of that RSS person has been declared as a persona non grata or a person to be caught by the police?
That's a fair point. RSS is not a banned organization. What is the big deal if the governor met the chief?
No, it is part of his.
Professor Varshney, please go ahead.
Journalism. He is playing the game of the RSS, which cannot be allowed.
How is he playing the game of the RSS? Respond to that.
Baba, people attack the police station during this temple problem. The RSS, the Home Minister says every Supreme Court order is not to be accepted. They wanted to create a chaos in the Kerala. When the Minister of India says every order of the Supreme Court cannot be ordered. In the Sabrimala temple judgment in the Supreme Court. What do you mean by this thing? Are you more extra constitutional authority? We have again repeat, we are a parliamentary system of the government. We are not the presidential form of the government.
The governor cannot be a Pinarayi Vijayan. If governor wanted to be a Pinarayi Vijayan, let him contest an election in the Kerala and try to be a chief minister.
Srinivasan Krishnan, the spokesperson of the Congress party, is also with us on the broadcast. Mr. Krishnan, clearly the Congress party, the leading opposition alliance, is not happy, especially talking about those two contentious laws which have been passed on the floor of the House. What Mr. Arif Mohammad Khan said today, of course, it's not something that you would politically, really agree with, but does it resonate with what the opposition is really thinking right now?
First and foremost, let me tell you, it's a very pathetic political situation that has evolved in the state, where both the governor as well as chief minister, both of them are forgetting about the dignity of the post that they hold. These are constitutional posts, and the statements and the way they behave should always uphold the dignity. That's gone to the winds. It's extremely sorry, pathetic situation. They are fighting like cat and dog, like children. They are fighting the statement that they're issuing. Now, we, the Congress party, strongly feel that it's a political drama going on between the governor and the chief minister, between the CPM and the BJP to hoodwink the people of the state.
No, but what's your position on what Arif Mohammad Khan said and what the present government is saying, that the allegation of the present government that the governor is trying to interfere in the functioning of the universities and vice versa, and more importantly, the entire allegation of the left parties that somewhere Singh is trying to interfere. What is the stand of the Congress party?
Let me give you a clear answer. As far as the universities bill are concerned, it's a fact that whenever the left government comes to power, they fill up all posts with hardcore Marxist ideologies. That's the merit and the experience are not given any importance. And the wives and family members of the key people in the Marxist party and the left parties, they are appointed overlooking merit. So as far as the governor is concerned, his stance that he will not allow the dilution of the appointment process of the vice chancellor, the Congress party is with him. The Congress party is also with him on the issue of the Loka Ayuktha bill, which he said he will not be giving assent. The Loka Ayuktha bill, what a mockery they are doing. They themselves, the left government itself in 1999 brought in the Loka Ayuktha bill. You know, now the way they are amending it in such a way, the person who is accused himself will decide what punishment has to be given or whether punishment has to be given.
But Srinivasan, we had the BJP guest here saying, we had Dr. K.S. Radhakrishnan really saying that we are correcting the position. This is the correct position which should really exist.
One second there. As far as, I'll again once more come back. Give me 2 minutes time.
Sure.
As far as the Loka Ayuktha bill amendment, we are with the governor. We, in fact, the Congress party and the UDF walked out of the assembly when this bill was passed and the discussions were happening. You know what they are doing? Earlier, the Loka Ayuktha should be a former Chief Justice of the High Court or a Supreme Court. They are diluted to any judge of the High Court. Fine.
Yeah.
Second, earlier the Loka Ayuktha, if they pass an order, he can even give a direction to remove that person with a minister or a public servant. Now they have amended in such a way, if a stricture or something is passed by a Loka Ayuktha who is a former Supreme Court judge or a Chief Justice, the Assembly will decide. Assembly, the Chief Minister is there because he enjoys the majority of the Assembly.
So all the things that the Ombudsman earlier said were binding have been made, some kind of a recommendation that the government may or may not accept.
One second, they are basically striking at the root of the justice system, where the accused cannot decide what the punishment should be or whether he should be punished or not.
I will take that very specific point to the spokesperson present here, Professor Dinesh Varshney as well. But before that, Bijoji, I'm coming to you. When you see this standoff between Arif Mohammad Khan and the present government, it's not new. We have seen it earlier as well on multiple occasions happening in the state of Kerala. Which way this is really heading? Because we have seen such flashpoints, say in West Bengal as well. But here, Arif Mohammad Khan, this is not a personality clash. He's talking about certain laws. There's substance to his argument, especially the manner in which this entire Loka Ayuktha Amendment Bill has been passed, the contentious provisions of the bill. Does it really resonate with the people? Because the left parties say we are the government for the people, pro-poor, non-capitalist. Then why are you trying to protect the corrupt?
Actually, we need to look into this public spat between the governor and the chief minister into various angles. The first one is that the relationship, what do you call the governor and the government, it has been sweeping over a year on various issues. But now it is a new law. and possibly it has hit the bottom. And we should also think that we should also acknowledge that unlike the past governors in Kerala, the present governor, Arif Mohammed Khan, is also a shrewd politician, and he means business. Whether it is led by the LDF government or the second government led by the
Bijuji, where this is headed, where do we really see the end of it, so to speak? Because as you're rightly saying, it has only gone worse.
Yeah, that's right. But the beauty of the constitution is that there are specific powers for the governor. There are specific powers for the chief minister. In fact, even the governor can go to the court on these contentious issues, which he is opposing. But it is unprecedented that the governor has come out in the open after raising so many issues. It is also unprecedented that there is that a vice chancellor is reappointed. And the governor himself has raised the serious areas in the History Congress. That's a very serious issue. But in fact, we should also come to the point that the governor is also in the wrong when he stated that he had endorsed the government's decision to reappoint the vice chancellor.
He made that statement.
That is also a different thing.
He made that statement. Professor Varshney, I'm coming back to you. Let's talk about the Lokayukt Amendment Bill, and that's one thing that your political opponents from the Congress Party and the BJP have spoken about. What is the reason that you've diluted this bill? How is it that by the dilution of this bill, you're going to achieve any aims of a good governance? You said that the corruption in the state of Kerala is much, much low compared to various other states. By various governance standard and social indexes, the state of Kerala is doing wonderfully well. Then when you had a robust system in place, which was brought in earlier by your own party when in power, why are you diluting it? What's the reason?
Look, we are not diluting. We had made certain corrective measures.
How is it corrective, sir? I'm sorry I'm interrupting you that way, but you said that these are corrective measures. Explain to me logically, how is it corrective? When the power of an ombudsman become recommendatory in nature, not really binding, when the competent authority, quote unquote, under the amendment law is free to accept the recommendation of the ombudsman, or isn't there a direct conflict of interest?
No. Look, always the recommendatory nature is there among those trustees which are appointed by the others. You cannot go over and above the elected governments other than in the Honorable High Courts and the Supreme Court. You cannot. So you have to have the corrective measures. Unfortunately, as governor is behaving like a BJP spokesperson in the Kerala, why these governors are not behaving like a BJP spokesperson in the BJP rule?
Well, sir, you may have a political point to make and you're free to make that political point, but you have not answered me on substance. If you're saying that these are corrective measures, you're actually telling me that something unconstitutional existed in the state of Kerala all this while, and your government really never corrected it.
No. Look. One particular time may not come into your eyes or your sight at one particular moment. It may come into later. So as and when it comes, you have to go do it. You see, situation changes. No law is static. No law can be static. Law is always lubricated. It should be lubricant. So how laws are has to be understood in perspective. It cannot be understood in the static manner. Try to understand philosophically the formation of laws.
Well, sir, philosophically, I do understand the formation of laws, but what is rather more important is that when the laws are implemented, are you really pursuing the cause of public good? And that is a question that any journalist should be asking. Are you really protecting the public good, or you're protecting the corrupt, sir?
Everybody knows that the Kerala government, the left-front government in the Kerala is protecting the public goods at all levels. We are not corrupt. Even Niti Aayog said that the Kerala is the best governed state with the least corruption.
Because you had a law like that. Because you had a law like that, which you've diluted.
Rule states, many of the BJP rules. Just see the Ration Ghotala in Madhya Pradesh.
That doesn't answer my question. I will go to Dr. K.S. Radhakrishnan. Dr. Radhakrishnan, it's only fair I ask you this question because that's what Professor Varshney also said that the governor is acting on behalf of the union government. It's the agenda of the BJP which he's running. He doesn't really have a substantial argument to make. It's a political agenda he's pursuing. Respond to that.
Yeah. Okay, ma'am. The governor said only two things. Number one, the chief minister should not be his own judge. Number two, the academic and administrative autonomy of the universities cannot be forfeited. If these two as are the concern of the central government, yes, governor tries to protect the concerns of the central government. If these two things are the basic tenets to be preserved in a state that is being ruled by the Constitution of India, then the governor is committed to the Constitution of India. And my good friend from the Leicester has said that this government is free from corruption. Unfortunately, I think that he is not concerned with the gold smuggling allegations, the money laundering allegations,
Sanjay, I'm coming to you.
and the allegations related to the other aspects. There are n number of allegations and which are being inquired.
Srinivasan Krishnan, I'm coming to you. In all likelihood, if the governor refuses to sign two bills, the convention demands that if it's passed once again by the assembly, he has to sign it. But as the principal opposition party in the state, are you open to take this battle to the courts and challenge the constitutionality of these bills?
To whom is that question addressed to?
Srinivasanji, I'm talking to you.
See, basically, this is there's absolutely no doubt of the fact about that. If this is taken to a court, it will be seen as ultra wise, and the Supreme Court will going to strike it down. There's absolutely no doubt about it. This whole thing is a farce. How can as I said initially, how can when a chief minister is indicted, a chief minister who enjoys the majority in the assembly, that assembly MLAs will decide? Yeah, this is a total farce. Then repeal the whole thing. Why have a farce like this on the people of the state? You yourself brought in, now you are amending, then repeal and revoke. We don't say that we require any judiciary. We don't require anybody to look into our affairs. We are very honest people. We don't require police or judiciary. This is a farce being played on the state. And we are with the governor 100% as far as his stand on Lokayukta is concerned. This will be ultra wise of the constitution and it will be strike down. So he should not give any assent for that. No doubt about it. Okay. As far as the education bill is concerned, education bill, give me one time. It's a question of between the devil and the deep sea. Now, the left front says, in the selection committee for the Vice Chancellor, if only 3 nominees are there, one will be that of the UGC, other one will be that of the governor. So, both of them will be Sangh Parivar nominees, and what like so the Sangh Parivar and the Bharatiya Janata Party is not doing it, they'll hijack it. Now, when the majority is given with the left, as they have been doing always, they'll fill up with the Marxist ideologies. So it's a question of devil and the deep sea, and what suffers is the autonomy of the higher education system and the quality of the higher education.
Bijuji, I have one last minute which I'm going to give you. I want to understand from you, especially when it comes to the Lokayukta Amendment Act. Yeah. Is this issue really going to resonate with the people of Kerala, keeping in mind that the allegation here is that the government somewhere is trying to protect the corrupt? Bijuji.
100%. This has been brought in just to protect because.
I've taken your point, Srinivasanji. Bijuji, please go ahead.
See, the Lokayukta Amendment Bill, even if it is passed, I don't know whether it will stand the scrutiny of law. It may be challenged in the High Court. Okay. One thing. Secondly, the electorate has given an overwhelming mandate to the LDF government, especially the Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, who is very popular also, in fact. And that made his second coming. But I don't know how people are going to take in the how people take this. Okay. Because Kerala is very politically and religiously conscious.
Right.
And
well, sir, I only hope that these friction points between the governor and the state machinery, the chief minister's office, don't throw off the intricate balance we have. Because if you look at constitutional precedents, it hasn't really done any kind of service to the state. And of course, the issues concerning public welfare and good, like the alleged dilution of the Lokayukta Amendment Act, should be open for a wider public debate as well. I thank all my guests and panelists for joining us on the broadcast. Shifting to some breaking news coming in. And the Enforcement Directorate has finished the questioning of KPCC President D.K. Shivakumar. The Karnataka Pradesh Congress President has denied money laundering allegations by the probe agencies. Remember, right now he's being probed by the Enforcement Directorate for certain money laundering allegations. The word coming in from D.K. Shivakumar.
money laundering case, definitely they have power. But what is the money laundering I have done? That also have to be, they have investigated in detail. Surprisingly, they have asked me about the payment from one of my trusts, from me and my brother to Young India. So I have asked for a time.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching Plain Speak with me, Shivani Gupta. In the long line of political and physical face-offs between the TMC-led Bengal government and the BJP-led central government comes another chapter today, with the state government passing a resolution in assembly against central agencies alleging misuse against political rivals. It's not surprising this is happening in West Bengal, where multiple state ministers have been arrested in scam probes. Even the number 2 of the party, Abhishek Banerjee, Mamata Banerjee's nephew, is facing investigations. This resolution per se doesn't really amount to much. It's symbolic. But the TMC, remember, is not alone. Virtually all opposition parties have accused the centre of using these agencies selectively. For example, DK Shivakumar was called for questioning today in Delhi by the ED at a time when the Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra is on in southern India. It's also worth noting, though, the Congress accuses the TMC of the same scams as the agencies do in Bengal. The Congress, for example, has even backed probes against the Aam Aadmi Party in the national capital. But individually, all of these opposition parties claim political vendetta on any case that is against them. The larger question is, can opening up a front against the agencies themselves ever be a good defense against scams and alleged corruption? That's the big debate coming up in just a bit. First up, let me break down a little bit more of what the resolution moved by the TMC today and passed by the government says. It says that the agencies are carrying out probes in an impartial manner. That, of course, as I mentioned, most opposition parties say. Only MLAs of the ruling party in this case, TMC in Bengal, are being targeted, but the agencies are exhibiting soft attitude towards the MLAs and the leaders of the BJP. The resolution also goes on to say that the agencies are creating an atmosphere of terror in the state. That might be a little too far-fetched, but they're saying that this is resorting to vindictive politics in an undemocratic manner, and there are one-sided probes that are going on which are detrimental to the country's democracy. This is one in long line of state versus centre battles as well, so the issues of federalism, etc. come into play. Now, the corruption-free image of Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has taken a hit after back-to-back graft charges on sitting ministers and close aides, and this is perhaps why the TMC is rattled by these probes by the central agencies. Remember, ex-TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee, piles of cash were recovered from his close aide Arpita's property in the SSE scam. TMC's Birbhum district president and strongman Anubrata Mondal has been arrested. To another minister recently, Maloy Ghatak, whose houses were raided by the CBI in connection with the coal scam. And that's the scam in which nephew Abhishek Banerjee is also being questioned. There have, of course, been cases like Narda and Sharda in the past as well. While the ED cannot be legally stopped from conducting any probe anywhere in the country, the CBI can. The most serious issue than resolutions then becomes the withdrawing or not giving general consent to the CBI to conduct probes. Let's take a look at the states that have not given this general consent or have withdrawn it in recent times. And there are some states where the BJP is in power in coalition or otherwise. So there's Mizoram, there's West Bengal that already doesn't allow or hasn't given general consent to the CBI. There's opposition rule Chhattisgarh, another Congress rule state Rajasthan, till recently an alliance, opposition alliance rule states in Maharashtra, opposition rule state in Kerala, opposition rule state in Jharkhand, till recently with Congress, now with the Aam Aadmi Party, Punjab, and even the northeast state of Meghalaya, where BJP also has issues with its local partners there. So these are all states that either are blocking CBI probes or have never given permissions, the general consent for CBI to probe any matter. So the big debate that's coming up today with this resolution in Bengal Assembly against central ministers, is this an attempt by the TMC to play victim when it's actually scam heat against them? More in just a bit.
कोई लीगल कस्टडी नहीं है, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन प्रोविजन भी नहीं, ये भाषणबाजी है।
Guests are joining us on the big debate today. Meeta Chakrabarti is from the Congress Party. Manojit Mandal is from the TMC. I'm also joined by AC Singh, former Deputy Legal Advisor of the ED, a central agency, and Som Mandal, who's an advocate based in West Bengal. Manojit Mandal, is the TMC already in power in West Bengal trying to play victim with this resolution? Ultimately, these probes are taking place, many of them after legal sanctions from the Calcutta High Court. On what basis are you alleging that all of them are a figment of somebody's imagination? Because that's the only defense you can make to pass such a resolution.
Both Sharda and Narda are also, the investigation into Sharda and Narda are also been conducted because of the Supreme Court's direction. Whereby we see only the TMC leaders, despite the fact that many of the BJP leaders, including the leader of the opposition, are named in the FIR, they are being absolutely left free by the ED and CBI. So when you talk about the legal sanction of these court-monitored investigation, whatever, it must be applicable to both the political parties and the accused. Simply because Shubhendu Adhikari is in BJP, Hemanta Biswa Sharma is now in BJP, you cannot go after them. And there lies the question of taking such a resolution. We are targeting the ED and CBI for an partial, biased, and evidently vindictive investigation carried out against only the TMC leaders in these two cases, both of which are investigated into because of the direction from the Supreme Court.
No, but is that a defense for what your current leaders are doing? And mind you, the allegations against the likes of Shubhendu Adhikari are still from when they were in TMC governments, not from when BJP was in power, right? So I'm not understanding how that makes you look good. Ultimately, if Shubhendu Adhikari, you're saying, was corrupt or allegedly corrupt, that was when you were in power or when he was with you.
I'll tell you. Our stand is absolutely clear. An individual is even distantly found to be corrupt, action must be taken against him or her. And we have taken action against Partha Chatterjee, despite the fact that he is not even charge sheeted. Today he was charge sheeted.
Yes.
So apparently our action, our removal of Partha Chatterjee both from the party and from the cabinet, now apparently it was absolutely right. So if an individual like Shubhendu Adhikari, even at that point of time when he was in TMC, the charge sheet would have been filed, would have taken action.
No, but the question I'm asking you is not about action. The question I'm asking you, and Shatarupa of the BJP is also joining us. The question I'm asking you, Manojit Mandal, is if you are claiming that that somebody else is also corrupt, so please, find them first and then come to us. That's not a legal defense, right? You know that.
Yeah, we are not.
The fact that you're saying that others are not being, investigated is not a defense for those from your party or government who are currently under investigation.
First of all, we are not defending any court person. We are exposing the events as unfolded because of the ED's investigation and their failure in investigating impartially.
Okay, so you're saying impartiality is the biggest thing.
That's why the resolution was warranted. Had the ED or CBI been doing their job impartially without even likelihood of bias, forget about likelihood of bias. There are two legal luminaries. They understand what I mean by likelihood of bias. Forget about likelihood of bias. They are evidently biased for the BJP leader and against the TMC leader. And there lies the question of such a resolution.
Okay, so you're saying we are not defending the charges against our own leaders. What we are saying is, why is there no visible action against the leaders of the BJP currently? Right? Impartiality is what you're talking about. All right, Manojit, just yield the floor for 1 second. Som Mandal is joining us. He's an advocate from West Bengal. Mr. Mandal, I find it interesting that all of this is said in TV studios or in TV debates. But literally nobody goes to court and says this against the ED, which just goes on to show this is not a defense at all.
Well, I think, Shivani, first of all, good evening to you and the viewers. I think the main problem is TMC is trying to shy away from investigation. They have been, trying to defend their leaders, and the only way that they could defend their leaders is to take the general permission from the investigation. I think that's how the resolution they have passed this resolution. If you see most of the, as you said in the beginning of your show, that most of the non-central, non-BJP government have done this. It's absolutely true that most of the opposition always use this as a tool to stop investigation by the CBI against them. This is how they do it, and one of the reasons why there is no rule of law, the courts have to intervene in these cases, and as you have seen in West Bengal, in most cases the court actually then directs CBI investigations to take place, and based on which the CBI comes and does the investigations.
Manojit, you want to respond to that? That's precisely ultimately the question.
First
that
of all,
most of these probes are being ordered by the court. You are certainly not suggesting that there is some vast proof against the current BJP leaders which were previously with you, but the court is not ordering those probes. Are you saying that?
The court does not make an investigation. Court doesn't descend from their chair to make investigation. It is the job of the investigative agency, right? Even if we go to the court, you are suggesting the court will direct the investigative agency. So now it is the prerogative of the investigative agency to do the investigation fully impartially, which they are not doing evidently. Coming back to the issue of law and order that one of the advocates apparently was trying to make. What happened when Partha Chatterjee was arrested? What happened when one of the most popular leaders of Bengal, Mr. Anubrata Mandala, was arrested? Nothing. Nothing happened. And when you arrested people belonging to the ruling party in Bengal and you are leaving the others out, people will raise questions. People representatives are bound to raise questions. That's what we are raising in the assembly, because Mamta Di stood for raising question against any kind of injustice. If there are evidences against any person, go after them, probe them. Though despite the fact that the conviction rate of ED especially is abysmally low, not even 0.5%. But look at the amount of raids in the last 6-7 years. But it went up to 2,600%.
Okay, so they are very active. Is that a crime in itself? No. That they're very active? So be it. One could also argue that earlier the government and the central was not that keen on fighting corruption. The current government is. Mr. Mondal wants to come in.
There is no rule of law, and there is so much of corruption. There is nothing being done by the TMC government. That is one of the reasons why the people of Bengal has to depend on the courts.
I'm really astounded that an advocate is talking on without any basis of data and evidence.
But it's the truth, no, Manojit. You look at from last year when the new government was formed. From post-poll violence to corruption cases, everything is having to be mandated by the court.
There is no data required, Manojit. There is no data required. It's all apparent here. There is no data that is required to be shown. If there is corruption, it is coming out. The court is looking at the data. The court is looking at the data. We don't need to look at it. The general public and general advocates can't have the data.
I'll run down this advocate in a moment. He's an advocate, I know, because I argue with him. What you did in the Shraddha case in the last 7-8 years, you arrested 3 or 4 of our leaders, including one of the very important leaders, Sudip Bandyopadhyay, who was in jail because of cheat fund cases. What happened? Any conviction? Any charge sheet? What happened to Madan Mitra? He was arrested. These are only malicious, frivolous charges that you bring, and you just set the investigative agency
those investigations are going on. Those investigations going on.
I hope, sir, you don't behave in this way in a court of law. My learned friend, this is my time.
What do you mean by don't behave? We always
Okay, let's get on, and Manojit, finish your point, please.
Barging like that in a court of law. You don't barging like that. This is not the way of arguing. I have listened to you. Let me run you down.
Okay, please go ahead. Go ahead.
When I talk about law and order, your men 2 days back came to the streets of Kolkata and hit the police officers.
Okay, first of all, Manoj, don't address everybody as your men. Okay, that's not fair either. You're talking about BJP men. Please name them as BJP men. You don't need to talk to me or our panelists as your men and your women.
I'm not calling him out. I'm just saying that your
No, but don't do that, please. The other day you did that with me also. I'll have to call you out on that. Shatarupa of the BJP is joining us. 1 second, our guests have not spoken. 1 second. Shatarupa, the point also is against these central agencies mounted investigations that they don't get anywhere. I mean, Manojit Mandal is raising the point in Sharda, in Narda. What is the conclusion? How long are these cases going to be dragged out? Then ultimately the question will arise that when it is politically, opportunistic for you, by you I mean the BJP, you mount an investigation against somebody, you do a raid, you arrest them or take them into custody. It is all very nicely timed.
No, this is a complaint that we've been hearing from, I don't know, since time immemorial. Firstly, let me please clarify that I do not represent the ED or the CBI or any of the central agencies. I represent the BJP, so I will talk from the BJP stand. As far as today is concerned, today the West Bengal government in the Vidhan Sabha tried to pass a resolution against the functioning of the ED and the CBI and the other central agencies, claiming exactly what Manojit Mandal in a sing-song manner is claiming, and what you have just said, that the central agencies are biased in their nature. And yes, there was a huge ruckus, there was a huge opposition from our from the MLAs that we have in the Vidhan Sabha. Now, in the Vidhan Sabha, rather than commenting on the issues, the Honorable Chief Minister got personal, there's a very, she made comical statements about the leader of opposition, and she tried to get very personal, and rather than focus on the issue as usual, they went round in circles. Having done that, coming back to the statement that you were making and what the other learned friend was making, that actually West Bengal government or Tamil is not really interested in either defending or protesting about their own leaders. Here, Manojit Mandal, when I was coming there, was claiming that the most popular leader in Bengal, Anubrata Mandal, still claim that Anubrata Mandal is supposed to be a hero. He is to be welcomed, given a hero's welcome, according to the Chief Minister.
But Shatarupa, you didn't answer my question.
I mean, they're going round
I get
and round
it. I get your back and forth with the TMC. This is frankly not a news story because Congress has also alleged the same thing. You didn't answer my question. Are the questions or the doubts over the investigations not fair? If you were being raided one after the other, but none of the cases ever reach a conclusion, wouldn't you say the same?
How will I answer that, you tell me? I don't represent the central agencies. You're keeping on and on asking me the same question.
So you are saying you have nothing to do with the pace or the timing of these investigations or raids?
No, I cannot answer for the central agencies at all. We are a national party. We are running the country now. But unfortunately, central agencies run on their own wings.
Okay. Meeta Chakrabarti of the Congress is also joining us. I'm not sure she'll buy your argument because look at what has happened today. The Bharat Jodo Yatra of the Congress is going on and DK Shivakumar conveniently gets called to Delhi by the ED in a case that has been dragging on for years. Meeta.
Yes. Firstly, good evening to all your viewers. Good evening to all your viewers. And I just need to make 3 points and I'll substantiate each point with data. Firstly, we are seeing a situation where ED and CBI have become frontals of the BJP ruling party. And why do I say that? Number one, in the past 8 years, we see more than 3,000 raids have been conducted. Yet, we see a dismal conviction rate of around 0.5%. So raids are being conducted, a media trial is being held, a perception is being created in large sections of media that BJP is on a crusade against corruption. However, there is no fact-finding that is happening. Cases are going on, dragged, investigation is being dragged over years, and yet we do not have any conviction that the guilty is not getting punished and people are being unnecessarily targeted and harassed. Number two, why do I say that ED and CBI have become frontals of the BJP? When we see a Hemant Vishwa Sharma, who was, according to BJP, mind you, the chief accused on water supply scam, when we see a Shubhendu Adhikari, who was seen on camera taking a bribe, taking money, crossing over to BJP, when we see a Narayan Rane crossing over to BJP, when we see a Yedurappa, the former chief minister who had spent time in the jail of the BJP party, we see that the ED and CBI are dragging their feet, no investigation taking place,
Okay,
no charge
fair
sheet
enough.
being filed,
Manojit
no
made
follow-up
the
happening.
same charge, but
and
can
yet,
I
we
just
see that ED and CBI are being selectively used against people of opposition
parties.
and there are only two targets.
But let me
One
also
is to
say
use them
that in
as
a lot
tools
of these
political
cases, it's not
negotiation.
like, when you talk about conviction rate, it's not like those accused have even been let off. So let's not talk in half numbers, and charge sheets are being filed. No, the fact that those cases drag on is also the condition of our legal judicial system. That's not the matter only for ED and other corruption cases. But can I just point out, Meeta ji, I'll take 30 seconds, you come in after that.
Which goes on for 20, 30 years.
Yeah, that's the matter of our legal judicial system. That's not
20, 30 years.
That's not that's not singular only to corruption cases. But a 14,500 page charge sheet has indeed been filed against Partha Chatterjee and Arpita. 6 entities allegedly were used for money laundering. 5 are private companies, 1 is a partnership firm. There are details being given of what each person had under their name in terms of wealth and assets. So it's not like this is all hawabazi either. But we have a former legal advisor of the ED also joining us.
My 30 seconds, please.
Yeah, okay, Meeta, go ahead.
My turn?
Okay, Meeta, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So my point is, when we see ED and CBI being selectively used, either as tools of political negotiation, we have seen what has happened in Maharashtra, to topple democratically elected governments, or we see that ED and CBI are being used as tools of intimidation to silence the voices of opposition, then as a political organization, we do have a problem, and we are well within our rights to raise opposition, to give a voice to that problem.
Okay.
We do not have a problem with corrupt people being investigated, but we have a problem in the selective utilization of ED and CBI in treating them as frontal BJP ruling party.
I get it. Let me take that to the former legal advisor, former deputy legal advisor with the ED, AC Singh. Mr. Singh, I believe you've served with the ED for a very long time. You're a legal expert as well. These charges that come in from the opposition today, that there is selectivity. That's the main premise. That you see that there are charges in the past against leaders who were with other parties. Today they're with the BJP. Those cases are not being pursued with the way, in the manner, the way the cases are being pursued, for example, against TMC ministers today. How do you respond to that as a former advisor of the ED?
Madam, first of all, I would like to tell to all the persons who are sitting there and all the viewers that ED is something rather altogether different agency from CBI, because I have worked for a long time also in CBI as a special public prosecutor. So far as CBI is concerned, it requires sanction of the state government under Section 6 and Section 3 of the Delhi Police Establishment Act 1947. Whereas, you must have heard that some states, they withdrew the sanction and they said that CBI will not be allowed to investigate in their respective states. But so far as PMLA, Prevention of Money Laundering Act is concerned, Madam, the most important thing is that this act has been enacted as per advice of United Nations, and all the member countries are required to adhere, required to enact anti-money laundering law. So therefore, when in 2005 this act was enacted, at that point of time, if you remember, that there used to be this Jammu and Kashmir, they have their own laws. But
sir, I'm sorry, I'm running out of time. I'm bringing you back to the subject. I'm not really getting into the powers of the ED. I mentioned myself that the ED cannot be stopped from conducting an investigation anywhere in the country.
Let me, please.
Yeah, but sir,
please,
is it
when
you hear from opposition leaders that there is selectivity, do you feel that that charge is worthy?
Madam, I don't think these charges are worth mentioning, because of the reason that you must have seen that in the Partha Chatterjee and that lady, the ED people have recovered 50 crore
In
rupees.
cash, yeah.
How that money has come? And the ED can investigate only in those circumstances when a scheduled offence has been committed. Whether that is being investigated by CBI or local police, EOW or whatever it is, or Lokayuk police. But there must be a scheduled offence, and if scheduled offence is there, the ED gets power to investigate the offence of money
I get that,
laundering.
sir. The issue is not their power. The issue is, are these agencies being misused? I have 30 seconds, please.
Yeah, I am telling you how it is wrong to say that these agencies are being misused because of the reason that they, under the law, my learned advocate who is sitting there, if they find that it is all vindictive, they could have approached to High Court under section 482 CRPC and get the matter quashed.
And yet none of these cases have been quashed.
None of these persons.
Yeah, that goes for the cases against the Gandhis, that goes for the cases against the other leaders. Manojit, I have 10 seconds left. You want to respond to that? Ultimately, the public will ask you the question, एक तो ये पैसा निकल कहाँ से रहा है लोगों के घर से? Right? All of these properties of Anubrata Mondal that also have come to light. I don't think anybody is looking innocent here. And secondly, then why don't they act if they believe that their cases are vindictive?
At all, because all these leaders have
been please, this is my turn, sir.
Yeah, Manojit,
have some patience. इससे ज्यादा पैसा निकल ला सकती है पहले तो रेड करो शुभेंदु अधिकारी के घर पे. And in the same FIR, sir, the ED advocate or former advocate was talking about, in the same FIR where he is named, you arrested 3 persons and you let off this person. Is this it is impartial investigation? What are you talking about? 3 of our leaders have passed away after the investigation. Sultan Ahmed, Tapas Pal, and another one. They passed away after the investigation. Subrata Mukherjee, very senior minister, very respected leader of this state, who was 78 years old man. He was arrested last year on the day of filing the charge sheet. What are you talking about?
Okay,
Is this impartial investigation?
Final 20 seconds. I've run out of time. Manojit, please, Chaturupa, 20 seconds.
You see, they're more concerned about other people. What they don't want to understand is that here Undoyon or development is sprouting from people's rooms and underneath people's. So that's forgivable. They are more concerned about Shubhendu. They have a 1-point single agenda. Shubhendu Adhikari, Shubhendu Adhikari. Why? Because Shubhendu Adhikari dared to defeat Mamata Banerjee. The point here which the gentleman is making and what you very clearly said, today the CBI has listed a chart, See, he has no patience, but he expects other people to have patience. He's going to do a sing-song every time. Today, 103 crore property
I showed you how does it feel when you
Manojit, not like this, please. Since you don't like being interrupted, please don't do that. I'm running out of time. Chaturupa, please finish your sentence.
Yeah, I'm just going to finish in half a second. So they have been, it's not that the CBI and ED are not doing anything. Every financial case, I mean, if it's a financial accusation, it takes time to build up. So they are building it up, and then there are
We'll see if any of the leaders who have come into the BJP from other parties have cases that actually go on against them. That is the test that the agency at the central government has today. I leave it at that. I've run out of time. I do thank all of our guests for joining us. I have to slip into a very short break. On the other side, we'll get to the other big debate. Are Congress presidential elections coming up turning into a farce? Why? We'll get you more in just a bit.
Like anyone else. I wonder if there's a stretch here, but I'm sure there isn't. Sairam Ramesh, welcome to the show.
That makes 2 of us.
I beg your pardon?
I never promised you a rose garden. I mean, we both have the same name, Sai and Sai.
Oh, we could go on in Simon and Garfunkel. We could go on. I mean, there's so much we could do. Huh? Sayonara, end the interview right now. Yeah? Sai. I mean, no, boss. I guess so. So let's ask you this. Is the Yatra your brainchild? You're the master strategist.
I will answer it in this way. Does spring turn into summer? Does force into mass equal acceleration? Does Iago manipulate Desdemona's death through Othello's own hands?
Wow. What happened to a simple yes or no?
How innocent of you. A yes or no can never be called a simple option. It is in fact the most difficult and complex thing of all answers to give. Now bear in mind, I'm a true blue, dyed-in-the-wool congressman.
Yes, you will never be forgotten, I can promise you that. Which means?
Which means the answer to all and any questions is maybe.
But you can't use that always. What if the question is, what color is your shirt? I mean, then you can't say maybe, right?
And then again, maybe I can answer maybe. See what I just did?
Maybe?
Good boy. Now, let's get on with this interview. Huh?
Sairam. I'm saying it 3 times, I don't have a question. I do have a question. Sairam, the CPIM, somebody Google the party, it is still there, is making fun of the fact that you do 18 days in a small state like Kerala, but only 2 days in the biggest state, the most important state from an election winning point of view, UP.
If I gave you a 20-day holiday in Kerala and UP, how would you divide that holiday?
Yeah, I guess I just hop over from Lucknow. So yeah, it would be probably 19.5 days in Kerala. Fair enough, you got me there. Frankly, you are right. Yes, okay.
Besides, CPIM has a membership of just 9 people. You can't take them seriously. Commenting on Congress policies is like Neville Chamberlain coming back from the Munich Treaty saying he had secured world peace.
Well, on paper he had. I don't dispute that. He had. It's just that Hitler went against his word and decided to carry on with the Sudetenland and then Poland. We are both into World War II, but so that's not this show. Can't dispute your logic, Sairam. Another criticism is on one hand, you guys want the regional parties to be in the driving seat, but yet Rahul Gandhi is always at the helm of the actual walk. He is the leader.
That is because he has got the latest Apple technology. His Wi-Fi never drops, so better to have him in the lead. But regional leaders will continue to work as subordinates. I mean, co-drivers. We are caring, sharing, and pairing.
Unbelievable. I mean, from Othello and Shakespeare to World War II and Neville Chamberlain, and then suddenly you go into sharing, pairing, and caring. It just gotta come down. Speaking of the poll position, sir, lots of confusion on who is the actual leader of the combined opposition. I mean, who will be, in essence. So there's Mamta, there's a possibility of Nitish Kumar, Hemant Soren, Sharad Pawar.
See, we will use this opportunity to find our unified leader.
Unified leader, but can you be more specific?
Maybe. No. I will tell you.
Yes, please.
This walk is for 150 days. At the end, Mamta, Nitish, Hemant, Sarji, whoever they are, they will all have a fair crack. But the Yatra will give us our leader.
But the Yatra will give us our leader, you say. I don't follow.
After 150 days of walking, whoever is still standing will be the unified opposition leader.
So Rahul Gandhi.
Maybe. Did Don Bradman average 99.94 in his test cricket? Is a Vucella my favourite Neapolitan aria? Was Ernest Rutherford the first to split the atom in 1938? Can you actually tell me, Choli ke piche kya hai?
About the Choli ke piche kya hai, I'd like to not answer that question. The others I can actually answer. I would like to also say that, sir, and I mean this kindness of my heart with utmost respect, you don't look like a walker yourself.
Not very far, otherwise I would have reached the barber's shop.
The Bharat Jodo Yatra is on its 18-day Kerala leg right now. Wait, hang on. Because of some older congressman, it might become 19 days. I mean, how?
Welcome back. Ahead of the upcoming polls to elect a new Congress president, 7 Congress state units have passed resolutions urging Rahul Gandhi to become the next chief. The former Congress chief left his position, remember, in 2019 after the general elections debacle and has been categorical in not wanting the post again. But it seems Congress state units are finding it hard to move beyond him. This also comes at a time when, from Shashi Tharoor to Manish Tiwari, many senior Congress leaders are coming out in the open seeking free and fair Congress president polls. Shashi Tharoor, in fact, who's expected to be one of the contenders for the top job, met Congress interim chief Sonia Gandhi today. This happened shortly after giving his public approval to a petition seeking reforms in the party. Meanwhile, BJP has lashed out at the Congress, saying there's no point in having polls if it's all about parivar and not performance. The Congress president elections are set to take place on October 17th and the results are supposed to be announced on October 19th. Remember, for the past 24 years, the presidency of the Indian National Congress has remained within the Gandhi family, while the BJP, in comparison, for example, has had 10 different party presidents in the same period. So with the Congress presidential polls being under the scanner, it is also coming at a time when many rebels in the state are pushing for reforms. They're asking for things like one person, one post, one family, one ticket. These are all resolutions that the Congress itself had made, but had actually given exemptions to the Gandhi family. They also want 50% of the seats to leaders aged below 50. They also want term limits for electoral and party positions. One such petition has been backed, for example, by Shashi Tharoor. Earlier, he was also one of those leaders who had come out and backed the publication of the electoral roll so that everybody knows who are the ones who nominate and who are the ones who are going to vote. But is that transparency coming forward? The big question, after all that has gone down about its elections and the president being elected, some names being thrown around, is the Congress back to the old raga that only Rahul Gandhi can become the next president?
देखिए, समस्त कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ताओं का तो ये बरसों से एक इच्छा है कि राहुल गांधी जी पार्टी की बागडोर संभाले, क्योंकि वही एक व्यक्ति है जो नरेंद्र मोदी की आंखों में आंखें डाल के पूछ सकते हैं कि हिंदुस्तान की 100 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर जमीन चीन के कब्जे में कैसे है.
Elections are only a bahana. Rahul's coronation hai karana. This is the motto and slogan of the Congress, which is no longer a party, but a parivarik firm and a special purpose vehicle of one family. Today, Mr. Chidambaram says that no matter who is the president of the Congress, Rahul Gandhi will have a preeminent position. Actually, the parivar has a permanent position.
Let's go across to our guests joining us. Tuhin Sinha is from the BJP, Supriya Shinate is from the Congress Party, and Sanjay Jha, political analyst formerly with the Congress Party, is also joining us. Supriya, when state unit after state unit comes out and passes a resolution that that they want Rahul Gandhi to be the next president, despite the reality on the ground or everything that has transpired since 2019, does it not send out a message that nobody else has a chance?
So I have a counter question to that argument, because I don't simply understand this question. What do you mean by reality on the ground? You are seeing the reality on the ground. He is walking in Bharat Jodo Yatra, and look at the kind of people who are coming in to join him. So I don't understand this presumption that some of you in the media and of course the opposition like to make. I want to ask you a counter question.
No, I didn't make that assumption. The assumption. No, I didn't make that assumption. I meant by reality on the ground. Supriya, one second. By reality on the ground, I meant that Rahul Gandhi himself doesn't want that role, right? He has said so in as many words.
Has he told you that? I don't think he's done an interview with Network to tell you that.
So you're saying he's still up for the job?
When the time comes, and I will convey to you. No. I will convey to you why I took the decision, when I take the decision, election happens. I think he has said I am not interested. So no, don't misquote him. Don't quote him out of context. I am a Congress spokesperson here. For the Congress's point of view and for what Rahul Gandhi has said or not said, I am responsible, and please go with my version. That's the first point I want to make. The second point I want to make, I'm not somebody who just lives in Delhi and spends her time in television studios. I cater to a constituency. I meet cross-section of people who are all Congress supporters. I want to ask you a counter question. If the Congress supporters want Rahul Gandhi to be their leader, why am I going to change my stance here in a television studio and start advocating for something that I as a Congresswoman don't believe in? I mean, it is for us to decide who our leader will be.
Absolutely.
I'm actually surprised that everybody wants to have a say in this. No, the BJP and television studios cannot have a say in this. It's quite as simple as
It's obviously an internal matter of the Congress Party. Ultimately, the Congress Party will decide. The question I asked you, though, that for what is also a reality is that several of your own leaders are asking for a freer and fair election process. So when state units come out and do this, despite, well, let's say, reports that Rahul Gandhi is reluctant to take that job again, does it not send the message that nobody else has a chance? That's the question I asked you. It is not encouraging competition.
No. 1 second. I want to ask you a question. Who your managing editor will be is a decision that your promoters or your editor-in-chief or your group CEO is going to take.
We don't call it an election.
It is going to be a matter internal to Network 18.
But we don't call it an election. It is a selection.
No, please wait.
It's not.
No, please wait.
You are saying the Congress president is going to be elected. We don't elect a managing editor. That's the truth.
No, you have to now listen to me. If you've called me on the show, I'm not going to listen to what you preach me. Please listen to what I'm going to say.
I'm not preaching you anything at all.
9,000.
Yes, go ahead.
9,000 PCC delegates. 9,000, not 1, not 2, not 9, but 9,000 PCC delegates from all across the country vote for this. If I, as a PCC delegate in UP, want to have Rahul Gandhi as my president, why should I forego of my right to pass that resolution? I want to ask, and I am an elected PCC delegate. I am not somebody who has just come from nowhere and thin air. I had to make, members. Booth elected me, then the block committee elected me, and then I became a PCC delegate. PCC delegate is an elected position. I had to get elected for it. I, as one of the 9,000 PCC delegates from all across the country, want Rahul Gandhi to be my leader. Why can't I pass the resolution?
Okay, no, I didn't ask you that question. Why you can't pass that resolution? I am only asking the question, what does the message go? Okay, let Sanjay Jha come in. Sanjay Jha, I'll ask you the same question.
It's fair that you let me finish on that question. You ask me why, I will tell you why. Because we are the only political party in this country, the only political party who chooses its president through an election. Yes, they have been elected unanimously in the past. And yes, people have contested and then continued to become political secretaries of Mrs. Gandhi, like Mr. Jitendra Prasad. But please, I think you have to give us credit. We have an election to elect our president.
Okay.
Which other party, including the BJP?
Well, all parties claim they do, barring only a few. But I'll go across to Sanjay Jha now. Sanjay Jha, I'll ask you the same question. We've had this conversation over a period of years, whether the Congress can move beyond a Gandhi, for example, as its leader. In past conversations with you, with me on this show, you have very much said that they should elect somebody else than Rahul Gandhi and let Rahul Gandhi be the voice of the face of the Congress party to take its message across the country. Let the organization which comes as the chief go to somebody else. That may be your personal opinion. But I want to ask you the same question I asked Supriya. When state unit after state unit after state unit, 7 today, possibly more tomorrow, pass such a resolution, even if somebody wanted to throw their hat into the ring, they'll be like, there's no point.
Shivani, I do believe that the Congress party has a historic opportunity to send out a message to the people of India that, we are here for the long haul. We know that we have taken a lot of rough, bad knocks in the last couple of elections, but we put the interest of the people right in front of the entire agenda before the party. That this is not about self-aggrandizement, or it is not about just capturing political power for the sake of it. In my opinion, the BJP has bludgeoned democracy, destroyed the constitutional values that we stand for, besides fracturing the entire social fabric of our great country. So here is an opportunity for the Congress to make a significant political statement that will be about a resurrection of India and to reclaim what the idea of India is all about.
And you believe that message will come from this election, right?
I do believe that if this election is not able to capture, what I believe is a narrative building in favor of the party. Now, I'll agree with Supriya. From the reports I have got from a lot of people, some being Congress friends and others from the media, etc., that the Bharat Jodo Yatra is getting significant traction on the ground. And in my opinion, any opposition party that undertakes such an arduous, walk, I think Rahul Gandhi has to be congratulated for being out there in the middle with the people of the country. I think it can only deliver positive results. But, and this is a significant point, if the organizational elections create some degree of what I call as, either concern on credibility or apprehension in terms of authenticity, that will take away a lot of the tailwind that the Congress is getting. Therefore, I have always been very vocal about it. It's a very good step. Supriya is again right in saying, listen, we are doing an election to the best extent possible to elect a president, which is a good thing. But, there is a difference between the leadership. Number two, about the moral crusader of the party. Remember, Mahatma Gandhi was never holding an executive position in government. He didn't want to. He did not want to. But even today remains the greatest icon in India's freedom struggle and of the Congress party.
Sanjay, why don't you cut to the chase? Are you saying the same thing that I think you're saying, that Rahul Gandhi, that Congress needs to, move on from somebody like Rahul Gandhi?
My simple answer is, and I'm looking at it from the point, I've been a banker before, and I have looked at balance sheets and P&L accounts, and I take a little message from that. I believe Rahul is a great ideological mentor and a crusader for the party. But when it comes to being, an organizational management issue, I mean, Supriya, I think, is an exceptional spokesperson of the party. There are people who are great in fundraising. Somebody may be a fantastic campaigner. Others are good in social media. Now, to lead them, you need a very different kind of a dynamic in an individual. I think Rahul has done a good job, but there's no harm in handing it over to somebody else.
Somebody else. Okay,
and if election results haven't worked, try an experiment.
Okay. The point also to him that Supriya is making is that ultimately these are resolutions that are being passed by Congress state units. They also have the desire and the authority to, make their voices heard. Then why does the BJP jump on it and say that this is all about one family? Let's say they do want Rahul Gandhi to take over as their next president. Why should anybody have a problem with that?
Well, good evening, Shivani. There's no doubt about it. It always fills us with joy whenever we get to know that Rahul Gandhi will be the next Congress president. So that can't be disputed. But the point is, the entire Bharat Jodo Yatra of theirs is laden with deceptive intent. The whole purpose of it was never, to do anything for the country or the party. It was only about securing or further, increasing the stranglehold of the Parivar, including possibly, introducing the next generation of Vadras, which is what one of the posters at the start intended. So why make this pretense? Now, one of the speakers, Sanjay, was talking about the massive, overwhelming support. You are spending 19 days in Kerala where BJP anyway is weak. So you are anyway shying away from BJP. That's point number one. Number two, Supriya was talking about the overwhelming support for Rahul Gandhi. The point is the size of the Congress has shrunk to 1/4 of what it used to be. If you're still happy with that overwhelming support, good luck to you. You should, take Ghulam Nabi Azad seriously. You should take data seriously. If you have lost 39 state elections out of 49 under Rahul Gandhi, yes, while we may be excited about the prospect of him becoming the Congress president, you need to introspect.
Okay. Supriya, you want to respond? Final comments, please.
I actually find that very bizarre and rather rich for the BJP, which has never ever had an election for its president, whose president is nothing but a rubber stamp of Amit Shah, to lecture us on presidency. That's very rich of the BJP. It's also very rich of the BJP to lecture us on Bharat Jodo Yatra. That's the reality. The problem that you are with the Bharat Jodo Yatra they have is that they're absolutely rattled. They're nervous. They first attack where he sleeps, what he wears, who he meets. Now they're coming up with all kind of stupid conjecturing. You want to keep a very close tab on the Bharat Jodo Yatra. That's what the BJP is doing, from the ministers like Smriti Irani lying to Amit Shah obsessing over Mr. Gandhi's t-shirt. I have a suggestion for you. 9999 80200. Give a missed call on this number, bharatjodoyatra.in. Join us in this yatra.
Okay,
it will help you in self-discovery. It will help you to discover. It will help you to discover what India really is.
Okay, so in final 30 seconds, please.
Shivani,
I take
this yatra
and the one thing that I want to say very categorically, Shivani, you said move on. The nation needs to move on from the hatred, unemployment and price.
But madam, I cannot dictate that to the nation. You take your message to the nation votes for you, fair enough. That's different from electing your own party president.
30 seconds, please.
The question whether, no, you also talked about party presidents, for example, in the BJP. The point that I'm making is that the Congress faces the charge that it can only be a Gandhi to lead them. We are not questioning who leads the Congress party. We are just saying, after 2019 giving up his position, having Sonia Gandhi as interim chief, you're again going to go back to Rahul Gandhi, then are you not back to square one? But I've run out of time. Let Suhinsana respond to you.
Yes, Shivani, they talk about increasing hatred in the country. I will take them seriously when in the 19 days that Rahul Gandhi is spending in Kerala, he has the courage to talk against PFI. That is when I will take the intent of this Yatra. You see, otherwise the only intent is to secure the stranglehold of the family.
Okay, I can only say one thing, that electing the Congress president is not like selecting our managing editor. If it was, then it's not an election, then it's a selection. I'll just leave it at that. Thank you to all of our guests for joining us. We're slipping into a very short break. On the other side, we'll get you some of the latest updates we're tracking from across the world.
I mean, how fast can we go here? Sabke paas extra gear nahi hota. Well, let's catch up with the man who some say, we are not saying, we are told off camera, maybe, is the brain behind the bustle and hustle to reinvent not only Congress but the opposition so that they can fight the BJP, and we have actually called normal elections. Ladies and gentlemen, the superbly talented Sairam Ramesh. I wonder if that sounds like anyone else. I wonder if there's a stretch here, but I'm sure there isn't. Sairam Ramesh, welcome to the show.
That makes two of us.
I beg your pardon?
I never promised you a rose garden. I mean, we both have the same name, Sai and Sai.
Oh, we could go on, and Simon and Garfunkel, we could go on. I mean, there's so much we could do. Huh? Sayonara, you know, end the interview right now. Yeah? Sai. I mean, no, boss. I guess so. So let's ask you this. Is the Yatra your brainchild? You're the master strategist.
I will answer it in this way. Does spring turn into summer? Does force into mass equal acceleration? Does Iago manipulate Desdemona's death through Othello's own hands?
Wow. What happened to a simple yes or no?
How innocent of you. A yes or no can never be called a simple option. It is in fact the most difficult and complex thing of all answers to give. Now bear in mind, I'm a true blue, dyed-in-the-wool congressman.
Yes, you will never be forgotten, I can promise you that. Which means?
Which means the answer to all and any questions is maybe.
But you can't use that always. What if the question is, what color is your shirt? I mean, then you can't say maybe, right?
And then again, maybe I can answer maybe. See what I just did?
Maybe?
Good boy. Now, let's get on with this interview. Huh?
Sairam. I'm saying it 3 times, I don't have a question. I do have a question. Sairam, the CPIM, somebody Google the party, it is still there, is making fun of the fact that you do 18 days in a small state like Kerala, but only 2 days in the biggest state, the most important state from an election winning point of view, UP.
If I gave you a 20-day holiday in Kerala and UP, how would you divide that holiday?
Yeah, I guess I just hop over from Lucknow. So yeah, it would be probably 19.5 days in Kerala. Fair enough, you got me there. Frankly, you are right. Yes, okay.
Besides, CPIM has a membership of just 9 people. You can't take them seriously. Commenting on Congress policies is like Neville Chamberlain coming back from the Munich Treaty saying he had secured world peace.
Well, on paper he had. I don't dispute that. He had. It's just that Hitler went against his word and decided to carry on with the Sudetenland and then Poland. We are both into World War II, but so that's not this show. Can't dispute your logic, Sairam. Another criticism is on one hand, you guys want the regional parties to be in the driving seat, but yet Rahul Gandhi is always at the helm of the action walk. He is the leader.
That is because he has got the latest Apple technology. His Wi-Fi never drops, so better to have him in the lead. But regional leaders will continue to work as subordinates. I mean, co-drivers. We are caring, sharing, and pairing.
Unbelievable. I mean, from Othello and Shakespeare to World War II and Neville Chamberlain, and then suddenly you go into sharing, pairing, and caring. It just gotta come down. Speaking of the poll position, sir, lots of confusion on who is the actual leader of the combined opposition. I mean, who will be, in essence. So there's Mamta, there's a possibility of Nitish Kumar, Hemant Soren, Sharad Pawar.
See, we will use this opportunity to find our unified leader.
Unified leader, but can you be more specific?
Maybe. No. I will tell you.
Yes, please, please.
This walk is for 150 days. At the end, Mamta, Nitish, Hemant, Sarji, whoever they are, they will all have a fair crack. But the Yatra will give us our leader.
But the Yatra will give us our leader, you say. I don't follow.
After 150 days of walking, whoever is still standing will be the unified opposition leader.
So Rahul Gandhi.
Maybe. Did Don Bradman average 99.94 in his test cricket? Is a Vucella my favourite Neapolitan aria? Was Ernest Rutherford the first to split the atom in 1938? Can you actually tell me, Choli ke piche kya hai?
About the Choli ke piche kya hai, I'd like to not answer that question. The others I can actually answer. I would like to also say that, sir, and I mean this kindness of my heart with utmost respect, you don't look like a walker yourself.
Not very far, otherwise I would have reached the barber's shop.
The Bharat Jodo Yatra is on its 18-day Kerala leg right now. Wait, hang on. Because of some older congressman, it might become 19 days. I mean, how fast can we go here? Sabke paas extra gear nahi hota. Well, let's catch up with the...
Thanks a lot for staying with us. Let's take you across to England, where Queen Elizabeth II's final journey is underway. Remember, it is later this evening that the Queen is going to be laid to rest with her late husband. So these are the visuals that are coming in. It has been a very somber but very ceremonial last few days across Britain and especially in England. And now the focus being on the final journey in London. My colleague Sanjay Suri is also joining us from London. Sanjay, just give us a sense of what happens over the next few hours till the Queen is laid to rest.
We are seeing the hearse being taken through Windsor, and the crowds here are very much more than we saw even in London. The place is, as we can see, absolutely packed to capacity and more. And this is inevitable because Windsor is the royal heartland. This is the area where the Queen lived in Windsor Castle, which is different from Buckingham Castle because it's more family-oriented, more people-oriented. Buckingham Palace is more state-oriented. But this kind of outpouring is almost the neighbors turning up. This has been her area and where she has always gone horse riding. She has a passion for this area, and we are seeing that expression now. And at the end of this procession, we will see at 4 o'clock local time, which would be 8:30 p.m. IST, a committal service at the chapel inside Windsor. That will be the final public phase of the ceremonies. Following that, at 7:30 p.m. local time, which would be midnight Indian time, we will have the final service, which will be for members of the family and for very close friends and associates. That will be a very private affair. And then we will have the burial, and the Queen will be lowered into the vaults at the St. George Chapel inside Windsor Castle.
So Sanjay, we all know the love and emotion that is pouring out for the late Queen. The biggest question facing Britain is if the same love and affection and attachment to the monarch continues in the post-Elizabethan era. What do you make after speaking to the people who are turning out to bid their final adieu to the Queen? Do you believe that the continuity will be there, or a lot is ending with Queen Elizabeth II?
Well, sometimes opposites are true. King Charles is nowhere near as popular as the Queen was, and he's never likely to be. He has shown signs of that already in the brief period he has been king. But the British people don't personalize this beyond a point. For them, it's the monarch. This is the king, or it is the queen, it's the monarch, it's their ruler, it's royalty, and they worship anyone who's in that place. And so, despite being not as popular by far as with the Queen, every time the king went by in his car, people were almost stampede to try and get a glimpse of him. They got their cameras out, they clapped, they cheered, they screamed, they sought to get a glimpse of him as he went by. So this is a support that a monarch will get. There will be a minimal level of support that any monarch will get, and that level will be substantial.
Okay.
And that will stay unless King Charles does a lot of things of the kind he's done in his first 10, 12 days as king to make himself unpopular.
All right. Sanjay, we'll keep coming back to you. There are a few hours still left, as you said, before the ceremonies are completed and the Queen is laid to rest. On that note, though, I'm taking your leave. My colleague Anand is now joining you with the right stand.
Namaste and welcome to this edition of The Right Stand. I'm Anand Narsimhan. Ladies and gentlemen, at the top of this show, as we set up the debate, it's not a debate, it's actually a discussion, perhaps an eye-opener. I ask you this as an ordinary individual. When on Saturday, you saw these videos going viral of Iranian women calling out the moral police and standing up for a 22-year-old Mahsa Amini, who died in the custody of this moral police because of a heart attack, as they claim, but clearly because she was assaulted, tortured for wearing a hijab and not following the rules as mandated by this morality police. Did you not feel like standing up and saying, bravo, well done the people of Iran, the women of Iran, for standing up to patriarchy and for calling out this lot that wants to impose their medieval patriarchal mindset on 50% of a nation's population? And then, let me ask you this. Were you shocked and bewildered on Monday afternoon when you saw the right to wear a hijab and the need to wear a hijab, and that hijab is an essential religious practice, being argued in a nation that celebrates rules-based democracy and equal opportunity and equal position for all in the eyes of law? That is Bharat. So there you have the Islamic Republic of Iran having the women standing up in decades-long fight that reached a tipping point on Friday night and then came out on the streets on Saturday saying, we don't want this. And you have people here in Bharat who are turning around and saying it is our fundamental right to want this. Did you at that time think, what are these people thinking? Let me tell you this. Many people in my team felt so. And I hope you too did the same. It's time to call out these patriarchs. It's time to call out these hijabis and stand with women of Iran and women across the world to say nothing that binds them, shackles them, should be made an essential practice.
Only after Modi came to the power, he started many reforms among them. There are some people who force hijab and they say that it is a Islamic practice, a vote bank politics that has been done, and they are the people who are supporting for the hijab.
Vote bank politics or a devious means to brainwash a generation of people and tell them, you must do this because it's your right. And then eventually tell them, you better not take it off. See, that's where the graph will go. 50 years ago, it's all going viral. 50 years ago, women on the beaches of Iran were on bikinis. 50 years later, they are fighting to break free and say, we don't want the hijab anymore. So is that what we want society in India to go through over the next 50 years? This is what experts say, ladies and gentlemen. This is what women scholars of Islam say. This is as per Zeenat Shaukat Ali ji, who's been a regular here on the right stand. She's Director General Wisdom Foundation. This is what she says. Wailing did not originate with Islam. It's not an Islamic religious symbol. Women, seclusion, it's a relic of Hellenic Byzantine eras. Seclusion, keeping them separate, keeping them covered. Then, burqa, niqab, unfamiliar. It's unfamiliar in the Quran. Hijab is not linked to women's clothing in Quran. And only metaphorical context is that it's supposed to be a barrier. It's philosophical, metaphorical. Prophet advocated modest dress, no allusion to a cloistered uniform. This is what she has said. And then she also says, the aspect, it's banned in schools. There are nations who have made Islam as their national religion, Islamic republics, who have not only banned the hijab, but who have also said it's not mandatory, you don't need to wear it. Kosovo, Azerbaijan, Tunisia, it's banned in schools. Syria, Egypt have banned face veils in universities. And it's not mandatory in Indonesia, Malaysia, Morocco, and Brunei. That's what Zeenat Shaukat Ali, Director General Wisdom Foundation, has said to us, and we're just quoting her. And there are many other Islamic scholars, students of the religion, of the faith, who come out and say, what's mentioned in the holy book and what's being pushed around as a religious practice is a huge, huge difference. It's a world of difference, ladies and gentlemen. So let's dive into it straight away and ask our August panel this evening, as Iranian women call out the hijabis, which way do we want, which direction do we want Bharat to take? Dr. Syed Ruzan Ahmad is with us this evening. We have Shiba Aslam ji, Shiba Aslam Fehmi, Muslim scholar, Empire member. And we also have with us at this point Amber Zaidi, not just an activist, but also a student of law. Namaste. She's also moved a petition in the Honorable Supreme Court demanding a common civil code. So we'll get everybody's perspective. Shiba ji, let me start with you. When you saw these women coming out and protesting like this for how a 22-year-old Mahsa was treated, did you perhaps think what's happening in our own country? What in our country women are trying to fight for and prop up top judges, advocates in front of the top judges of our country, in the top court of our country, where they are trying to push this as an essential religious practice. They are trying to draw all sorts of parallels. The arguments themselves are shocking. Do they not see this reality, or do they want to just ignore it and think that a nation of 1.4 billion people will not see this?
See, it is a matter of convenience for them, and by I mean the clergy, the religious people. Actually, it is the moment for them to come forward and prove their respect towards the idea of right to choice, because they have been saying that Muslim women are adopting hijab in India out of choice, and in Iran, Muslim women are giving up hijab out of their choice. Now they should come forward and support it, and if they don't do it now, they are the worst kind of hypocrites, and they stand exposed. So this is the time to show it, because we have been saying, people like me and her and others have been saying that, see, if it is a matter of choice, it should not be forcefully, covered. It should not be forcefully removed. When it was happening in France, Belgium, etc., we were saying this. But when the clergy comes out and says that it is a matter of democracy in France, in other places, and in India as well, that they should be allowed to exercise their choice, why are they not supporting the choice of Iranian women right now? And by the way, I have to tell you this, that Iran doesn't subscribe and ascribe this headgear as Islamic practice. They say it is a cultural practice. Therefore, even non-Muslim women on the land of Iran, they have to cover their head just the way Muslims have to. Like the Zoroastrian, the Jews, and Muslim, and Hindus, Sikh women, there are a sizable Sikh living over there, and Christians, they all have to cover. So this whole idea of culture is there, and they are adopting it in the name of culture. My question to Indian clergy is, now come forward, support the idea, they support their right to choose, and say whenever they want to give up, let them. So and nobody is saying that. So that is why I always say it is a matter of convenience. They have been brainwashing their girls, their daughters, their women, and there is a kind of identity politics going on. There are certain organizations who are promoting this kind of identity politics just to bargain some kind of power sharing with the government without fighting any election, without winning any election, even from the Muslim constituency. So this is a pure political format that they are implying, and this template is exposed right now if they don't support the right of choice of Iranian women.
And you made 2-3 very important and interesting points. You said that they don't do it as an essential religious practice, but they're doing it as a cultural practice. So that itself something that our courts should take cognizance, that in Islamic republics they don't mandate it as an essential religious practice, but as a cultural practice. But they're listening to arguments being made where they're trying to say it's an essential religious practice. The second part, and I had somebody also said, you said those who are non-Muslim minorities, women of other ethnicities are also compelled to wear it. So apparently Masa, we are given to understand, is a Kurdish Zoroastrian woman, 22-year-old. And that's why she was tormented like this. And it was tried to be forced on her. There are other Iranian women who have come out in support, irrespective of their ethnicity. People have come out, 16,000 people coming out on the streets of Iran at this point. I have another view, a lot of people watching tonight, and they've got very interesting analogies. Dr. Syed Rizwan Sahab, one of them is saying ki, with a horse, analogy of a horse, that they blindfold the horse because the horse should not get distracted by all that the horse is seeing around. In this case, the horse is the man. It's the man who is getting distracted. But here you're not. Instead of blindfolding the man, you're blindfolding the world. That means the women. And trying to, put this lens on the women, cover up the women. If you really want to take action, jiski nazar buri hai, uski nazar band kare. That's their point of view. Where do you stand?
Yeah. Thank you so much. See, one of your distinguished guests, she said, I don't know her much, and Muslim women have been saying that it is a matter of choice. If you go deep into it and you give me some time, then it's not a matter of choice. Come to 1979, I was 10 years old. And I belong to Western UP, which is quite a conservative area. And there, hardly we came across any woman, hijab to tha hi nahi. Hijab came in 2000 odd. It was burqa. And believe me, they were rarest of the rare case where women used to wear a burqa in a place like Bijnor, Nator and Sardana, which is hardcore Western UP, not even Meerut, 20 kilometers from Meerut. They were rarest of rare. ऐसे वो बात होती थी कि वो बुरखे वाली जो हैं, ओह अच्छा, because पूरे मोहल्ले में शायद 2 औरतें बुरखा पहनती थी. हुआ ये, with the passage of time, 1979 to 1990, hijab and burqa was forced on Indian women, and rather globally. Then gradually it became a riwayat for the next generation, and now the next generation believes that hijab and burqa are part of Islamic culture. Even it was not even a part of Islamic culture. Forget about in Islam, not even culture. And as you tell, in 1979, women were wearing bikini in Iran. You know, you might call me stone cold, but I am never with Muslims who are fighting against radicalization globally. You know why? You will say, what I am speaking, have I gone bonkers? The reason is that if you study deep, the girls who are burning the hijab, their mothers thronged the roads of Tehran in 1979 against Shah, and their mothers, their grandmothers advocated for Sharia, radicalization and Islamic law. This is a brutal history of Muslims. Wherever, as a student, I tell you, wherever radicalization has spread, the Muslim women were the pioneers of it. The Muslim women advocated it. Then later, after 30 years, 40 years, the same Muslim women suffered like they are suffering today in Iran. Same happened in Kashmir, if you ask me as a student. I have read the radicalization of Kashmir. I have stayed there and I have studied their behavior. The women from stage 1 should understand कि इस्लाम के नाम पर उनको ट्रैप किया जा रहा है. there they say, it is a message of Quran and it is good for the whole society. So women from day one, wherever radicalization has taken place, women were the ahead of men who came on the roads advocating radicalization of Islam and radicalization of societies. Hence, at a given, and you saw in triple talaq,
correct,
how many women you came across who were anti-triple talaq, and how many you came across who were in favor of triple talaq. For God's sake, you will know better than me. We had a handful of women, you can count them on fingers, who were against triple talaq, and millions of Muslim women who were speaking in favor of triple talaq, for God's sake. So, if Muslim woman needs a change, she should stop looking at man, she should stop looking at radicalization and Islam and Quran, and she has to take the initiative rather than saying that Muslim men are subjugating her to this torture.
So you're saying that the women have to really break free and they have to come out and say that they first reject and they will not teach it in their homes as caregivers,
yes,
as mothers, as sisters, as wives. They will discourage it.
Yes.
And so you're saying that there is a certain group or there are women who have backed a certain level of fundamentalism, and that's why it is happening. Now, even today, if you were to see the hijab fight in India, also started from a college where 6 girls were insisting that they want to wear the hijab. Now, whether they were goaded, brainwashed or not, it's a different point, but their families have either succumbed to pressure from hardliners or they believe that what their children are doing is right. Now, there may be multiple opinions on this. We'll listen to everyone. Amber Zaidi, where do you stand? I also have Firoz Bakht Ahmed Saab, is the Chancellor of the Maulana Azad National Urdu University. Namaste, sir. Thank you very much for joining us on short notice. I'm aware. Thank you for making the time. I'll go to Amber Zaidi and then I'll come to you, sir. Thank you very much. Amber ji.
Yes. Anand, I just wanted to make one point here that people who are saying that hijab is the mandatory practice or compulsory to wear in Islam, it is not, because first of all, it started in Saudi, and Saudi Arabia made it mandatory for women and forced it on women to follow the hijab and cover their hair, and later Iran followed it and made it a mandatory law to cover their heads in public places, and after that the countries or the Muslim population across the world followed it, and how Rizwanji has also explained that how in India and later, like in a few decades, how it has been radicalized and made people to believe, especially women, that it is mandatory practice of Islam. And even now people are sitting on TV and saying it is mandatory to cover your head. And when it comes to parda or cover your head, there are different opinion thoughts on this point. So some people say you need to cover your head, some people say you need to cover your face and feet and everything you need to cover. When there are different opinion thoughts and some, and first you have to decide what is the practice they have to follow, what are the conduct or a law you are making for women. This is not part of Islam. It is a patriarchal mindset that they want to force on women. And what is interesting, that women in India, where they have got equal rights and freedom to choose anything, they are opposing their right, and they just want to give up on that. And Iran, how women are coming on road, how they are giving up on their lives, and how they are protesting, that is exemplary. And women of India, Muslim women especially, they should look up to them and learn. They should come out and demand for their rights, and how they are just showing off their religious identity, and they just want to mark their territory. The interesting part is that it is not the matter of choice and freedom. It is they just want to we just few days some months or few days ago, we just came across that Mission 2047 document of drafted by PFI. It is just initiative to Islamize the entire world. And in Islam, we all believe that क़यामत तब आएगी when जब पूरी दुनिया पे इस्लाम का वर्चस्व होगा. So people who come from the Muslim community of faith, they believe in that, and strictly and stringently they just want to force on other people also. As we were talking about that Mahsa Amini was not a Muslim, how she has been forced, and how she has been killed by morality police. That is so awful and so heartbreaking. all the women across the world, they should come out and stand for Mahsa Amini, and the entire women
No,
community
but
should
the
stand
point
behind
is, see, there are two, three things again that stand out. One, it is a cultural part. So in India, it is not our culture. Our culture is not to try and cover anybody
Absolutely,
or
people say
force
that-
anybody to wear and say that you are a good person, or your
Again,
piety is displayed by how
absolutely
much of yourself you have covered, especially if you are a female. Now, if that is the case, then
Interesting
are
part,
you
the people
working
who
or walking
say-
around with a mentality saying that only if I have covered myself I am pious, and those who have decided to choose not to cover themselves are not pious? That's another point. That's not how we are in India. So then, who are these people who are arguing? Bhakt Saab, how would you respond to this, and what do you think, Feroz Bhakt Saab? How would you respond, and how would you see? There are women, 16,000 of them have come out on the streets and protested against the hijab. They're burning burqas, they're burning hijab, saying this is not who we are and you cannot keep us. We want to break through these shackles. एंड यहाँ हमारे सुप्रीम कोर्ट में पैरवी की जा रही है कि भाई ये एसेंशियल रिलीजियस प्रैक्टिस है, इसको मैंडेटरी करिए, इसको आप रोकने वाला कोई नहीं है.
All right, thank you, Mr. Narsimahan. First of all, let me salute all the women of Iran. Not only of Iran, I think many Islamic countries who are standing with these sisters of Iran. And let me also introduce one of the very important verses of the Holy Quran. This verse says, La ikraha fid din. It simply means, Mr. Narsimahan, there is no enforcement in the matter of religion. Now, what this moral police of Iran is doing, it was really, you know, when I came to know that they killed, they murdered, they horrendously murdered a 22-year-old young girl, just, you know, she was not having hijab or something. Let me tell you one thing, this burqa, this is not a part of Islamic tradition. It has come from the Byzantine tradition of Turkey, right? Burqa has nothing to do with Islam. Secondly, Ambar was speaking about hijab. Let me also make it very clear. Hijab means the internal, you know, it is the internal character, kirdar, the internal feeling of purity, of piety. It does not come by putting a piece of cloth or a veil or a burqa. It is inbuilt. It comes from within the spirit. It is a very spiritual feeling. And you say put a hijab, and then, you know, I've seen, you know, girls from Jama Masjid area in Old Delhi who are not allowed even to peep outside their windows. What happens? They wear burqa and they run away with, you know, Muslim and non-Muslim boys. I am sorry to use these words, but this is, if you you know, treat these girls like this, if you suppress them, if they are depressed, this will happen. Now, having said that, let me add one more important thing. My co-panelist talked about triple talaq. I am filing a case in the apex court on maybe it will appear on 11th of October. Triple talaq is gone. Very good. You know, lakhs of homes of poor Muslim women, they were burned. I mean, they were conveyed onto the roads with their children. I will also take my plea to the Supreme Court, and I would say talaq-e bidat, that is triple talaq is gone, but this talaq-e hasan or talaq-e husna or talaq-e hasan should also go. Because if talaq-e hasan also goes or talaq-e hasan also goes, then you know, the entire country, the entire Muslim community, especially the women folk, they will be at peace. It must all stop. And shame to all those people in Iran for moral policing. Nobody has the right to actually, you know, to moralize, to didact.
But
because
here,
each and every individual, as Ambar has said, as another co-panelist of mine, Mr. Ahmad, has also said, that we are free beings and Islam believes in freedom. These people, the people in Iran, or maybe some people in Bengaluru who are actually, you know, going in for putting hijab, and they have, you know, provoked these girls not to sit in the exam. This is not Islam. This is, they have put Islam in a topsy-turvy way. They have taken the U-turn of Islam.
So it's been clearly used for particular, there is a politicization or weaponization of a particular way, cultural way, which many would question and turn it around and make it into an essential religious practice. But Shinaji, this is the question I wanted to come to you with. There will be those who will say, what happens in Iran is not our concern. What happens in India is our concern. The law gives me the right to choose, so you have to allow that in educational institutions. So there the right to choose of the educational institution is compromised. And they are doing it with a particular agenda. Out of 96 girls, only 6 girls who went and joined the campus front started this entire thing in the campus. So there is an agenda to this. And there are people who are paying huge amounts of, hefty amounts of fees to top lawyers in the Supreme Court to ensure this agenda is pushed through. So who will call this out? If not the women, then who will call it out? If not the women themselves, if not the women of India, who will call it out?
Absolutely. I totally agree, and that is why in a number of my television debates, I have said that this government has to keep check on certain organizations that are doing a particular kind of brainwashing of Muslim youth, and they are preparing them for a very ugly identity politics that may, ruin the whole atmosphere of this country. And that is why these 5-6 girls who have connections, whose parents have connections with the PFI and other organizations, they need to be checked. Instead of that, they allowed this debate to escalate to that level where Supreme Court is involved. And I am happy at the end of the day, the hindsight, I am happy that this question that whether it is a religious practice or not, it was posed, and we all understand that it is not an essential practice, and without this practice also Islam survives. So let this debate get settled in India, at least through Supreme Court, which quotes Quran, which quotes the Muslim history, Islamic history, and also the Constitution. But very important part of this debate is that the Constitution is there to safeguard the interest of the individual, not the community. Because in traditional societies like India and the subcontinent, it is the community or the society from the pressure of communitarian pressures come, and the individuals succumb to that. So the Constitution, the modern liberal constitutions are there to safeguard the individual's rights against the practices, against the rasmo rivaj, the traditions, etc., and against the religion also. So it is the fundamental rights of our constitution stands with the individual, and as far as the individual is concerned, the communitarian argument cannot supersede that. So that is my opinion from the constitutional point of view, and also this hypocrisy through PFI, through other such organizations that is taking place, and we have to check the mushrooming of all these organizations during COVID.
No, but the mushrooming, like Syed Rizwanji said, the mushrooming.
Mr. Narasimhan, a very quick point which I forgot and which is very important, only if you allow me.
Please take 30 seconds and then final comment from Syed Rizwanji. Yeah, please.
Yes, a very important point which got left behind, I could not speak it out. You see, there was a time in Iran at the time of Ahmad Raza Shah Pahlavi. These women, even at night, in the midnight, they used to walk into frocks. They used to walk, having lipsticks and full makeup, right? In the same way, when there was Shah in Afghanistan. Afghanistan also, women were very modern. But unfortunately, when this Islami Raj, or what you call this Ayatollah Khomeini, when he ruled Iran, he has destroyed Iran. In the same way, the Taliban have destroyed Iran. Afghanistan.
So you're saying that the moment you give space to radicals, but that is where Syed Rizwanji said that the space to radicals was given because women themselves backed these radicals. They also allowed this kind of radicalism to be allowed to be taught and also perpetrated to their offsprings. See, if the mothers don't encourage, if the wives and the daughters don't discourage, if the sisters will discourage, then nobody will follow. Syed Rizwanji, so then how do we address this here? How do we make sure that our cultural way, our way in Bharat is not this? And this should not be entertained in the first place.
Okay.
Final word, sir.
Okay. See, I'll tell you, I might sound bitter to many and my fellow panelists. The truth is, no reform you will see from within the Muslims. No. How many you have seen, you know better. No, you won't see. The debate might look very progressive. Ambar is there, some other lady is there, Sahab is there, VC Sahab. Oh, you will say, see, 4 Muslims are speaking this, means change is coming. No. We are just social dummies who show a good picture and who keep on speaking, or rather for myself I will use keep on barking, And in every generation, we had few Muslims like this. By and large, no change will come. A Muslim society changes by law, it changes by stick, and it changes by stringent implementation of law. By the next generation, it might become a riwayat, but what Modi is doing or any government is doing, we will not change from within.
Right.
You have to do everything
But
for us.
that's a
be
unique
it
point.
for marriage, be it triple talaq, be it.
So you
nothing.
are saying
We won't change.
I have running out of time, so I had to interrupt you there. But what Zina Chaukat Ali, who I quoted earlier on, said that for Islam evolved and changed within itself, reformed for 200 years, but then it stopped. So why did it stop? That's the bigger question. And can this be changed? If it needs the law, then the courts who have got to uphold the law and our parliament which legislates, then it's huge responsibility for them. That the cultural ethos of Bharat does not get diluted because of the whims and fancies of a select few hardliners. We're going to take a very short break. I thank all our guests. Do stay with us. It's a very, very special presentation when we come back.
Hop over from Lucknow. So yeah, it would be probably 19.5 days in Kerala. Fair enough. You got me there. Frankly, you are right. Yes, okay.
Besides, CPIM has a membership of just 9 people. You can't take them seriously. Commenting on Congress policies is like Neville Chamberlain coming back from the Munich Treaty saying he had secured world peace.
Well, on paper he had. I don't dispute that. He had. It's just that Hitler went against his word and decided to carry on with the Sudetenland and then Poland. We are both into World War II, but so that's not this show. Can't dispute your logic, Sairam. Another criticism is on one hand, you guys want the regional parties to be in the driving seat, but yet Rahul Gandhi is always at the helm of the actual walk. He is the leader.
That is because he has got the latest Apple technology. His Wi-Fi never drops, so better to have him in the lead. But regional leaders will continue to work as subordinates. I mean, co-drivers. We are caring, sharing, and pairing.
Unbelievable. I mean, from Othello and Shakespeare to World War II and Neville Chamberlain, and then suddenly you go into sharing, pairing, and caring. It just gotta come down. Speaking of the poll position, sir, lots of confusion on who is the actual leader of the combined opposition. I mean, who will be, in essence. So there's Mamta, there's a possibility of Nitish Kumar, Hemant Soren, Sharad Pawar.
See, we will use this opportunity to find our unified leader.
Unified leader, but can you be more specific?
Maybe. No. I will tell you.
Yes, please.
This walk is for 150 days. At the end, Mamta, Nitish, Hemant, Sarji, whoever they are, they will all have a fair crack. But the Yatra will give us our leader.
But the Yatra will give us our leader, you say. I don't follow.
After 150 days of walking, whoever is still standing will be the unified opposition leader.
So Rahul Gandhi.
Maybe. Did Don Bradman average 99.94 in his test cricket? Is a Vucella my favourite Neapolitan aria? Was Ernest Rutherford the first to split the atom in 1938? Can you actually tell me, Choli ke piche kya hai?
About the Choli ke piche kya hai, I'd like to not answer that question. The others I can actually answer. I would like to also say that, sir, and I mean this kindness of my heart with utmost respect, you don't look like a walker yourself.
Not very far, otherwise I would have reached the barber's shop.
The Bharat Jodo Yatra is on its 18-day Kerala leg right now. Wait, hang on. Because of some older congressman, it might become 19 days. I mean, how fast can we go here? Sabke paas extra gear nahi hota. Well, let's catch up with the man who some say, we are not saying, we are told off camera, maybe, is the brain behind the bustle and hustle to reinvent not only Congress but the opposition so that they can fight the BJP, and we have actually called normal elections. Ladies and gentlemen, the superbly talented Sairam Ramesh. I wonder if that sounds like anyone else. I wonder if there's a stretch here, but I'm sure there isn't. Sairam Ramesh, welcome to the show.
That makes two of us.
I beg your pardon?
I never promised you a rose garden. I mean, we both have the same name, Sai and Sai.
Oh, we could go on, and Simon and Garfunkel, we could go on. I mean, there's so much we could do. Huh? Sayonara, you know, end the interview right now. Yeah? Sai. I mean, no, boss. I guess so. So let's ask you this. Is the Yatra your brainchild? You're the master strategist.
I will answer it in this way. Does spring turn into summer? Does force into mass equal acceleration? Does Iago manipulate Desdemona's death through Othello's own hands?
Wow. What happened to a simple yes or no?
How innocent of you. A yes or no can never be called a simple option. It is in fact the most difficult and complex thing of all answers to give. Now bear in mind, I'm a true blue, dyed-in-the-wool congressman.
Yes, you will never be forgotten, I can promise you that. Which means?
Which means the answer to all and any questions is maybe.
But you can't use that always. What if the question is, what color is your shirt? I mean, then you can't say maybe, right?
And then again, maybe I can answer maybe. See what I just did?
Maybe?
Good boy. Now, let's get on with this interview. Huh?
Sairam. I'm saying it 3 times, I don't have a question. I do have a question. Sairam, the CPIM, somebody Google the party, it is still there, is making fun of the fact that you do 18 days in a small state like Kerala.
A celebrated actor, superstar in his own right. His movies, whichever language they release, he becomes a slightly higher rated star and a heartthrob. Dulquer Salman is with us, and we also have a celebrated director, a storyteller, who's decided that let's break the mold a little. Now, why are they here? Because they have a movie which says Chup, and we're going to talk about Chup. So, Balki sir and Dulquer Salman, the conversation that we're going to have around, you've come to a news channel and you're sitting with a person who does debate shows every day, but I love talking movies. But we said, let's put some thought around this whole construct around what we're going to speak. So it's about, can critics dictate cinema? And then Balki sir added something before we went to roll. He said, who's going to rate the critics or call out the critics? So that's where the whole construct comes in. But serial killer, you're a heartthrob, I agree, but a movie which is around a serial killer who's out to get critics, how did you get into that? And you say yes to it, is it?
No, I think there's always this broader conversation around actors and, us playing to our safe zones or comfort zones and not breaking the mold or not pushing yourself. So, and the trouble is, at some point or the other, we get boxed in some kind of image that is kind of built organically. Or maybe we've done stuff that works for us. And invariably, you keep getting offered films in that zone. So on the rare occasion that somebody like Balki sir offers you something so out of the box, literally, you just jump at it, And I also believe that the audiences who watch me and watch my films give me the encouragement to really push myself, to try different things. Because I think they also want to see how much I can push myself. So I think it's also an opportunity for me to kind of discover my own range, to see if I can convincingly pull it off or have the conviction to play different roles in different films.
You jumped at it, or you jumped to say, me? Why me?
Exactly that. I was like, how did you think of me in this film?
So how did you think of him in this film? So Dhanush, Dulquer, so something to do with D's now as a trend.
I never thought of it that way. No, actually, if you see the film, because it's a thriller, so it's difficult to say exactly what in the character that...
Is he the killer?
No.
Watch the film to find out.
So it's a difficult thing to say, but very simple. I mean, I think he is a remarkable talent. And when you see the film, I mean, he's very humble and he's very understated and he's this. But he's the only guy, fundamentally, in any language that he works in, he's part of that language. He speaks, of course, all the languages, as well as anybody from that state or that language can speak. And secondly, I think his pitch of performance is the most beautiful I've seen. It's very understated, it's very casual. Even the most, deep and profound things, it's extreme casualness. It's very today, it's very pitched so right. And sometimes a lot of people do these understated stuff, but they don't have the throw. He has that understated thing with a lot of throw. So that's a very rare kind of quality, and he's one of those very rare actors in Indian cinema who's got that.
कॉलर वाला शर्ट पहनना चाहिए था डुलकर ना तो कॉलर उठा देता था देखो बाल्की सर क्या क्या बोल रहे हैं बट what do you agree, do you believe that critics need to rein it in a little?
I think
does it worry you, does it bother you?
No, not really. I mean, I see, more or less, I mean, obviously not to pinpoint particular critics, but if you take the average critic rating or the general opinion of a film, it's not very off from the actual film. And a lot of the times they're not telling us anything that we don't already know. If we feel there's a problem in the film or there's a problem area in the film, we already know this. And either we were not able to fix it for some reason, or we couldn't go back and shoot it, or somehow we identified it too late. But they're not going to really point out something we don't already know. But I mean, there are times when there's different agendas and people kind of go after certain films, or so those I think are a little insensitive because it's a film is never it belongs to one person. There's so many of us involved in the film, so it's disheartening if a film is being pulled down, even if you personally don't like somebody. It can be something as simple as that. Like somebody just doesn't like my face, and therefore doesn't.
Or perhaps they like your face a little too much to get your attention. They just decide, let me just go after him.
That also.
Possible, no?
Yeah, definitely.
How can he be so good looking? And when is he going to give me some attention? Let me just pan him. Let me get his attention.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Has that happened with you?
For sure.
Somebody comes after you just because they want your attention.
I think that is the case a lot of the time. At least that is the advice more mature, experienced people have told me. They're like, you know why they're coming after you, because there's obviously something there, or it's a way for them to gain attention or clicks or whatever it is.
Get your attention.
Yeah.
Okay. So you asked your dad sometime how to deal with this?
My dad's best examples are, there were some critics in the 80s who were out to get me, who said they'll finish me off and that he's done and all of this jazz. And he's like, now I don't even know where they are. I don't hear their names anymore. I don't know if they're still around, but I'm still here. Now I'm sure there's some new critics after me. So it is true. I've been here 10 years. I don't know if it's the same people attacking me from the first 3 years or attacking me now. So there's something there. I mean, when you read it, you feel kind of picked on or affected. But
you read all the criticism. You don't just block it. You read
I read everything.
You read everything.
I should probably block them, but
doesn't affect you? Doesn't affect you?
I think it drives me. It affects me. Like, definitely shows my face. My family knows when I'm looking a little off, and they're like, stop reading. They don't even ask me questions. They know it's from my reading. But I genuinely think that's my drive. When people ask me how I'm juggling so many films, or like how I'm constantly working this much or putting out so many films, like this is my 4th or 5th release in the course of a year. I think this is the drive. And
that you do so much work that they will not be able to criticize you.
I mean, you can't criticize every film. Every film is different. Every role is different. So like, I keep giving them new things to pick on or something, or let them find something. But it won't be the same opinion every time.
ये इस generation का कीड़ा है. You must have really felt it, no? When somebody, I remember that line कि इस movie में चीनी कम है, something like that they had said, no? Remember? And I was like, कौन है भाई ये picture तो देख ले, उसके बाद decide कर लेगा.
But that's such an easy thing to say, no? It's like
No, but I'm just saying
like
that.
Just play on the title of a film.
Correct.
It's like the lowest hanging fruit.
Yeah, but my point is that people who write it like that, on what basis are they writing it?
Because they'll write lots of things. They can say audience ne chup kara diya, chup ko, something. Anything they can say. That's the way they are. That's part of the fun writing. That is not an issue.
But is it fair that somebody who's not part of the movie process, somebody who's not contributed anything to it, can sit and perhaps then decide the fate of the movie? Is that fair?
You're talking of the critics, the professional critics. See, I think they have a job to do. They are professional critics. You're paid to analyze a film and tell people how to look at this film, what to like about it, what they feel it, and guide people towards and away from certain things. Because otherwise you just see the same thing over and over again. But what happens sometimes, and not sometimes, most of the time is, there are some critics, there are many kinds of people. Some people say, I'm watching it exactly like the audience. You're not supposed to watch it like the audience. To watch it like the audience, there is the audience. They don't need you.
Correct.
Okay, you're supposed to watch it from a different point of view to add value to what the audience is thinking or feeling. I rather upgrade their level of entertainment, or take it to a new direction, or kind of expose them to newer things. Nothing like that happens a lot of times. And a lot of times what happens is you are almost writing and talking as if you are the judgment passer on something which doesn't belong to you. So you forget your job is one of responsibility, and you you think of it as power. That reeks in the writing. What angers me is, you just say, you smile, or even if you don't like some food or something, you say, nice. No, it's okay, fine, I don't want anything more. That's how you say. You don't say, now I've got the power to tell you whether your food is good or not. I've served you. And you're telling me I'm eating and saying, I will tell you whether it's shit or not. That's not the reason why I served it to you. I served it to enjoy. If you don't enjoy it so much, don't eat more, say something politely. I'm not asking you to like everything in the world. No, you can't like everything in the world. You have to call out certain things. But there are ways to call out. And what generally happens is when there are mistakes made, they don't understand the implications of it. Because the mistakes sometimes, a lot of films do need critics to kind of tell the audience what the film is about. And if they go wrong there, a lot of people's lives can go for a toss. A lot of people's careers can go for hell, because this is a kind of funny industry where you dream of something. Everybody thinks life ends here. It's one of those things, life missions. If I don't succeed here, you can destroy careers. And firstly, very few people are qualified to criticize. Okay, chalo, we're not even questioning qualifications. You don't need any qualifications or anything here. Fine. You've come there. Think of it as responsible. Forget you didn't have responsibility. Suppose you exercise a power. There is nobody to stop. There is nobody to hold them accountable. They've got a publication, they've got a site, they've got followers, they're out there in the public, they call themselves a critic, and they've assumed that they are the supreme code of life. Who is there to stop them? My only thing is, you can hold me accountable. I'm not even saying write kindly. You please write what you want. But if you're wrong, who is there to tell you that you have damaged something? This is your punishment. You've punished me by killing me. Okay? You're laughing away, going to the next one.
So then how do you fix accountability? I know Chinikam, you have yourself stated when it started, the reviews, first set of reviews from somebody senior affected you. So how do you make that person accountable? Because the net result of the movie should have affected you positively, but mentally it affected you negatively because you were stuck on one review. How do you move from that? I can also turn around and I say, Balki sir, 10 log अच्छा बोले, एक बंदे ने खराब बोला, आप वो एक बंदे को लेके अटके हो. You are stuck on that one person. What about the other 9? So why can't you move on? Why should you get affected?
It's like asking, you're telling somebody who's supposed to create something to have a thin skin to create. All people are thin-skinned people because you're sensitive, you're getting feelings all the time. And suddenly you say, when you at your convenience, you say, no, develop that thick skin. How does one person have 2 skins? It's not possible, no, in life. So you're asking us to do the impossible. Understand you and understand myself. Oh, I don't even understand myself as well. How will I understand you and me? It's a difficult job. So I'm saying it's not my thing. You are responsible because the public, you're in a position to influence the public. Anyone who is in a position to influence the public has to be held accountable on the same terms as the terms apply to a lot of things.
Correct.
When you influence public, why isn't it applicable to them? Why are they getting away with it? Where are the do's and the don'ts? Why is everybody so scared that somebody is going to write badly about me?
We need to be critiqued. We need to be told if we're going in the right direction, if we're convincing as actors or gave a convincing performance. I think all of that is important. But like Sir said, like it should, a lot of the times, I mean, anybody in any place of power, it can even be somebody who has to let you through a door or not. You know, it can go to their heads, right? So it shouldn't be a power trip. And that is increasingly becoming so. You know, if a critic decides he's going to finish you off, no, you can't really finish off somebody.
But the point is, critics can get away and say, listen, you know, Public liked the movie, like Andaz Apna Apna, and so many other movies which are there, panned by the critics, but became a huge hit. True. R. Rajkumar, everybody, what kind of movie it is? It became a big grosser. There are so many movies like that. A random masala movie, public went in, they enjoyed it, and then they came back because they wanted a random masala movie, and it just clicks. Some of them just click like that. Yeah. Others, you believe, oh, it's a work of art, you must watch it, and it bombs. Yeah. It just bombs. The critics give you a thumbs up, but the audience gives you a thumbs down.
But then they should also go to critique those films based on the genre of the
movie.
Now, if you're going to critique a masala film, then critique it along with all the great masala films of the past.
So how should we approach Chup?
Very simply, their job is not to figure out whether this movie will bomb or he'll be a hit. Their job is to tell people what the film is. It's up to people to decide whether they want to see the film or not. Why are you saying I'll give good reviews, only those I think it'll work, which will work? That's not my job as a critic. They forget that.
Yeah, then you're not doing your job responsibly. Yeah. It's coming with an agenda or a particular intent behind it. Now let's talk about Chup.
Yeah.
Where did the idea come from? How is Gurudutt Saab somewhere linked to all of this?
I'll tell you, Gurudutt was one of the iconic names whose last film, Kagaz Ki Phool, today is called a cult classic by the esteemed critics and a lot of the writers of cinema. Those times you should have seen the reviews of Kagaz Ki Phool. They've said weak script. Yeah. There's very crazy things about that stuff. We've only used the more polite ones. It's so harsh. And
it drove him to extremes.
It is crazy. Even if the film doesn't work, sometimes films don't work with the audience. But you at least live with the fact that people are appreciating your work. Yeah, sometimes it may not be enough for the audience. But you don't get either. Then you're going to get jacked a bit, because you do live for appreciation. You do put out a piece of work for appreciation. Some way that helps you. And Chup actually happened because when I did my very first film, I didn't know anything about the way critics work and everything, so I just opened the newspaper like all people do, and I thought I'd make a good film, and I was panned by the most important critic in those days, and I went in depression. Though the film did well, people loved it, all those things happened, many people wrote wonderful things about it. But sometimes when you read it, and that's the craziness of being a filmmaker or any person, because you're not thinking so logically, and also you're not in the resilience game. The resilience game builds up with a lot of people hammering you. So from that time, I just thought of this entire. How did this guy? He's got some agenda. Of course, he had other agendas, which I got to know about later. But how did this chap get away doing this in a major publication? Out there, a wrong thing, and he's written a lot of wrong things about it, which even anybody will tell you it's absolutely wrong, and taking off on somebody because of some agenda, and happily going to review the next film next Friday, and I'm getting depressed out here. He can't tell me consolation. It didn't matter. Yeah, your film was a hit. Abish, I'm still going through the depression. Yeah. What are you paying for that? You don't get that. So that has remained in my head for a very long time, and when I wanted to do that film, then finally the lockdown brings out a lot of locked up emotions.
Locked up emotions, correct. So that's where. And so have you used anything from Kagaz Ki Phool? Is part of the soundtrack?
Yeah. A lot of this, from Pyasa and Kagaz Ki Phool, I've used a lot of tracks in one recreated. But it's just like a homage to a sensitive artist. It's just that.
Did you know that there was this element when you got into the script and the thought process?
The Gurudutt element to the film? I think you mentioned it. Yeah, it was there. Definitely the core of the film was told to me, and but as soon as you start reading it, it's throughout there in the film. There's I love that about it. I think that's what kind of gives you a different viewing experience, because there's small references here and there to Kagaz Ki Phool and to Gurudutt Saab, and his songs keep coming and playing. So there's definitely a generation of young film goers who are not familiar with his work or the sounding of his songs. Like I know, for instance, a friend of mine, I was at his house, and he usually is always playing whatever's the most popular film or Punjabi music or whatever. And suddenly he's playing Gurudutt songs. And I was like, and I was on the phone and started to play, and I was like, what? How come? He's like, no, man, your trailer, like it just.
It's just playing on my
it's playing on my mind, and then I felt like I have to go revisit it. But at least he's my age. But the youngsters today, I think we're going to definitely open up a different side to of like music and movies to them. I think that I'm quite curious about that.
Recently, there's been this thing tussle between South doing better than the North in terms of Hindi film industry versus South. Do you believe there is a difference? Is it scale? Is it story? Is it treatment? Or is it just understanding the audience a little more?
No, I've also been just privy to observe all the different industries, even my growing up.
Correct.
Maybe I never recognized I wanted to be an actor, but there was a deep love for cinema, and because your father's in it, you are kind of consciously also observing it as an industry and not just consuming the movies. So I've seen each of our industries go through good phases, bad phases, and sometimes there's a disconnect where we lose our own sort of identity. I've seen it. We're trying to cater to something that's working in another industry, or something that, or maybe, for example, in Malayalam, there's a period when bigger Tamil films are working. So suddenly we started making films like that, but not really telling our stories. It was always set in these border towns. People speak Tamil and Malayalam. It was these crossover. There's some phrase.
Trying to saddle two markets at the same time. Yeah.
But it wasn't. Not that we were pitching those films in Tamil either. It was strange. So we were a little lost there, I feel like. And then around the time I finished college, I suddenly see a new generation of filmmakers who started to tell stories that they understood or of their surroundings. And that started to really work. And that clicked. And I personally believe, this is my observation, that for that young group of filmmakers who decided to start doing realistic, or whatever, go back to that realistic cinema that we were famous for in the 80s, there could have been an influence of a Dil Chahta Hai or a Farhan Akhtar, and giving them that courage to be like, hey, I can tell a story of me and my group of people. So you know what I mean? So
yeah,
there are those influences
in the local flavor.
And then that grew and grew and grew and grew, and now we're definitely one of the most celebrated industries right now.
Correct.
But then you cannot negate the influences that Hindi has had on other industries. So wherever something works, we all look towards that side, and there are key learnings. And also there are times when there is a disconnect from what we're telling and what the audience is preferring to watch. What is drawing them to the cinemas. But this drawing people to cinemas is a common problem across all industries. Now what we're hearing on a national level are the best films across industries.
Yeah.
But every industry also has so many weekends where nothing's working. And we never talk about the films that don't work. Maybe the stuff that have not worked nationally have been some big, highly anticipated films. But at the same time, they're not talking about the films that worked, like a Bhool Bhulaiya or a Chuk Chuk Jira worked.
Yeah.
And those are films we enjoyed, and we came to the theaters to watch. So I don't know, but again, we like interesting copy. We like to look at something in a negative light and put down one while praising the other. So it's very interesting to observe all of this. Sometimes in praising the other, are you also fully supporting that? Then suppose we make a bad film down south, are you still going to support that? No. People are going to still come to... I genuinely believe the audience always knows what they want to watch.
We've got limited time, so I'm just going to quickly ask you 2 or 3 questions. One is this whole thought of free movie. What's this logic? Is it just in your face for the critics, or is it because you wanted to see what the audience reaction is before you release the movie officially?
It's meant for them. They have to see it first. Why somebody who's not meant for having to see it before? We show every film to critics free. All our lives we've shown it. We call them, ask them, invite them, put them in this thing, and then they trash us free. At least show it to people who are really going to enjoy it and say, okay, they have no agenda, no nothing, please see it, everything goes. So we want an actual opinion of anybody without anything, because you'll know from the audience. They will like it, they have nothing to prove to anybody. And there are no equations out here. You don't even know a single person there. So it was an interesting exercise. And I also believe that any product, I mean, a cinema, I hate to call it a product, but it is in a strange kind of a way. You see a chair, no, before you buy it, go and check. This is the only thing where you come, I won't show you. Pay the money. If you don't like it, too bad, go.
Too bad, go. Correct.
So it's a very funny kind of a thing. So I said, why don't we just discuss it and say, let's show it to people. Let them spread the word. Why can't they spread the word?
But that's a huge risk, isn't it?
Dulka? I don't know actually. I mean, also it's a very unique idea. It's a unique type of film.
So are you going to sneak into one of the theatres and watch it?
Ideally, I'd love to.
Okay, which one? We'll find out and I'll let it out. No, please complete.
No, so it's a film that when we finished and we watched it and we all loved the film, but we were like, how do we market this film? You know, like, also it's got certain interesting elements that we can't discuss. You know, so many times when I'm promoting a film, I'm like, I wish we could have the discussion post-release, because then you guys can tell me what you thought, whatever. We can have that kind of discussion.
All right, so we've got to wind up. But before we wind up, I'm going to ask you to just look down the barrel and make individually your appeal about Chup.
To everybody watching, we have our film Chup that's coming out on the 23rd. In fact, on the 20th, 3 days before release for the first time, we're putting the film, showing it to the audience, to all of you, in 11 cities in India and also in the Middle East. To know your opinion, to know what you thought, whether you liked it or disliked it or loved it or hated it, whatever it is that you feel, and for you guys to share your reviews. There's going to be review walls at the screenings, and so let's see what you guys think. But for those of you who didn't get those tickets, feel free to check with your fellow viewers who got to watch the screening and take a call if you want to watch it. But we are really excited to share the film with all of you on the 23rd. It's as wide a release as we can make it. It's a film that is made with a lot of love. We really enjoyed making it. It's a fun film. It's nothing to go with any major preconceived notions. It's
Good evening. Bharat Jodo is well into its third week, but we are no closer to knowing if Rahul Gandhi is going to throw his hat in the ring to be the next Congress president. Today, as many as 3 state units sent past unanimous resolutions saying that Rahul Gandhi should be the next Congress president. Also today, yet another Congress veteran in Captain Amrinder Singh quit the party and joined the BJP. It's a very simple but existential threat that faces the Congress party. If leaders young and old are leaving the Congress to join the BJP or other regional parties, then where does that leave Rahul Gandhi and his plans of reviving the grand old party? But first, the story of how we are no closer to knowing who is going to be the next leader of India's principal opposition party.
मैं सबसे पहले नरेंद्र मोदी जी को बीजेपी को बधाई देना चाहता हूं.
More than 3 years after Rahul Gandhi stepped down as Congress president after the party's humiliating defeat in the 2019 Lok Sabha elections, Congress is stuck on the same raga. On the face of it, the party is gearing up for presidential elections in October. Shashi Tharoor, who is believed to be considering running for Congress president, met with Sonia Gandhi today. Other leaders like Manish Tiwari have been urging the party to publish electoral rolls. But the ground reality is this. As many as 4 state units have urged Rahul Gandhi to reconsider his decision to keep out of the race and take charge as the party's president.
देखिए, समस्त कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ताओं का तो ये बरसों से एक इच्छा है कि राहुल गांधी जी पार्टी की बागडोर संभाले, क्योंकि वही एक व्यक्ति है जो नरेंद्र मोदी की आंखों में आंखें डाल के पूछ सकते हैं कि हिंदुस्तान की 100 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर जमीन चीन के कब्जे में कैसे है.
It's Rahul Gandhi who is leading Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra, walking 3,570 kilometers over 12 states. The Yatra is being seen as a curtain raiser for the 2024 Lok Sabha elections.
Which is no longer a party, but a parivarik firm and a special purpose vehicle of one family. Even if the president is somebody else, the real shots will only be called by the parivar.
So can the Congress simply not look beyond the Gandhis? Are the Congress president elections a farce?
But we're getting some breaking news right here on Brass Tacks. Some of the members of the erstwhile G23 have met to chalk out their plans for the upcoming presidential elections of the Congress party. Sources have confirmed to CNN News 18 that they have decided to put up a candidate. Shashi Tharoor may contest. Remember, Mr. Tharoor had met with Sonia Gandhi earlier today, but he will make up his mind only after testing waters. Remember, Jairam Ramesh, in fact, has responded by saying that anybody who wants to contest is free and welcome to do so. Nobody needs anybody's nod to contest. Pallavi Ghosh is breaking that story for us. Pallavi, so what are the chances that Shashi Tharoor might actually be the first serious candidate to throw his hat in the ring to be the next Congress president?
Very, very high chance, Zaka, and I think there would be a clarity on this in a day or two because 24th is when the nomination begins. And he is, of course, being consulting with many of the members of G23 and even otherwise. And what I certainly pick up is that he did ask for an appointment with Sonia Gandhi. But as Jairam Ramesh told me, that no one requires anyone's permission. It's going to be a free, open, transparent election. And anyone who wants to contest can actually contest the elections. So I would say it's highly likely that Shashi Tharoor is going to be contesting the elections. But also what I'm picking up really, Zaka, is that G23 leaders, at least some of them have met, and they too are planning to put up a candidate. And the logic behind that is very simple. And the logic is that if we have raised question marks over the lack of organization in elections, then we need to prove our point by contesting the elections. So there is likely to be a G23 candidate as well contesting elections. Incidentally, Zaka, before I toss back to you, Shashi Tharoor also was one of the original signatories to that letter which was signed by the G23 to Sonia Gandhi.
And very quickly, so if that is the case, that G23 candidate is either Mr. Tharoor or someone else, and if that person is going to be a serious contender, then where does that leave the other camp? Does that mean either Rahul Gandhi himself decides to run, given these 4 state resolutions that have been passed, or the Gandhis nominate somebody else who then will have to go and file his or her papers?
Well, again, what I'm picking up from top sources within the Congress party is that, and something which Madhusudan Mistry also told me, and he's a chief electoral officer, that we are not going to be influenced by the resolutions, which means that despite a public sentiment within the Congress party that Rahul Gandhi should become the president, it does not necessarily mean that Rahul Gandhi will become the president, or he's also going to be filing his nomination papers. As of now, the sense we get is that Rahul Gandhi himself remains reluctant to contest elections. But, this is something we'll have to play by the ear. There's a possibility of more than 1 or 2 people filing their nominations. And I think Jairam Ramesh has made it very, very clear that in case there are more than 1 candidate, of course there's going to be an election. So no one is looking at consensus at this point of time. At least Sonia Gandhi certainly isn't.
All right, we'll leave it at that. Pallavi Ghosh, we'll leave the story there. But I want to open this up because it does bring in very serious questions as to the state of the principal opposition party in this country. Are they going to have elections? Are they not going to have elections? Who are going to be the viable candidates who will fight? And ultimately, whether Rahul Gandhi decides to fight or not, or whether he nominates someone else as the quote-unquote Gandhi family candidate, then what may that mean for internal democracy within India's principal opposition party? Let me go across now to our guest, Syed Zafar Islam, BJP spokesperson joining us, Radhika Khera, Congress spokesperson, Rashid Kidwai, author and somebody who's tracked the Congress party for a number of decades, Kailash Adhikari is managing director at Governance Now, and Ratan Sharda, RSS researcher and author joining us. Radhika, let me start with you first. So we have 4 state units that have now passed resolutions asking Mr. Gandhi to be the next Congress president. Today, Bharat Jodo is in its 3rd week, and none of us on this panel or none of us in the Congress party, none of you all are in a position to say whether Mr. Gandhi will contest at all. So if that is the case, then doesn't that render this election itself a bit of a farcical exercise? Because you have state units saying that Mr. Gandhi should contest. Mr. Gandhi himself is reluctant. Ultimately, net, it might end up being that even though a Gandhi is not the next Congress president, their nominee will become the next Congress president.
What I don't understand, Zaka, is that why is it a farce? The Congress party is the only party which has internal democracy and has elections. When have you seen an election happening in the Bharatiya Janata Party or the Aam Aadmi Party or any other party for that matter? You have parties which declare their president as forever presidents. You have parties where suddenly you will get a notification, a press release that the new BJP president is so and so. The Congress party has always had elections. The previous election also, Rahulji filed his nomination. And when it comes to state units, that is the choice of every worker. And like we have always said, every worker wants Rahul Gandhi ji to be our Congress president.
No, but isn't that the irony and isn't that the dichotomy, Radhika, that if you're saying that every state unit, every worker of your party wants Rahul Gandhi to become the next Congress president and he himself does not want to, then what value does the next person have who is going to be the next Congress president? Because as you said, all state units want Rahul Gandhi to become the next Congress president.
Like I said, that is what all the Congress workers want. But at the end, it is Rahul Gandhiji's decision whether he wants to file his nomination or not, and he has made that clear to the media. Now,
Okay.
like I said, the Congress party is a democratic party. Every leader, every worker, every individual who is a member of the Indian National Congress is eligible. There were some certain rules, like there are rules in every election, to contest and file their nomination.
Okay.
Whether there will be one candidate, two candidates, three candidates, that is an open book in front of the media.
So
We have never hidden
let me
anything
ask
from the media.
Zafar Islam.
Have
So
you
that's
ever
what
heard
Radhika
seen a press release saying
and the Congress
that,
party are
so-and-so
saying
person
two
has
things.
been made the
Yeah.
Congress
So let me
president?
ask Zafar Islam that two things. One, unlike in your party, Zafar Islam, they have elections. In this case, they will have an election. Whether or not Rahul Gandhi contests, we don't know, but there will be an election. And Shashi Tharoor, by no means, if he decides to contest, he's not a non-serious candidate. He's somebody who's taken seriously both within the Congress and outside. Secondly, if there is this electoral practice, you may question the validity of it, you may question, whether it's a farce or not, but the fact is there is going to be an election to decide whoever the next Congress president is, he or she. Zafar.
Well, Zaka, let me tell you. First of all, I don't know whether you consider this as an election. To me and to us, it looks like that nothing but it's farce. Secondly, what is more important, that states after states passing resolution that Rahul Gandhi ji should be the president of their party. We have no problem. But it only exposes Congress party that they are managing the entire event. It's nothing but an event, because all the states on their own cannot pass resolution unless they have been asked. And what is more important from our perspective, that if Rahul Gandhi ji becomes president, it suits us. It suits us the best. You know why? Because our fight is against corruption and our fight against Parivarvad. And they complement both, because they are on bail because they have committed crime, and they are currently on bail on corruption charges. And secondly, you know that Parivarvad is an issue which the Honorable Prime Minister has very candidly said that we have to fight against this menace. And for congressmen, the first priority is family, and they do a lot of corruption because they have to please the first family. And this is why it suits us. Even if Rahul Gandhi ji becomes president of the party, we have no problem. But as far as the election is concerned, it looks to me that it's a farce. It's the entire event is being managed by their party leadership, and is only trying to mislead the people, saying that there is an election and
Rashid,
other G23 members or ex-members, Y members
Rashid,
are participating in the election.
Whether you like it or not, today the fact is that in the common parlance, amongst the common public, there is a resentment towards Parivarvad, or there is a resentment towards dynastic politics, and you can maybe recount n number of dynastic politicians who are there in the BJP as well. But that's besides the point. I think the larger point is there is an aspirational voting public out there who connects with moving up in life, who connects with the aspirational politics that Mr. Modi seems to have brought to bear over the last 7-8 years. And for them, the way this issue has been posited in the public domain, that here you have dynastic politics where Sonia Gandhi's son will become the next Congress president, and then from there another Gandhi will become the next Congress president after him or her. That is completely anathema to this idea of aspirational politics and aspirational mobility that young India wants and young India aspires for. On that public posturing of that issue, you cannot fault the BJP or the Prime Minister for that matter.
Yes, Zaka. So I think the Gandhis, and particularly Rahul Gandhi, has figured that out. He is making a distinction between being a party leader and being party president. And what we are seeing, that kind of activity in the Congress, is a direct result of it. Somebody who met Sonia Gandhi, and she said that she will be neutral in this election. If Congress interim president is being neutral, it would apply, the same thing would apply to Rahul Gandhi, unless we get to know that there is some kind of major differences between mother and son. Assuming that there are no differences, as per my understanding goes, and I have covered Congress elections from 92 onwards till date, that means there is going to be a contest among non-Gandhi entities, non-Gandhi members. If we assume that Shashi Tharoor wants to contest and Manish Tiwari wants to contest from G23, and there is going to be someone from the Congress and non-Gandhi, it would be something like what happened in 1997, but that time Sitaram Kesri was Congress president and both Sharad Pawar and Rajesh Pilot had contested, and Kesri ji, because he was a president, so he won with 70% of votes. This time, if Gandhis are indeed neutral, and Zaka, let me remind you, when Rahul Gandhi resigned as Congress president on May 25th, 2019, after Lok Sabha elections, he had made this as a precise situation. He had said that he would not contest, he would not want his family to be there, and he would want he would not want any of them to influence.
No, but Rashid, can I make an interjection? I just want a quick clarification from you, because you mentioned that you feel that their role, the role of the Gandhis, will be that of a neutral arbiter or a neutral player. Does that mean that they will not give their blessings to quote-unquote a nominee of their choice?
Zaka, we are dealing with human beings, we are dealing with political players. But I am saying on the face of it, it will look as if, you see, the Gandhis are not favoring anyone and let the best man or best woman win. And that's why I'm saying this is unprecedented. It's a very interesting, this is an extraordinary thing that we are going to witness if that happens.
So let me ask Ratan Sharda that assuming that Rashid is right, and I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, the Gandhis are going to play a neutral arbiter role. They're not going to back any candidate. May the best man or woman win. First of all, do you think that is possible? And second of all, if that were to happen in the way that Rashid has described, will then this whole argument of Parivarwad end? Because then Rahul Gandhi is not the next Congress president, right? It's whoever the best person is, whoever is capable of being, or whoever has won that election.
Zaka, let's first of all keep that Parivarwad phrase out for the time being. Let us see that Tharoor makes a tweet that he has sought permission of Sonia Gandhi to fight the election, which shows that you cannot fight an election, you cannot have space at the top without the assent of the Nehru family. So that is very clear that Nehru hold on the party is total, and all this drama of election, etc., is only for the consumption of the public, that we are not a family party. Number two, you say G23, but G23 has not taken any decision, any action, just except writing letters. Now, if you look at the state PCC sending out letters to make Rahul Gandhi the president, it means somebody is drumming up the support. Because without election nominations being filed, if there are PCC sending out signals to make Rahul Gandhi the president, definitely there is some background play going on which wants him back in the seat which was always his.
No, but Ratanji, what Radhika is saying is state units are free to pass whatever resolution they want to pass. Ultimately, whoever is going to be next Congress president has to win that election.
Let me complete the argument. See, Rahul Gandhi did not chose a moment when elections were around the corner to put the Bharat Jodo Yatra together. He could have waited for the election to get over. The very reason that he has done the Bharat Jodo Yatra at the time when he fears he will lose power in Congress shows that this Yatra is also to save his own skin, make a appearance a very highly in demand politician, and then the competition in the party would be scared away to fight against him. So I think there is a dual game being played, and my worry is that I want Congress to survive. I have said this from 2014 onwards that we need a national opposition. We can't have regional direct alliances to be the opposition. Unfortunately, Congress has not risen about petty politics, about accusations, about victimhood, about abusing, etc. They have a wonderful chance to corner the government, but without that, then instead they are just lampooning themselves, lampooning BJP or PM. That doesn't take them anywhere.
Okay, let
me
ask.
Too many issues, and Congress who are passing the resolution are doing so because there is a sense of inferiority complex. There is a sense of unease. If Nehru family goes, what happens next? So this is the crux.
So let me ask Kailash Adhikari that when Rahul Gandhi started off on his Bharat Jodo, which was a couple of weeks ago, the whole idea was to A, reinvent himself in his politics, and B, of course, to try and feel connected more to the people of this country. But subsequently, we've had, I think, 8 out of 11 MLAs in Goa leave the Congress party, even while Bharat Jodo was happening. And today we had a veteran like Captain Amrinder Singh, although there were no surprises there, but a veteran of 45, 50 years in the Congress party, multiple time chief minister, leave the Congress and join the BJP. That happened today. So the question naturally that people across the country will be asking is, if Rahul Gandhi cannot hold on to his own in just the last 2 to 3 weeks, then where is the question of connecting with the people? Where is the question of Bharat Jodo when everybody is doing Congress Jodo?
Absolutely, Zaka. And if you remember when we were debating this about when the Bharat Jodo Yatra started, I had mentioned saying that more than Bharat Jodo, Mr. Rahul Gandhi should focus on Congress Jodo, because with the amount of people leaving the Congress party, and at that time it was Shri Ghulam Nabi Azad voicing his clear-cut opinion of leaving the Congress party and his displeasure also at that particular point of time. Now, Zaka, towards this whole episode that we are debating today, I feel, it is quote-unquote monarchy under the garb of democracy. And we know what symbolic monarchy, we just saw a very prime example in One Nation a few weeks ago, how symbolic monarchy passes. Now, when in 2019, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, resigned from the post of the president of the Congress party, there were some reasons behind it. It was not just the scorching Lok Sabha defeat, but also time and again after 2014, the states by state that they are losing, and the so-called principal opposition party of this country has been reduced to having power in 2 states, which is equivalent to the number of states that even the party that holds power in Delhi has. So we can see that what the party has come down to, and the kind of displeasure that the G23, well as other leaders leaving. And now, since at the onset of this program, we heard the breaking news that the G23 might push their own candidate. It may be good, I believe, for the party if they think beyond the family, running the party. And even it happens in the corporate world, where a family starts a particular corporation, but they think beyond and they are unprofessionally here. It will be better looking at the results of the past 8 years. They are testimony of the fact that the party should look beyond the family. And if this is the only method to get the family back, and just by showing that election happened, then elections also happen in Somalia, Zaka.
No, so I want to ask Radhika Khera that, there's also a question of accountability. And to be fair to Mr. Gandhi, he resigned as Congress president right after the last big election defeat in the Lok Sabha election defeat. But subsequent to that, there have been multiple state elections. There have been close to 20 state elections since the 2019 general election. And the Congress party has hardly won anything. In fact, the last big states that Congress won was before the 2019 election. It was in 2018, where it won Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. So the question of accountability also arises, because you're not just not able to mount a challenge to Mr. Modi nationally, but even state, where supposedly you have state leaderships, you're not able to mount a challenge to the BJP, or for that matter, to regional players.
See, if buying and purchasing MLAs is winning, how you describe winning elections, then I'm sorry, that is not a democracy that our freedom fighters fought for. That is not the democracy that Mahatma Gandhi ji, Sardar Patel ji, Nehru ji, Chandrasekhar Azad ji, Subhash Chandra ji, Bose ji fought for. This democracy that a party will come into power, and so-called policies of Mr. Modi that you were talking about, of buying MLAs out everywhere. We've been seeing that happening, even in Goa. Either you scare people with CBI or ED, or you buy them out. Is this the democracy that our freedom fighters, Zaka, our ancestors fought for? I'm sorry, it is not. And I will repeat and reiterate myself again. Rahul Gandhi ji took the responsibility of the defeat in the Lok Sabha elections, as he was the Congress president. But did you see, and when you're talking on the panelists are talking about Ghulam Nabi Azad ji or anyone else leaving the party, did any of these people ever take responsibility? They were ministers in the last 2 UPA governments. Rahul Gandhi ji was not the minister. He was not leading the government. He was only a member of parliament. Did any of those people, whether it was Mr. Scindia, who himself was a minister, whether it was Mr. Other people who left the party and are now ministers in the Bharatiya Janata Party, did any of them take responsibility? They were ministers in 2 UPA 1 and UPA 2. Why did the Congress lose after they were ministers and they were working so well and they are such good leaders?
Okay, so Zafar,
Nobody
respond to
takes
that.
responsibility.
It's all very well for Ghulam Nabi Azad or Captain Amrinder Singh to leave the Congress party, or even for that matter, Jyotiradittya Scindia. But the fact remains that none of them took responsibility for these electoral defeats. Why should Rahul Gandhi be held accountable for these electoral defeats when he had given up Congress presidentship in 2019 itself? Zafar.
Well, Zaka, you must have seen the conduct of Rahul Gandhi. He always behaves like a president of the party. he behaves like the supreme leader of Congress party, and everyone has to accept his leadership is something which is a unwritten rule in Congress party. But let me tell you, but time and again Radhika is talking about the MLAs and MPs and the leaders. Their leaders have left the party, and she is making wild allegation that they have been offered money and BJP has bought them out. It is absolutely baseless to make this kind of allegation. But what is more important for them to realize that those people have been pushed by their leadership to leave the party. See their comments. You have just shown comments of some of the leaders who have left the party. See what their comments are. It is consistent that party has not treated them well. Party has not given them recognition. Leadership has not met them. Party leadership has done X and Y and Z. So first you have to introspect, take the responsibility of these people, why these people are leaving. That somebody like on the panel said, Congress Jodo should be your priority, not Bharat Jodo. Bharat is already intact, but your party is not intact. The people are leaving from your party, and every day people are leaving. And you should be overly concerned about that people who are leaving because they have been with you for last 50 years. In thick and thin, they were there with you, but you have forced them to leave the party and join wherever they are finding it comfortable to join. Some of them have come to BJP, some of them have gone to some other parties. But Congress bench strength has completely gone off purely because people are not comfortable with the party leadership, and that's why they are leaving.
Okay,
I think
Rashid, more than state
it is time for them to
losing elections,
rather than
elections are part of life.
That.
Parties win sometimes, parties lose sometimes. But the larger question is, with Mr. Modi and the BJP, you're very clear what they stand for. They stand for nationalism. They stand for upliftment of the poor. They stand for national pride on the global stage. It's very clear what the package is. The voter knows exactly what they're voting for. Today, I don't know what the Congress party stands for. Rahul Gandhi seems to believe in some things. His mother, of course, believes in slightly different set of principles. What does the Congress party stand for in the eyes of the average voter, that there is a compelling narrative or a compelling story or a compelling choice even that the Congress party is providing as an alternative to the BJP?
Zaka, what you have articulated sums up the the problems of the Congress, why Congress has not done well, why it is not doing it. But we must, as political observers, analysts, journalists, we need to see what's happening inside the Congress. You can go on criticizing, making sweeping statements about the Congress, but look at the kind of reality. I have covered many times these kind of elections, and I have seen how the command performance used to work. One fine day, the 28, 29 state units would stand up, pass resolution, and say Rahul, whoever, Gandhi or whoever the High Command wants should be the leader. This is not happening. Only 4 or 5 states are doing. Why others are not doing? Because there is some kind of, nobody knows what's happening. Nobody can read Rahul Gandhi's mind. Nobody knows what Gandhis are up to. So there is some kind of change is there. Some kind of course correction is taking place. Not only in just this kind of thing about Yatra, but about internal Congress elections and the roadmap. And as Radhika Khera was saying, there is this kind of, shift the accountability from Gandhis to the Congress party and Congress bigwigs, because those used to get away, and it was very easy to blame it to Rahul Gandhi. Although
which is fine. I mean, there's not a problem there. The only problem is by launching this Bharat Jodo bang in the middle of the election process to elect the next Congress president, hasn't Rahul Gandhi and this whole Bharat Jodo Abhiyan itself taken away from whoever the next president is going to be? Because all the attention, at least as far as Congress folks are concerned, is on Bharat Jodo.
No, this is what I'm saying. What Mr. Chidambaram said yesterday was significant, because party leadership is something and party's presidential post is something. These are two different things. If that distinction is made, that is why I'm saying it's an interesting phase, it's an interesting development.
Ratan Sharda, do you buy that distinction that Rashid is making, that party leadership is one thing, the Gandhis may continue to still, call the shots as far as the leadership is concerned, but party presidentship or presidency is not quite the same thing, and that president, whoever he or she is going to be, will have to get elected through an election process, and if Rahul Gandhi does not want to go through that election process, he will not be the next Congress president.
Honestly, I don't think this dichotomy works in Congress. You see, Congress, Rahul Gandhi, all through his political life as a senior leader, has avoided responsibilities. He never became a cabinet minister. He never took responsibilities. In Lok Sabha, he raised questions, and when the answers are given, he ran away from the Lok Sabha. He goes out every month, every 2 weeks outside to get some relief from the political heat here. So he's not a full-time politician, but still he controls the Congress. And if you, the lady here talked about Subhash Chandra Bose, do we know how Subhash Chandra Bose was hassled out of the Congress and made to resign, though he won the election against Gandhi's very favorite candidates? So let us not compare it. Point is that you either say, okay, I am giving up the post, I will become Gandhi of Congress, very clearly. Rahul Gandhi didn't wanted to become Gandhi of Congress. He tore the bill which was passed by the Lok Sabha.
Yeah.
He put MMS in a great difficulty. So you cannot have a leader who will not take responsibility but will keep on rejecting whatever somebody else does. He has to become responsible whether he becomes president or not. That's my contention.
I'll give the final word to Kailash. So ultimately, it boils down to two things. Does Mr. Gandhi want to run? Because if he runs, I'm fairly sure, and I think everybody on the panel will agree, that he will win. And two, if he does not want to run, then are they going to be neutral arbiters, as Rashid seems to think? Or will they give their quote-unquote blessings to a candidate who eventually will go on to win? So that is the moot question, Kailash.
Zaka, if they give their blessings to quote unquote any other candidate, and if that candidate turns out to be just a nominee, it won't help the party. If the party has to be helped, if the party has to be uplifted in true sense, then naturally someone more deserving within the party has to be elected. And in the truer and in the fairer sense of democracy, a chance should be given.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. We'll see. I guess we'll know the first set of names that we'll know is on the 1st of October when the nomination process concludes, and we'll know who all have thrown their hat into the ring. And then, of course, subsequently in the 3rd week of October is when the election will take place. We'll leave it at that for the moment. I want to thank Radhika Kera, Zafar Islam, Rashid Kidwai, Kailash Adhikari and Ratan Sharda. Meanwhile, the world's biggest funeral was held today as more than 2,000 dignitaries attended Queen Elizabeth's state funeral, which happened at the Westminster Abbey in central London. Her body has now been taken to the Windsor Castle, where there will be a private burial ceremony and where she will eventually be laid to rest.
After 4 days of lying in state and thousands of mourners paying their respects, Queen Elizabeth's coffin moved out of London's historic Westminster Hall. The coffin was carried by the Grenadier Guards to Westminster Abbey. Meanwhile, 2,000 dignitaries arrived at Westminster Abbey for the funeral service. They included US President Joe Biden, French President Emmanuel Macron, and UK Prime Minister Liz Truss. President Murmu attended the funeral on behalf of India. King Charles and other members of the royal family walked behind the coffin of Queen Elizabeth as it was pulled to Westminster Abbey for her state funeral. Ahead of the service, the bell at Westminster Abbey tolled 96 times, once a minute for each year of her life. As the coffin entered the Abbey, the family saluted the late monarch who had reigned for the last 70 years. Queen Elizabeth's great-grandchildren George and Charlotte, the children of Prince William and Princess Catherine, joined the funeral procession. Members of the royal family followed solemnly behind the pallbearers who carried the coffin adorned with the imperial state crown, the orb and the scepter. Prayers were sung and the Archbishop of Canterbury delivered a sermon at the service, which drew to a close with 2 minutes of silence observed across the United Kingdom. After the conclusion of the funeral service, King Charles and his siblings marched behind the gun carriage transporting the coffin. The coffin of Queen Elizabeth was transferred into a hearse to take her to her final resting place at Windsor Castle. Crowds lined the streets of London, throwing flowers at the hearse carrying the coffin of the late Queen. At Windsor Castle, the Queen will be buried beside her husband, Prince Philip.
All right, I want to go across to our guest. Shruti Kapila is history professor at Cambridge University. We'll also be joined by Lord Rami Ranger of the House of Lords. But first, let me start with you, Professor Kapila. You know, we've seen this ongoing funeral, extraordinary scenes, extraordinary pictures that are being broadcast around the world, millions attending the service in London. We saw this extraordinary service that happened at Westminster Abbey, and of course, she will now be laid to rest in Windsor. For people around the world, and particularly, you know, here in India, as indeed I'd imagine that colonies around the world, once part of the British Empire, it's got to be mixed feelings, because on the one hand, there is still a lot of love, a lot of admiration for the monarchy, and in particular for Queen Elizabeth II. But at the same time, there is also resentment. There's also a feeling that she represents an institution which was legated on colonialism, on imperialism, and it's not like the British Empire, or for that matter, this Queen particularly expressed sorrow or regret at the 200-300 years of colonialism. So what makes the passing of this Queen, particularly outside the UK, you know, so special, or how would you describe the feelings that are going around the world, particularly in countries like India, which were colonized for hundreds of years?
Well, thank you. It's good to join you. I think the passing of this monarch, who is obviously the longest serving monarch, is interesting because she's also being compared to Queen Victoria, who was also the kind of the icon of, she was the Empress of India and the like. And I don't think it is out of place at all that her passing has actually resurrected older hurt sentiments, bad politics of empire and the like. This is, in any case, prior to even her death, there had been a massive reckoning of empire going on precisely because of Brexit. Because when Brexit started about 4 or 5 years ago, the Brexiteers, who were as it were the kind of stronger Britain, Greater Britain people, were really amping the idea of Britain as an imperial power, as part of its national glory, which of course has had then a massive backlash within the left liberal world here. But I'm always struck by two things. One, that in India people seem to have really moved on. In the sense that we Indians don't on a very daily basis think very much about the empire. It's very much the past, it's over, which is not to say that this was a good history, far from it. It's more that Indians have moved so far beyond and emerged better and stronger in the last 70 odd years. Yet I think it's a kind of right-left flip, because it's really, if you see from the Prime Minister himself, Prime Minister Modi, it's really that world, which is, it's a kind of more right-wing world, if I can use that word, which is referring to the empire again. But whether we go left or right, the issue remains that the empire actually in Britain has never been reckoned with properly.
Okay, let me also go across to Lord Rami Ranger. Lord Ranger, like I was talking to Professor Kapila a moment ago, there are mixed feelings, not just here in India, and I'm sure it's true, in countries in Africa, across the world, where which used to be part of the British colonial empire at one point of time. The celebration of the passing away of this monarch, the celebration of monarchy, as many are calling this, is opening up old wounds in a way that one would have thought, people have moved on in the rest of the developing world. What does the passing away of this Queen and the way these wounds are being reopened in parts of the world, including India, saying, why should we celebrate 200-300 years of this colonial legacy? And this Queen, after all, represented that colonial legacy. What would you say to that?
Well, I would say to them, because present monarchy or present Queen had nothing to do with the colonialization of the world. In fact, she was responsible for decolonizing the world. And having decolonized the world, they created a commonwealth where they wanted to help each other as a family. And the fact of the matter is, the commonwealth has become very strong. More and more members want to join the commonwealth. They see a lot of benefit from one another, because in this world, You have to cooperate and you have to collaborate. And when the time comes, whenever there's a disaster, whatever, for example, now they've sent so much money to different countries whenever there's disaster. So the monarchy over 1,000 years has evolved itself and it's become even stronger than it ever was. This personal tribute Her Majesty is receiving from all over the world demonstrate her own standing, what she has done for 70 years, how she served her people with commitment, with dedication, with passion. This is the tribute. She was not to ordinary queen or king, but to a special king or queen who had created her own place through her own work and the way that she reached out to people. She traveled over 100 countries and she connected with the people. She would make ordinary people extraordinary. The way she would receive people, those who win awards, special, people who have been knighted or get MB, OB, CB.
No, Lord Ranger, I agree with all of what you're saying. I mean, fair enough. Nobody's saying that this is a testimony on what this queen did or did not do. Of course, she was very popular. She continues to be popular all around the world. But the institution that she represented, the monarchy, we have not seen, at least in the last 70, 75 years, any kind of an apology by Britain for its colonial misdemeanors. We've not seen any kind of an apology or reparations, for that matter, for slavery. So the institution she represented was not exactly a noble one. It's left wounds all across the world, including here in India. So how does the passing of this monarch speak to those old wounds? That's what I'm trying to get at.
Well, you see, I can say, those who look back cannot look forward. We have to look forward to a free trade agreement with the country, and we have to make the most of our relationship now. Our relationship is very strong. We are both secular, democratic country with the rule of law at the heart of our governance. We share similar values, and together it's not like UK and China, UK and Russia. It's UK and India, because they're both human rights, human freedom or human empowerment is the heart of their governance. So therefore, we need to look forward and look at the bigger picture. By opening old wounds is not going to benefit, but you can feel good for a few minutes by abusing people, but it doesn't bring you benefit. I think I've been very positive. My father was assassinated in 1947 because he opposed the partition of India. I grew up in a refugee camp. My mother suffered, our family, so many millions of people suffered due to the breakup of India. Unlike Palestinians, they have not forgiven Israel and they're still living in refugee camps. So therefore, forgiveness and it relieves you, it sets you free to do better things. So I think, we have to now see what future holds for us. The past,
Lord Ranger, give me a moment. Let me go back to Professor Kapila. Right, we know how the developing world is looking at the passing away of Queen Elizabeth. And again, like I said, it's not a testimony to the person that she was. Of course, she was much loved and much adored around the world in the Commonwealth and, of course, including here in India. But what about how it's playing within the UK? I mean, we have seen protests when her body was taken to Scotland, I think, last week. There were the hashtag #NotMyKing, which was trending. The Britain of today, the Britain of 2022, is far more multicultural, multilinguistic. Many of these people, in fact, have come from former colonies of the British Empire, including India. So in the passing away of the Queen, how is modern-day multicultural, multi-ethnic Britain reconciling with this, colonial past, as it were, and the past that, or the institution that Queen Elizabeth represented? Professor Kapila.
I think it's interesting. We are speaking on a day when, Britain's most multicultural city, Leicester, has seen a very massive, conflagration between Hindus and Muslims. So in some ways, the so-called politics out there in the world have come to really haunt Britain, and they're right here for whatever reason, good, bad. And it speaks also a lot to what is going on in the Indian subcontinent. So those things are now no longer disconnected. It's not simply because of, say, the digital age, but as I said, you have second, third generation South Asians here, but also people from Africa and the Caribbean, who all have very, visceral memories of the empire and visceral histories, which have now become part of public debate. So, even in my university, several colleges are having kind of inquiry about how slavery may have contributed to the making of these institutions, to the wealth of these institutions. And I think so there is this kind of demand, certainly from younger students, not just of South Asian heritage or of colonial heritage, but actually from also, straightforward British kids, really what the relationship is. So there's a kind of clamor for understanding it as part of now, again, British national identity in a way that it has not been.
All right, I'll get a final word from Lord Ranger, but these are the pictures that are coming from Windsor Castle, where the body has reached. There's going to be a committal ceremony after this, and then there will be a private burial, which of course is not open to the public. As you can see, the members of the royal family, the King Charles, his two sons, Prince William and Prince Harry, they will all be part of this committal ceremony, which is going to take place inside the Windsor Castle, and then of course the final private burial, as it were, which is expected in the next few hours. Lord Ranger, the final word, like I said, Britain today is far more multicultural, multi-ethnic, multi-racial country than it was ever in its history. And the monarchy represents an old Britain, a past, some would say a nostalgic past. To a large number of people, maybe it is a nostalgic past. But today, would you say, with the passing away of this queen, the longest reigning monarch in the world, it is also the end of Britain as a powerhouse that we know? And Britain, the idea of Britain being this, white country dominated by, the lord class, as it were, that idea of Britain today is gone. In fact, modern day Britain has far moved ahead from what the monarchy represented of Britain.
You see, this is the beauty of monarchy. It evolves all the time. And if you ask me, the multicultural in Britain came about because Her Majesty the Queen wanted to be the queen of every faith. She connected with every type of community, and she will visit their mosque, gurdwaras, temples, Hindu temples, or churches. She was the queen of everyone. So that's how they were inclusive. They wanted to bring people, and that's how the amount of outpouring you see all over the world demonstrate that the monarchy is relevant and is even stronger before. And King Charles will be a very good king, although he's only been king for 10 days, 1 week. But you see after 4 to 5 years, he has been groomed, seen his mother for 70 years, delivering her duties to the best of her ability and better than anybody else could do it. And there's nobody who can unite the country as king, because they're party politics and they are very, very experienced. They've seen 15 prime ministers. They can advise them, never interfere, but they can guide them, advise them. And the Queen has been a constant throughout the 70 years of many upheaval in this country. Many happy occasion. People love pageantry.
We'll leave it at that. Lord Ranger, thank you very much for joining us with your perspective, your thoughts on the passing away of the monarch. I think it was one of those newspaper articles which rightly captured the essence, saying celebrate the monarch, not the monarchy. That's a wrap. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get you Brass Tack super fast, as well as some breaking details that are just coming.
Opposition, who will be in essence. So there's Mamta, there's a possibility of Nitish Kumar, Hemant Soren, Sharad Pawar.
See, we will use this opportunity to find our unified leader.
Unified leader, but can you be more specific?
Maybe. No. I will tell you.
Yes, please.
This walk is for 150 days. At the end, Mamta, Nitish, Hemant, Sarji, whoever they are, they will all have a fair crack. But the Yatra will give us our leader.
But the Yatra will give us our leader, you say. I don't follow.
After 150 days of walking, whoever is still standing will be the unified opposition leader.
So Rahul Gandhi.
Maybe. Did Don Bradman average 99.94 in his test cricket? Is a Vucella my favourite Neapolitan aria? Was Ernest Rutherford the first to split the atom in 1938? Can you actually tell me? Choli ke piche kya hai?
About the choli ke piche kya hai, I'd like to not answer that question. The others I can actually answer. I would like to also say that, sir, and I mean this with kindness of my heart with utmost respect, you don't look like a walker yourself.
Not very far, otherwise I would have reached the barber's shop.
The Bharat Jodo Yatra is on its 18-day Kerala leg right now. Wait, hang on. Because of some older congressman, it might become 19 days. I mean, how fast can we go here? Sabke paas extra gear nahi hota. Well, let's catch up with the man who some say, we are not saying, we are told off camera, maybe, is the brain behind the bustle and hustle to reinvent not only Congress but the opposition so that they can fight the BJP, and we have actually called normal elections. Ladies and gentlemen, the superbly talented Sairam Ramesh. I wonder if that sounds like anyone else. I wonder if there's a stretch here, but I'm sure there isn't. Sairam Ramesh, welcome to the show.
That makes two of us.
I beg your pardon?
I never promised you a rose garden. I mean, we both have the same name, Sai and Sai.
Oh, we could go on, and Simon and Garfunkel, we could go on. I mean, there's so much we could do. Huh? Sayonara, you know, end the interview right now. Yeah? Sai. I mean, no, bus. I guess so. So let's ask you this. Is the Yatra your brainchild? You're the master strategist.
I will answer it in this way. Does spring turn into summer? Does force into mass equal acceleration? Does Iago manipulate Desdemona's death through Othello's own hands?
Wow. What happened to a simple yes or no?
How innocent of you. A yes or no can never be called a simple option. It is in fact the most difficult and complex thing of all answers to give. Now bear in mind, I'm a true blue, dyed-in-the-wool congressman.
Yes, you will never be forgotten, I can promise you that. Which means?
Which means the answer to all and any questions is maybe.
But you can't use that always. What if the question is, what color is your shirt? I mean, then you can't say maybe, right?
And then again, maybe I can answer maybe. See what I just did?
Maybe?
Good boy. Now, let's get on with this interview. Huh?
Sairam. I'm saying it 3 times, I don't have a question. I do have a question. Sairam, the CPIM, somebody Google the party, it is still there, is making fun of the fact that you do 18 days in a small state like Kerala, but only 2 days in the biggest state, the most important state from an election winning point of view, UP.
If I gave you a 20-day holiday in Kerala and UP, how would you divide that holiday?
Yeah, I guess I just hop over from Lucknow. So yeah, it would be probably 19.5 days in Kerala. Fair enough, you got me there. Frankly, you are right. Yes, okay.
Besides, CPIM has a membership of just 9 people. You can't take them seriously. Commenting on Congress policies is like Neville Chamberlain coming back from the Munich Treaty saying he had secured world peace.
Well, on paper he had. I don't dispute that. He had. It's just that Hitler went against his word and decided to carry on with the Sudetenland and then Poland. We are both into World War II, but so that's not this show. Can't dispute your logic.
Welcome back. We're getting some breaking news. Jacqueline Fernandez, the Bollywood actor, has just left the Economic Offences Wing of the Delhi Police after 7 hours of questioning. Remember, she was questioned last week as well. Again, a second round of questioning today. Let me go across to Anvit Srivastava, my colleague, who's tracking these developments. Anvit, what exactly has the EOW found out from Jacqueline Fernandez? What exactly do they believe her role is, and what was asked to her in the round of questioning today?
Zaka, mostly the line of questioning remained restricted to the account details of Jacqueline, as we earlier also said that EOW this time wanted to know the travel plans and basically the vacation that Sukesh had sponsored for Jacqueline and her family. So she was asked to surrender some of her travel details, travel history, along with some bank details, so that it can be found, whether or not these sponsored travel had something to do with Sukesh's accounts, or anyone close to Sukesh had transferred money or had sponsored it in any which way. Also, Delhi police wanted to confront Jacqueline with Lipakshi, who is known to be a celebrity fashion designer. Lipakshi, however, did not turn up today, and she had sought another day for questioning. Therefore, we are understanding that Jacqueline might be called again soon whenever Lipakshi is given time. This is the Office of Economic Offences Wing where Jacqueline was questioned today straight for 7 hours, and this is the place where earlier she has also been questioned. This was the 4th time that Jacqueline had been summoned. Earlier she had skipped 2 summons on August 29th and September 12th, but on September 14 was the day when she was questioned by the EOW for the first time in the rupees 215 crore scam, wherein she's being questioned. Earlier she was questioned on the lines of her alleged links with Sukesh Chandrasekhar, whether or not she knew that all that luxury gifts and cars and vacation that she had been gifted by Sukesh were from the proceeds of crime or not.
All right, we'll leave it at that, Anvit. We'll see how the story plays out, whether or not she'll be called for another round of questioning, and of course, the role of her designer, what that person's specific role is, will also need to be probed. Meanwhile, shifting focus here on brass tacks, heavy rains in Bihar's Bhagalpur have led to large-scale death and destruction.
As the water levels of the Ganga rose, the ground under this house gave way. That led to the roof of the house caving in, and within minutes the entire structure got washed away. Soil erosion after heavy rains are leading to more and more homes getting destroyed.
2 दर्जन तक घर समा गए गंगा में, और इससे पहले जो है शुरू से देखा जाए तो हमारे ग्राम में 50 घर से ऊपर विलीन हो गए होंगे.
The situation is so dire that people have no choice but to ditch their homes in order to save their lives. It's not just houses. Soil erosion has also brought down several trees. These visuals of trees flowing in floodwaters has become an all too common sight this monsoon.
A chilling video shows a man being washed away in heavy flowing river waters in Fatehpur area of Uttarakhand. The man who appeared to be crossing a swollen drain on foot but gets carried away by the strong flowing river. Officials say there is no trace of the man so far. There was high drama at the Banaras Hindu University today. BA first-year students protested outside the central office demanding extension of exam dates. They raised slogans and created a ruckus while carrying out their demonstrations on campus. One passenger caused major disruption on a Pakistan International Airlines Peshawar-Dubai flight. The man is seen kicking the window of the aircraft and punching the seats while just wearing a vest. Another video shows him lying on the floor of the plane with his face down. The passenger was detained once the flight landed in Dubai. There is now internet services in Siachen, the world's highest battlefield. Siachen signalers have activated a satellite-based internet service. The internet has been activated on the Siachen Glacier at 19,000 feet. Bharat Broadband Network is providing net connectivity there. The army will also get its own dedicated communication satellite, the GSAT-7B. The satellite will enhance operational preparedness in the highest battlefield on the planet. Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav's mega march in Lucknow was blocked by the police.
Akhilesh Yadav and hundreds of SP workers were marching towards Vidhan Bhavan. They were holding placards and raising slogans against the state government over the law and order situation in the state, price rise and the conditions of roads.
सरकार इसीलिए नहीं फेस करना चाहती है क्योंकि हर मुद्दे पर सरकार असफल हुई है.
But soon enough, the protesting SP workers came face to face with police barricades. According to the cops, the party didn't have permission to march on their planned route. Blocked by the cops, Akhilesh Yadav and his party workers decided to hold a sit-in protest.
अखिलेश यादव जी और उनकी पार्टी इस समय बेरोजगारी की स्थिति में है. ये बौखलाहट के प्रदर्शन है.
The face-off comes as the monsoon session of the Uttar Pradesh Assembly began today.
Sunil Chhetri's Bengaluru FC won the Durand Cup, but it was the politicians who wanted to take credit for it. One video shows Bengal Governor La Ganesan pushing Sunil Chhetri away for a photo opportunity with the trophy. In another video, the star footballers of the match are being pushed aside by Bengal's sports minister. Leicester in the UK continues to be tense even weeks after an India-Pakistan cricket match.
Street clashes continue to break out between large groups of Hindus and Muslims in Leicester. In the latest standoff, police stood in between the two groups to prevent escalation of violence. But slogans were raised by both sides and glass bottles were flung. There were also alleged videos of a temple being vandalized and properties owned by the Hindu community being destroyed. But at the same time, there were reports of mobs marching through Muslim-dominated areas chanting Jai Shri Ram. There has been recurring trouble in Leicester since the India-Pakistan Asia Cup match on the 28th of August. After India won the match, supporters gathered to celebrate, and that's when violence broke out.
US President Joe Biden has ended the ambiguity over Taiwan. He has said that US forces will defend Taiwan in the event of a Chinese invasion. Before Biden's statement, the US had long stuck to its policy of not making clear whether it would respond militarily to an attack on Taiwan. Massive protests have broken out in Iran after the death of a 22-year-old woman because she was not wearing a hijab in public.
Mahsa Amini was arrested by Iran's infamous morality police for not wearing the hijab properly. Her hair was not completely covered. According to the police, she died after falling into a coma following her arrest. But many believe she was beaten to death. So during Amini's funeral procession, massive protests broke out with women flinging their hijab in the air and demanding removal of Iran's stringent hijab law. Police fired tear gas to disperse the protesters and arrested several people. But that didn't quell the anger. In a symbolic act of opposition, several women posted videos on social media of chopping their hair. Many women also burnt their hijab. Iran has made it compulsory for women over the age of 7 to wear the hijab.
वापस तो मुश्किल आप नहीं भेजते हम कोई और देखेंगे सोल्यूशन सब यूनिवर्सिटियों में तमाशी है यहाँ पर ज़्यादा है
पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है यहाँ आज डिप्टी कमिश्नर और आईजी पुलिस डीआईजी और एसएसपी साहब सभी ने विजिट किया है और वो बच्चों से भी मिल रहे हैं
Whoever has indulged in this crime, those people will not be spared.
उनको खुद जाना चाहिए इस तरह की हरकतें कैसे हो रही हैं, कौन कर रहा है, ये पूरे एक बच्ची के भविष्य का सवाल होता है।
Hello everyone, you're watching News Epicenter with me, Maria Shakil. Our top focus is the fury on the streets of Chandigarh over the leak and circulation of hostile videos shot by a Chandigarh University student. The alleged videos were shot in the hostel bathroom by a female student. She was caught red-handed making videos of 60 girls who were reportedly bathing while another suspect allegedly posted the videos on YouTube. As per reports, the female student who shot the videos is from Mohali and she sent the videos to a male friend living in Shimla. Both have been arrested along with a third male suspect who also hails from Shimla. All three were produced in a Mohali court and sent to 7 days in police remand. Reports also suggest that one of the students who was filmed tried to commit suicide once the scandal was exposed. The Punjab government has constituted a 3-member all-women special investigation team to probe this matter. Now, teaching has been suspended at the university till the 24th of September. But students continue to blame the institute for downplaying the case. 2 hostel wardens have been suspended for reportedly not informing the police immediately, while the university maintains there are only rumors of objectionable videos claiming that the preliminary investigation shows the arrested student only sent personal videos to a male friend in Shimla. However, there is a sense of insecurity in the university hostel, with many students choosing to leave. While an investigation is underway, the question emerges, is this outrage sparked by misinformation, or is the university trying to play down the scandal involving the circulation of videos of young female students? Joining me on the show, Shashika is a former DGP of Punjab, Yogita Bayana, women rights activist. We also have Ahbab Singh Gariwal. He is the spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party, and two students of Chandigarh University, Toiba and Shauryadeep, are joining us now. I'm going to begin with you, Shauryadeep. What exactly is the mood like on the campus right now?
First of all, thank you and welcome. Thanks for inviting me. And the campus is like are leaving the hostels because we got some 5 to 6 days of holidays until coming Sunday. So everyone wants to get rid of this hostel thing a bit and just going back to
so students are leaving
just
the
free up their
campus.
mind.
Toiba, are students really worried, particularly the female students, because there's still no clarity about those videos, where the video was shot or not, and what was exactly the nature of video that that female student shared with her male friend?
Yeah, Maria, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Toiba. Go ahead.
Maria, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Please go ahead. Loud and clear.
Okay, all right. See, Maria, I think let's be very decent about it, because I think it's not about me or somebody in the in Chandigarh University, whether it's Chandigarh University or Delhi University or any other. The story is, I think, the story is whole about crime and the criminal. But I think what we are talking about is the place where the crime happened, and I think it's not important, because it's the crime which needs to be dealt with. We are talking about a girl placing camera in a bathroom. I mean, we aren't even safe in bathrooms nowadays. That is the point of concern here. Because obviously, it's not our chancellor, sir, who came and placed the camera there. It's that girl, her mentality, it's the crime, it's the criminal that I think needs to be dealt with. And yeah, I believe we are safe here. But there are a lot of things going around, because university is off for a week, and there are a lot of things we are perhaps
and have
thinking
students,
about right now.
Students left the campus, and there were also reports suggesting that there were several students who attempted suicide. What exactly is the truth?
Suicide, I won't say anything about suicide, because I don't think anybody attempted. But yeah, there were panic attacks. A lot of students got panic attacks, because a lot of students started thinking, maybe it's us, maybe it's my video that got viral, maybe it's my video, maybe it's me who has been shooted while while bathing. So yeah, that's what happened exactly. But to some extent, I think university also mishandled it, because when the students protested the entire night, the next day we expected university at least to condemn it.
Yes.
Because obviously it's the police who will investigate, not the university. But instead of that, what happened is that in the morning, there were messages put in WhatsApp groups by the wardens that there's an outing for girls. So it was a very casual approach. Outing is not a solution for such an issue. So I think this casual approach made students think that perhaps university is trying to avoid the issue. They're trying to hide it. Well, but I think it's too early to talk about it, because we should give management and the police time which they deserve, I think, because it won't happen overnight.
I agree with you. Did the university really downplay this entire issue, Yogita? Here are students who were anxious, who were worried, and then comes the statement from the university vice chancellor, who says that nothing has happened, nothing has gone wrong. The videos that have been, there are no other videos that have been circulated, and that statement came much before the police investigation began.
See, this is very unfortunate, Maria. So, either it's like totally out for everyone to know what is happening, or it's like totally confined to them only. So, if they are doing an investigation, they are any which way not supposed to disclose it so whether they found videos or not, they can't be in hurry to declare that. So when it came out that 60 MMS, 60 women have been, been victim of these MMS. So that it came from somewhere, and when we saw that video, which was blurred also, like this girl is confessing it. She said it. That's the reason we also raised it through our social media handle, keeping her identity intact. It was blurred. Her name was also not revealed. So there was some fire there, right? It just did not happen from nowhere. Even Warden was asking, she was feeling sorry about it. She was not denying it also. So there was some truth to it. So it's not that you can completely deny it. Here, I would also find her to be a victim herself, more than a perpetrator, because, the kind of trap, the kind of nexus it has, the backing of, I think this girl is somewhere the victim of it. So we need to understand that, yes, she did wrong. I'm not denying that she definitely understanding the whole repercussions, she has done it, but we need to go into the depth of it. What provoked her? Who's using all this? And our daughters, our girls, our students are not safe in any university. I got a case from Bihar, some district, some case where the similar kind of thing happened, but no action was taken. So at least here the students, they knew how to raise their voice. They used social media platforms. I retweeted midnight, and it's like they
I
at
agree
least
with
made
you.
a
I
noise.
agree with you completely on the fact that the students were pretty vigilant. They were seeking answers, but the administration here, Mr. Gariwal, and that's where the role of the government also comes in, has denied that the videos of several women students in the hostel were made and leaked on social media, but the students are not convinced. So what will you do to convince the students? Because they feel that there is some kind of cover up. Why is there an attempt to cover up this incident?
Maria, if I can interrupt, sorry, can I interrupt just one thing?
Yes, Toiba. Yes, Toiba. I'm going to come to you, Mr. Grewal. Yes.
Yeah, as you said,
Yes,
there
Toiba.
must. If what I'm saying is that if police still thinks that there was no such thing happened, I think they need to improve their investigation, because we're not wrong with what we saw. That's all I would like to say. Yeah,
Okay.
let him
Okay,
continue.
so there are students here who feel that there were recordings, that there was a camera that was placed in the washroom, and everything has been recorded, so they have reasons. Then why is the administration and the university trying to cover up?
Well, ma'am, I'd like to give you some facts here. The fact is that that student, the female student, is under arrest. The two perpetrators of this crime are under arrest. Number one. Number two, all that has come out of the forensic examination is, number one, that there were videos, and there were videos of one particular girl. 60 or 60 not, I would not like to get into any kind of argument on that, because that's a matter of investigation. But still now, everything that has come in front of all the investigators is that this one particular girl sent a video to a guy who I will not call her boyfriend, because he obviously wanted to exploit the situation. So number one is that. Number two, to the students and to everybody else, I'd like to reassure them that Punjab government has constituted an SIT with 3 very senior female IPS officers who we hope, who will make you pure enough to come and give out your anxiety or your fears. And for the children, we are with you. And
I'm not too sure if Toiba and Sharadeep are convinced. Sharadeep, let me come to you first. There is this sense and anxiety among students like Toiba, and rightly so, because there is this general sense that there is more to what is being cited as rumors. Then who instigated this entire thick cloud that spread to such a level in which students were on the streets protesting? So, इस पर तो सवाल उठेगा ही, शौर्यदीप.
No, I strongly believe that we all are a maximum of the students at Chandigarh University belongs to various other states and territories, and even we have 90 plus international nations from where students come. So it's kind of a more panic thing. And now in this digital world full of WhatsApp, there's that. So news spreads like wildfire.
So you still feel this was panic?
It's kind of a panic, that situation at midnight especially. I strongly believe that the authorities should have taken proper, steps right then. They should have come in front of us and should have that.
Could they have handled it better? Could efforts been made by the DGP and others to speak to the students, convince them that, the footage that is there online is of a different nature? But Toiba is not convinced. Even right now, she feels that it was more than just rumor or a panic. Toiba, you heard from the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson as well.
Yeah, see. The basic thing is that it's not important whether they convinced us or not. We are just protesters or somebody who are fighting for somebody else. So whether we are protesting or not, the thing is you still have to fight with this crime. You have to put the criminal behind the bars, and you have to do it at any cost. I mean, I feel ashamed. Why would I tell you that? What's your duty as police or DGP, whatever? It's your responsibility to do it.
नहीं बट तोयबा इनका नहीं अभी जो आम आदमी पार्टी के स्पोक्सपर्सन है अहबाब, उनका कहना है ये पूरा र्यूमर था, जैसे अभी तक जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन हुआ है।
बात होने दीजिए मैम, मुझे मेरी बात करने दीजिए, आप मेरे मुंह में लफ्ज मत डालिए।
जी बोलिए। अहबाब ग्रेवाल, प्लीज मेक योर पॉइंट क्लियर।
थैंक यू। What I have not said कि ये पूरा rumor था। I have not said कि बच्चे गलत कह रहे हैं। Ma'am, let me finish. मैं एक बात कह रहा हूँ कि there was an incident and this girl, that girl who is under arrest, I would rather think of her as a victim because she has been victimized by probably two guys, and I feel bad for that poor girl because she's being made a victim in this whole thing. Number one, if she's done something wrong, she will be brought to book. Now, what I want to reiterate here, ma'am, is if there has been any kind of lapse on the part of the university establishment, they will be brought to book. The police has been on its toes. The Punjab government has constituted an SIT, which is an all-female SIT, so that the girl children are comfortable to say whatever they want to, and they are comfortable to express or whatever kind of facts that they want to bring ahead. Okay. Yes, it's an international university with lots of kids, but we want to protect them. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Shashikant ji, what do you think the direction of investigation as far as you're seeing till now, where is the Punjab Police going wrong?
Well, to start with, I think I'll salute this young co-panelist. I couldn't get her name. She has been absolutely on the mark.
Toiba.
And now coming to the facts that you're asking for, this particular thing has been mishandled right from the very beginning. The administration had not taken any measures, any steps to ensure adequate privacy, as also adequate protection and dignity and entire thing as per the law. When I'm talking of law, I'm talking about the education policy of the government of India. When they talk about the universities and institutions, they talk about what kind of security, what kind of things are to be made available to the girls' hostels. I don't know whether they had done it. Number two, talking about this university. This particular hostel was supposed to be a boys' hostel. And the security norms and all those norms with respect to the boys and the girls are absolutely different.
That's right.
Apparently, university had not taken any steps. Now coming to the police, and of course to my dear friend, Mr. Abab Gill. Everybody has been saying that, okay, it was one video, two video, whatever it is. My contention is, my view is that even the SSP of Mohali should not have spoken about it. Just he should have said that all the gadgets have been sent to the forensic laboratory, and that is the view. That is their results will be there. An examination and report will be absolutely authentic, and we'll go as per that. And that's where the entire this rumor mongering started. That this is there, this was there, this was there. Still, nobody knows what exactly was the situation. Next, this evening I was on certain other channel. They said sending your own pictures is not an offense. What the hell? Indian law says that any kind of this kind of
voyeurism.
Sorry, I'm going to use a better word. Texting is sort of it's not permitted. It's not legal.
Yes.
And lastly, now that the commission has been established, SIT has been there. Gurpreet is a fantastic officer. I'll give all her points. I'll give all my points to Gaurav. Good officer, very good boy he is. Yes. But again, talking about the Aam Aadmi Party, had they not taken any action, and I'll request them not to indulge in sort of a guessing game, because this kind of things can topple their government. You know, there have been reactions in Bangalore. You know, there have been reactions in Delhi. You know that there have been reactions in so many other parts of the country.
Overall,
on this
Mr.
particular
Shashikant
issue.
has highlighted where the investigation has gone wrong. Yes. Did the police come to jump the gun in jumping to conclusion? Yes, they did. Is there a cover-up by the university? The students feel it is. So all these questions have to be answered. For the moment, the Aam Aadmi Party government seems to be in rush to say that all's well, the students are panicking. But they have reasons to panic. That is the reason why somebody like Toiba has been raising questions and she has not got answers here. Toiba.
So Maria, the thing is that I heard the debate. So what I think is that the main point is that victim herself confessed she did it. So I think topic should end here. Case closed. She said she did it. Done. But yet, if you think it's a rumor, you want to investigate it, please do it. We are giving you your time, and you deserve your time. We're not saying that police should do it overnight, or we don't expect university to do it overnight. Condemnation, that's all we expect. Take your time. But even after taking time, if nothing happens...
I have a problem with that approach. Does it stop at condemnation? I mean, the university is sad about it. That's what the vice chancellor, the pro-chancellor said. So I'm not convinced about it. I'm asking that students such as you, students who are on campus, are they worried that of all the 60 clips that have been allegedly leaked, or there is misinformation, who started the misinformation first? And if there are those clips, then who has those clips?
See, Maria, nobody is sure who has those clips, but there are certain girls who actually started it, who saw it in their phones, and they told other girls about the same. And that is how it started. Rest about condemnation, which you asked, I want to clarify. Condemnation se kuch nahi hoga, but the thing is that our university administration can't investigate. It's the job of the police, but at least they can condemn it. Yes, we are with you, dear students, and we will investigate it. And we'll give them their time. And if they still aren't doing anything, then we have the right to protest and they can't stop us.
Okay. So the right to protest, will you continue to exercise it? Will there be more protests? Or have the students gone back because the university is shut now?
Protests will only stop once the criminal is put behind the bars. If not, protests will continue.
Okay. Oh,
that is the whole point.
See, Maria, I was just trying to say in between that the government will definitely try to cover up. He started his conversation by saying that it is a rumor, and this is my second debate with Mr. Grewal where he's saying it's a rumor. So without investigation, it's a rumor for him. Anyways, coming to the welfare of the students, which we have been only concerned about it right now because they are panicking. Their anxieties are genuine. You know, it's not that they are faking it or something like, you know, it's just they are doing it to get attention. It is genuine. Any woman will go through this. So rather than giving attention to them, none of their representative, their CM is abroad. It's okay, chalo, he's flying and he's flying high or wherever he is. What about the other ministers? What about the other MPs, MLAs from their party who has reached out to them? Who has gone and reinstilled the confidence in them that, okay, we are there for you. Okay, and tell us the problem and nothing will go wrong. Their concern is that the MMS, it will become a chain and it will spread. Is there any authority reached out to them and told them that we ensure that this will not happen? That they have to ensure that. Otherwise, their panic attacks and anxiety levels will be high. You have to do that. And thank God there is no suicide. If there is no suicide, I don't know yet. It is, again, we don't know. It's a gray area. Thank God. But for that, you need to really work on it. You need to talk to them. You need to hire people.
Abab Singh, quickly, and then I'll give the final words for the two students.
Matt, quickly, first of all, I'm glad the students are much, much more mature than I would have thought. Thank you, kids. Number one, the government is with you. The police is with you, number one. This will be investigated thoroughly. I promise you, if the university is at fault, they will be brought to book. I promise you. That girl is a victim, and thank you, Soeba, for calling her what she is. She's a victim. And if those two boys have done this, of course.
Okay.
And ma'am, just a minute. Yogita ji is on the second debate. She offered help. She said she could send a bunch of psychiatrists all over to Punjab to give counseling all over colleges. Ma'am, you are welcome. Please send over whoever you want to. We will have seminars all over Punjab.
Okay. Good.
Maybe
So
Yogita
and Ahbab Singh Grewal can coordinate on this after my debate. Please, Shauryadip and Toiba. Shauryadip, are the male students standing with female students in this fight?
Yes, absolutely. We are with the female students, and I strongly believe that justice hurried is justice buried, and justice delayed is justice denied. So, of course, it will take time, and we promise, as being male, so-called, we will stand with each and every female and student of Chandigarh University, and we will fight.
Okay, fine.
And the protest
That's
will be
needed.
on
That's
until
needed,
we
certainly.
get justice.
Toiba.
Mari, as Shauryadip said, justice delayed is justice denied. That's exactly correct. But we are giving university time. We will wait for the criminal to be put under bars. If it didn't happen, then we'll protest again. And Maria, a suggestion from my side. I think you should have called somebody from the university administration in the debate to see what is their point of view.
We were trying to get in touch with them. They did not respond. So we were hoping that students will be able to confront somebody from the university, because the answers are being sought from Punjab government, from Punjab Police, and from Chandigarh University. Really appreciate your time, Toiba, Shauryadip, Ahbab Singh Grewal, Yogita, and Mr. Shashikant. Shifting focus to our second debate, and this is a global debate that has erupted over the hijab.
Only after Modi came to the power, he started many reforms among them. There are some people who force hijab, and they say that it is a Islamic practice, a vote bank politics that has been done, and they are the people who are supporting for the hijab.
The latest flashpoint is the nation of Iran, once a beacon of secularism and liberal values. The people of this country have been under the iron fist of theocracy for over 40 years. Protests have erupted in the country after a 22-year-old Mahsa Amini died after she was arrested by the country's moral police. Her crime? That she did not cover her head properly. So just a part of her hair was showing. Is that really a big crime? While in custody, she slipped into a coma and passed away at the hospital. The morality police says she suffered a heart attack while in custody, but reports suggest she was assaulted for not following Islamic rules in public. She was humiliated is what the footage is suggesting. This has lit a fire across Iran and around the world, where Iranian women removed and even burned their hijabs in protest, cut their hair as well. While this is an opposition to theocracy, which tramples on the rights of women and minorities in India, the fight is between religious expression and the regulation of educational institutions. The hearing continued in the Supreme Court today, where the counsel for the petitioners argued that students who are not dealing with military schools should be given the religious freedom to express their faith. The counsel argued that just like turbans for Sikhs, hijab is important for Muslim women, similar to somebody who wants to wear a tilak or a cross. This argument is flawed, though. This argument deals with the point of contention raised by the Karnataka High Court back in March, when it ruled that wearing a hijab is not an essential religious practice in Islam and thus is not protected under Article 25 of the Constitution. So in the wake of the tragedy and outrage in Iran, where does the needle move here in India? Are the women of Iran sending a message to us, sending a message to all those who are protesting for hijab in the state of Karnataka? Joining me on the show, Daria Safai is the Member of Parliament of Belgium. She joins me from Brussels. We also have Masi Ali-Nijad. She's an Iranian journalist and activist joining me from New York City. We have Amina Sherwani, women's rights activist. Saida Falak is a leader of MIM. And we'll also be joined by Mursal Nurzai in just a bit. Masi, I'm going to begin with you. Many would say that this is a moment where women have called to say that enough is enough in Iran. What are you picking up from the ground? Is Mahsa Amini's killing almost like a turning point for women in Iran in their fight against hijab?
I strongly believe that the brutal death of Mahsa Amini, the way that she was murdered by Iranian regime, now it's a turning point for Iranian women, because Iranian women are fed up. They don't think that Mahsa is going to be last one. You know, for years and years, Iranian women get lashed, get beaten up in the street, harassed, jailed, kicked out from school, university, everywhere, just because of showing a little bit of their hair. Can you believe that? This is 21st century.
Yes.
And when Mahsa was arrested, then she went in a coma. People were just furious because she was not even participating in any protest. She was just, a young woman full of life, ambition, kind-hearted person. She had a lot of dream, and she didn't do anything wrong to deserve to be murdered by hijab police in Iran. That is why Iranian women now are taking to the street alongside men and chanting against the whole regime. They're saying enough is enough.
Yes. And I hope more and more women join in this fight and say enough is enough. Masi, is this happening throughout Iran, throughout the country, or are these protests limited only in certain pockets?
Look, Mahsa is a Kurdish girl. So the city of Saqqez is full of anger. People came to the street, first from her home city, Saqqez, then Fernandez took to the street, then Tehran. Now that I'm talking to you, students in Amir Kabir University, Beheshti University, Tehran University, they are in the streets. You can see the videos that how they are being attacked by security forces. Look, let me tell you something. Iranian regime made a video clip to show the rest of the world that they didn't beaten up Mahsa Amini. But how ironic right now, the security forces beat up people in the street, open fire at peaceful protesters to convince them that they didn't beaten up Mahsa. So you see, beating people, killing them, torturing them is in the DNA of the Islamic Republic. Now women and men alongside each other, they take to the street, women remove their hijab, and men supporting them because they believe that if they keep silent, then more women will be the victim of the Islamic Republic. The main slogan in the street is death to dictator. They even call the Islamic Republic like an ISIS. They say that Islamic Republic is our ISIS. And they are right. Look, as a girl from the age of 7, if you don't cover yourself, you won't be able to go to school. You won't be able to get a job. You won't be able to live, to exist. You know, I'm for freedom of choice, and I cannot believe that Mahsa, young woman, got killed just because of wanting to choose her own lifestyle. This is unfair, and the world must show their solidarity with Iranian women right now.
Yes, and the world is standing with the Iranian women right now as we see those visuals of resistance coming in from across Iran. Amina, what will you tell those girls who were fighting for hijab when the university said or the school said, go wear a uniform? That was more about their choice, telling them that don't be buried under what is a forced symbol of patriarchy.
Yes, and we must learn from the experience of the Iranian women. This is what I said, that for 5 generations, women of my family and men of my family have fought against parda. Our constitution also invokes us. The Quran also tells us that men and women have to wear their beautiful adornments, meet each other, choose partners and mates from among each other. There is no parda in Islam. From where have they invented this? Where have they put it upon women? And how extreme have they become? From modest dressing to complete covering of a woman, till all she has is this one eye through which she is able to walk. I do not understand from where this is coming. And how are these young girls in Karnataka going to the Supreme Court, where we go to get justice? They are going to get injustice. They are demanding injustice from the Supreme Court. And I don't know how the Supreme Court can ever agree to this injustice. Look at our constitution, look at the Quran. There is nothing Islamic about hiding. As Muslim women, we are to be brave like the Iranian women are today. We are to participate in public life. We are to shape public life, not just participate, we are to shape it. That is what our mandate is as Muslim women, and which is what I'd like to tell these daughters of mine, almost even my granddaughters, I would say, that please get your facts right. Islam is about freedom and liberty. Our constitution is about freedom and liberty. Both of them are in consonance with each other, and learn from the mistake of the Iranian women. Iran celebrated its Islamic revolution thinking they have done a great thing and they are fighting against the West and they are showing the world what Islam is, and look at where they have ended up. Let us not tread that path. There is nothing, there is no way but to be democratic, but to be liberal, and but to look forward. There is no other way for any of us, be it Iran or be it India.
Yes, and liberal values should not be linked to hijab, because if anything, it is about accepting that if you are entering a space which respects a particular culture, or if you have entered a school which is run by Christians, then learn to wear the uniform. I can see my fourth guest, Saida Falak, as well. Saida Falak, I'm going to come to you, but let me get a word from Daria. Daria, you have put out a number of tweets talking about you standing in solidarity with women who are chanting women, life and freedom. How much of a tectonic shift is this, according to you, for women in Iran and for women all over the world in general?
I think it's a very important fight for women's rights, and this is not only about Iranian women, as you told, it's just all around the world. Just recognizing that that covering the women's are the wrong thing for their futures, for their emancipations. And this is what is going on in Iran. In Iran, before the Islamic Revolution of 1979, Iranian women were free to wear whatever they want. But whenever the Islamic ideology takes the rule of the things, then it changes to oppression of the women, to covering themselves. And this is what we are seeing in Iran. Nowadays, it's already such a long time, almost 44 years, that the Iranian women are fighting for their rights and also for putting their headscarves out. But every time that they try to show something about this freedom, they will be beaten, they will be just like killed, like Mahsa Amini has recently had. And you know, this is a very long fight, and it has not been supported from the world neither. And this is the time that we should know about the young lives like Mahsa Amini, only 22 years old, in 21st century, is just killed door the regime of Iran, or the because of the Ayatollahs, only because she didn't wear her headscarf properly or completely covering her hair. It's unacceptable, and it should not be the fight.
It is completely unacceptable, and we are hoping that likes of Saida Falak will also stand up and say that this, you know, kind of radicalization and Islamization which we are seeing in the Islamic Republic of Iran has led to that kind of killing. A young girl is killed, all of 22. What was a crime? Just a part of a hair
what
was...
happened with that 22-year-old girl is wrong, but other than that, what is happening in Iran is not our concern. We have many other important issues that needs to be discussed, and I think Iran have their own law, their own rules, and our country is a lot different from them. We have our own rules and we have our own law.
Absolutely.
And our constitution
I
gives
agree
us
with
the,
you. We are in
freedom
a democracy and Iran is not. That is the reason why, Saida, I am of the opinion that people like you should also raise their voice and not force young girls who are under 18 to wear hijab, because that's not an exercise of choice then at that age. They are not exercising choice. They are being forced by their parents.
Nobody is being forced here in India. We are not forcing any girl to wear hijab. It is her choice. And I think, in fact, girls are being forced to remove their hijab. They are being forced to choose between hijab and kitab. They are being denied their right to education. They are not being allowed in the classes just because they wear a piece of cloth on their head. That is what is happening. Nobody is forcing them to wear it.
No, but you are making this a choice. You are making it a choice only because it's a convenient narrative. It is convenient for you to make it a choice. Why make it a choice at all? Education is priority. Education is what leads to girls feeling empowered. Isn't that what the purpose of life is?
Of course, education is a priority, but also our religion is our priority. One
and
cannot
where in
be
religion
overlooked
it is?
because of the other.
No,
Yes.
okay,
Because
Saida, where in religion is it mentioned to wear a hijab?
We have told n number of times that hijab is mentioned in Quran, in Surah
Hijab
Nur,
is
Surah
not
Al-Ahzab,
an essential
Surah
religious
Al-Ahzab.
practice. There are
Yes,
5
it
pillars
is
of
an
Islam
essential.
and hijab is not. Amina will respond.
Madam,
Amina.
other than that, other than the 5 pillars, nothing is
The word
compulsory. You want
hijab
to tell
is
that?
a,
Yes.
the word hijab is a wall. It is a screen. It is not a
It
women's
means
clothing
partition.
item,
It
and
means
it is not
partition. It is
mentioned
not
by
a-
the
it
Quran
doesn't
that
mean
women
wall.
have to
It means
wrap bandages
partition.
around
Partition
their heads.
between two people.
Women
Partition between
are
two
been
things.
given total freedom. Yes, so the men can wear tents and roam around. We can lock up the men inside walls. That is what the Quran says, that lock up the
No,
men
they
because
have
they are the
to
badly
practice
behaved
hijab by
ones.
lowering their
It does
gaze.
not tell women. It does not tell women. It does
tells
not
the
tell
women
women to
to
cover
follow
themselves
hijab
at
by
all
lowering
in
their gaze,
garments
and
and wrap
it tells the
themselves.
women
Men,
to, follow the hijab by
men
covering
have to
themselves.
lower their gaze. And this was the practice in India, that women would roam without any parda and the men would walk with their gazes lowered. And the women would say hello to the men. They would say hello Chacha Jan if their Chacha was going. Then Chacha Jan would lift his head. Otherwise, men would face the wall and stand, quite literally. That was the tradition. That is what Islam
Muslim
tells men. You
women
will lower
across
your
the
gaze
globe have
and
been
you
wearing
will
hijab
look
for
at the
1400
wall.
years,
If
right?
there is a
If
mixed
Muslim
crowd,
women
then men
believe
will
that
face
it is
the
an
wall. That is
essential
what the
religious
hijab
practice.
was.
If they
No,
believe
Muslim
that it
women
protects
cannot
or
go about
maintains the
believing
modesty,
whatever
then
they
nobody
feel
has the
like
right to
believing.
stop them,
Sayyada
right?
Falak. Muslim women have to follow the Quran, and the Quran tells them to be free.
Yes,
the
we are
Quran
following
tells them
the
to be
Quran and you are not
educated. The
following
Quran
it. You
tells
don't
them
know
to
anything
choose their
about Quran.
partners. The
Please be
Quran
your
tells
limits. You are
them
not a Muslim.
to
You are an
educate
atheist. You don't
themselves.
know
The Quran
anything
tells
about
them to
Islam.
work.
You have
The
no
Quran tells
right
them to
teach us.
earn.
Nobody is going
The
to listen
Quran
to you.
tells
You are
them to
not
be
a Muslim.
fearless. The Quran tells them to change society for the better. The Quran does not tell them to wrap themselves in
You are
black
not a
garments
Muslim,
or pink
madam.
garments or white garments.
You don't have
and
the right to
cover
teach us about
themselves.
religion. You are not
And
a
they do
Muslim.
not, the Quran does not tell us to cover ourselves and hide
Nobody
away
is
from
going to
society.
listen to you.
It tells men to behave themselves.
Yes.
Nobody
As
is
a
going
good
to
Muslim
listen to you.
woman,
You are not
I
a
make
Muslim.
men
Women in
behave themselves, and
Iran,
I do not wear the hijab.
are burning
Yeah.
their hijab only because they realize that it is a symbol of oppression right now. Masha Amini lost
it is
her
not a
life
concern what their
only
lives. It is not a concern.
because
And it can-
because
no,
of
there
it.
was this
let me
moral
complete.
police which
It
said
cannot be.
that she should be covered fully. Who decides for her?
It cannot be a symbol of oppression because it is just a piece of cloth. How can a piece of cloth be a symbol of oppression? It covers our head, not our brains. Please understand that. It doesn't cover our brain. It just covers our head.
It quite literally has
How
covered
can a
your
piece
brain,
of cloth
Sayyada
be a
Falak,
symbol
and I
of
don't know what
oppression?
else it has covered. Yes, it can be a symbol of oppression. Women are being killed and murdered for it. Women are being forced
That is
into
wrong.
it. Women are told you are bad women
The
if you do
murder
not
of that
wear it.
girl is
That
wrong.
pressure is
The
there
murder
even
of
in
that
India.
girl is wrong.
That
But
pressure
the
is
laws
there
there are
even in
different.
India. You are putting that pressure. Owaisi is putting that pressure. The Maulanas are putting that pressure. It began very innocently in Iran. And look at the proportions that it has taken. It began as an innocent piece of cloth, but it has become a murdering weapon now.
Let's put
it is
focus.
being used to murder women.
Yes, because
very
women
lethal,
of Iran are showing the way. They are telling other women that what you saw for long as a symbol of oppression, you can burn it and say you are free now. That's what has happened. Because they have refused to take it anymore. They are saying enough is enough. Daria, since you are a member of parliament and women like you can mobilize other politicians as well, will there be a stronger message that will be sent by the political class? The reason why I am saying is that many saw that MBS is a very progressive leader. Why is he silent? So the question is, why are all those leaders who were seen as progressive, they were standing for rights of Muslim women in the respective countries, why are they silent today?
That is the problem of nowadays of people who are defending something like this by being silent, because being silent is sort of showing that I am okay with it. And it's a pity, because who calls himself or herself as a progressive cannot be silent of this regressive way of life which Ayatollahs now are doing in Iran. They killed a young girl. Just look at your conscience and talk about her. Her life, her blood should not go for nothing. Make a revolution, not only in Iran, but in your thoughts and the way that Islam treats the women. Just make a revolution in it, because otherwise it doesn't work. Being progressive and being silent about that big problem, I cannot combine them together. A real progressive is a person who talks about those problems and find a solution, who shows that he or she find it disgusting that in the 21st century, a young girl.
Daria, one moment. Masi, since I'm sure you're in touch with several women, scholars, activists on ground, are you sensing that this protest that we are seeing, will this really die down, or will this continue? And what is the general sense there? That is this almost like Arab Spring, a moment for the women in Iran where they see things can change drastically from here onwards for them?
Look, when you are forced to wear hijab from the age of 7, when you don't have any choice, then what does it mean? It means that when this small piece of cloth is in the hand of Taliban or Islamic Republic, it's like a chain around our neck. So I don't see hijab as a choice. I'm not against my mom who, traditionally wear hijab, and she's not beating up people in the street and force them to wear it. I'm not against her. I'm for freedom of choice. But women in Iran and Afghanistan, they get lashes. So for that, I would love to say that to the rest of the world, that hijab is not a choice until every woman can make decision over their own body. When millions of girls in Iran, Afghanistan, they get kicked out from school, they're being harassed, they're being tortured for not having a choice, then I don't think that we can say hijab is a choice. Now, to millions of women in the Middle East, this became a symbol of oppression, the most visible symbol of oppression. And most important than this, compulsory hijab is the main symbol of religious dictatorship. Compulsory hijab is the main symbol of ISIS, the Islamic Republic, and Taliban. So for me and millions of women, hijab is not a choice. It's just a tool to oppress us, to control us. My body became like a platform for Islamic Republic and Taliban or ISIS. They wrote their own ideology on my body, and then they tell me, hey woman, you have to show the rest of the world this is Islamic State. We don't want to carry the Islamic ideology on our body.
Yes.
That's the point. And that is why what you see in Iran, it's a women revolution against
it's a women
religious
revolution.
dictatorship.
It's a women revolution. If in Afghanistan it is Taliban which is forcing hijab, and in Islamic Republic of Iran it is the republic which is enforcing hijab, here it is PFI which is trying to do so. Let's not forget that, Saida. The PFI links to the entire hijab protest is out in public domain.
See, nobody is forcing here. It was the BJP government who created the issue, who created this issue. And, nobody is involved. Nobody is forcing anyone. It is just the agenda of BJP government to target the minorities.
The PFI links to the hijab protest is out in the public domain. So I think, like we criticize and condemn
their own choices,
Islamization, we condemn ISIS, we condemn Taliban, we should condemn PFI for the role they are playing in oppressing women.
Who is oppressing women? How are they oppressing women? See, hijab wearing women, hijab wearing girls have been to schools from hundreds of years in India. All of a sudden, why this ban? From years, those girls were wearing hijab in schools.
Not at all for hundreds of years. For hundreds of years,
1400 years,
girls have been
Muslim
going
women
to
across
schools
the
and
globe have been
colleges
wearing
without
hijab.
burqas and without hijabs in India. This is a recent 15-year-old phenomena. For hundreds of years, Muslim girls have been wearing dresses and going. Sayyida Falak herself has been wearing karate clothes and doing karate in India. For hundreds of years, Muslim girls have been participating in life without hijabs. Hijab does not exist in Islam. It did not exist in India. It is a bad copy of some Arabic practice. It is not part of our culture. It's not part of our country. And it is not part of our religion. It is an invention by Sayyida Falak and her party. It is an invention by PFI, by the Maulana lobby to bring women down, to control women. Hijab does not exist in Islam. Covering of women doesn't exist in Islam. It just does not exist in Islam at all. I have all the right to talk. I have all the right to talk. I have all the right to talk, and hijab is a non-entity in Islam. It doesn't exist. We women exist, our rights exist, but covering us up with hijab is not part of Islam. It is un-Islamic to cover women up in hijab.
It is
Our freedom is Islamic. Our right to education is Islamic. Our right to do judo karate is Islamic. Our right to do business is Islamic. There is no right to hijab in Islam. There is no right to hijab in Islam. Islam tells you not to wear. Islam, the Quran, you don't listen to me, you listen to the Quran. The Quran says do not wear hijab.
All right, thank you so much for joining us, Amina, Saida, Masi and Daria. We are slipping into a short break. After that, Britain's longest serving monarch, Queen Elizabeth II, funeral took place in London. The Queen's coffin was taken to Westminster Abbey, accompanied by King Charles, his sons, grandchildren and siblings. She has been laid to rest at St. George's Chapel in Windsor Castle.
Sat-7B. The satellite will enhance operational preparedness in the highest battlefield on the planet. Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav's mega march in Lucknow was blocked by the police.
Akhilesh Yadav and hundreds of SP workers were marching towards Vidhan Bhavan. They were holding placards and raising slogans against the state government over the law and order situation in the state, price rise and the conditions of roads.
सरकार इसीलिए नहीं फेस करना चाहती है क्योंकि हर मुद्दे पर सरकार असफल हुई है.
But soon enough, the protesting SP workers came face to face with police barricades. According to the cops, the party didn't have permission to march on their planned route. Blocked by the cops, Akhilesh Yadav and his party workers decided to hold a sit-in protest.
अखिलेश यादव जी और उनकी पार्टी इस समय बेरोजगारी की स्थिति में ये बौखलाहट के प्रदर्शन है
The face-off comes as the monsoon session of the Uttar Pradesh Assembly began today.
Sunil Chhetri's Bengaluru FC won the Durand Cup, but it was the politicians who wanted to take credit for it. One video shows Bengal Governor La Ganesan pushing Sunil Chhetri away for a photo opportunity with the trophy. In another video, the star footballers of the match are being pushed aside by Bengal's sports minister. Leicester in the UK continues to be tense even weeks after an India-Pakistan cricket match.
Street clashes continue to break out between large groups of Hindus and Muslims in Leicester. In the latest standoff, police stood in between the two groups to prevent escalation of violence. But slogans were raised by both sides and glass bottles were flung. There were also alleged videos of a temple being vandalized and properties owned by the Hindu community being destroyed. But at the same time, there were reports of mobs marching through Muslim-dominated areas chanting Jai Shri Ram. There has been recurring trouble in Leicester since the India-Pakistan Asia Cup match on the 28th of August. After India won the match, supporters gathered to celebrate, and that's when violence broke out.
US President Joe Biden has ended the ambiguity over Taiwan. He has said that US forces will defend Taiwan in the event of a Chinese invasion. Before Biden's statement, the US had long stuck to its policy of not making clear whether it would respond militarily to an attack on Taiwan. Massive protests have broken out in Iran after the death of a 22-year-old woman because she was not wearing a hijab in public.
Mahsa Amini was arrested by Iran's infamous morality police for not wearing the hijab properly. Her hair was not completely covered. According to the police, she died after falling into a coma following her arrest. But many believe she was beaten to death. So during Amini's funeral procession, massive protests broke out with women flinging their hijab in the air and demanding removal of Iran's stringent hijab law. Police fired tear gas to disperse the protesters and arrested several people. But that didn't quell the anger. In a symbolic act of opposition, several women posted videos on social media of chopping their hair. Many women also burnt their hijab.
After 4 days of lying in state and thousands of mourners paying their respects, Queen Elizabeth's coffin moved out of London's historic Westminster Hall. The coffin was carried by the Grenadier Guards to Westminster Abbey. Meanwhile, 2,000 dignitaries arrived at Westminster Abbey for the funeral service. They included US President Joe Biden, French President Emmanuel Macron, and UK Prime Minister Liz Truss. President Murmu attended the funeral on behalf of India. King Charles and other members of the royal family walked behind the coffin of Queen Elizabeth as it was pulled to Westminster Abbey for her state funeral. Ahead of the service, the bell at Westminster Abbey tolled 96 times, once a minute for each year of her life. As the coffin entered the abbey, the family saluted the late monarch who had reigned for the last 70 years. Queen Elizabeth's great-grandchildren George and Charlotte, the children of Prince William and Princess Catherine, joined the funeral procession. Members of the royal family followed solemnly behind the pallbearers who carried the coffin adorned with the imperial state crown, the orb and the scepter. Prayers were sung and the Archbishop of Canterbury delivered a sermon at the service which drew to a close with 2 minutes of silence observed across the United Kingdom. After the conclusion of the funeral service, King Charles and his siblings marched behind the gun carriage transporting the coffin. The coffin of Queen Elizabeth was transferred into a hearse to take her to her final resting place at Windsor Castle. Crowds lined the streets of London, throwing flowers at the hearse carrying the coffin of the late Queen.
पार्टी इस समय बेरोजगारी की स्थिति में है। ये बौखलाहट के प्रदर्शन है।
The face-off comes as the monsoon session of the Uttar Pradesh Assembly began today.
Sunil Chhetri's Bengaluru FC won the Durand Cup, but it was the politicians who wanted to take credit for it. One video shows Bengal Governor La Ganesan pushing Sunil Chhetri away for a photo opportunity with the trophy. In another video, the star footballers of the match are being pushed aside by Bengal's sports minister. Leicester in the UK continues to be tense even weeks after an India-Pakistan cricket match.
Street clashes continue to break out between large groups of Hindus and Muslims in Leicester. In the latest standoff, police stood in between the two groups to prevent escalation of violence. But slogans were raised by both sides and glass bottles were flung. There were also alleged videos of a temple being vandalized and properties owned by the Hindu community being destroyed. But at the same time, there were reports of mobs marching through Muslim-dominated areas chanting Jai Shri Ram. There has been recurring trouble in Leicester since the India-Pakistan Asia Cup match on the 28th of August. After India won the match, supporters gathered to celebrate, and that's when violence broke out.
US President Joe Biden has ended the ambiguity over Taiwan. He has said that US forces will defend Taiwan in the event of a Chinese invasion. Before Biden's statement, the US had long stuck to its policy of not making clear whether it would respond militarily to an attack on Taiwan. Massive protests have broken out in Iran after the death of a 22-year-old woman because she was not wearing a hijab in public.
Mahsa Amini was arrested by Iran's infamous morality police for not wearing the hijab properly. Her hair was not completely covered. According to the police, she died after falling into a coma following her arrest. But many believe she was beaten to death. So during Amini's funeral procession, massive protests broke out with women flinging their hijab in the air and demanding removal of Iran's stringent hijab law. Police fired tear gas to disperse the protesters and arrested several people. But that didn't quell the anger. In a symbolic act of opposition, several women posted videos on social media of chopping their hair. Many women also burnt their hijab. Iran has made it compulsory for women over the age of 7 to wear the hijab.
Heavy rains in Bihar's Bhagalpur have led to large-scale death and destruction.
As the water levels of the Ganga rose, the ground under this house gave way. That led to the roof of the house caving in, and within minutes the entire structure got washed away. Soil erosion after heavy rains are leading to more and more homes getting destroyed.
2 दर्जन तक घर समा गए गंगा में, और इससे पहले जो है शुरू से देखा जाए तो हमारे ग्राम में 50 घर से ऊपर विलीन हो गए होंगे.
The situation is so dire that people have no choice but to ditch their homes in order to save their lives. It's not just
Hello and welcome to CNN News 18 with me, Ayushman Singh Jamwal. This is the late night edition and we get you a piece of breaking news at the top of the bulletin. These are exclusive details of the Economic Offences Wing quizzing actor Jacqueline Fernandez, and this has been accessed by CNN News 18. Jacqueline today submitted the list of gifts that Sukesh Chandrasekhar had given to her. Jacqueline also admits to have taken a chartered flight which was paid by Sukesh Chandrasekhar. A costume designer, Lipakshi, has been summoned on Wednesday. Those are the details that are coming in, where now her costume designer, her name is Lipakshi, will be summoned by the Economic Offences Wing for further questioning in this entire scandal involving Jacqueline Fernandez and Sukesh Chandrasekhar. That's the piece of breaking news that's coming in. These are exclusive details of the Economic Offences Wing quizzing actor Jacqueline Fernandez. And this has been accessed by CNN News 18. Jacqueline today submitted the list of gifts that Sukesh had given to her. Jacqueline also admits to have taken a chartered flight which was paid by Sukesh Chandrasekhar. Her costume designer Lipakshi has been summoned on Wednesday. That's the piece of news coming in when it comes to the entire investigation into Jacqueline Fernandez, especially her links with Sukesh Chandrasekhar. And those visuals on your screen where Jacqueline Fernandez was quizzed for over 7 hours by the Economic Offences Wing. I'm joined by my colleague Anshul. Anshul, give us the details.
So yes, Jacqueline was again questioned. This was for the second time that Jacqueline has been questioned by the Economic Offences Wing of the Delhi Police, and this questioning went on for 7 hours. Yet again, on the first day, we saw that the questioning went on for 8 hours. This was the second day, and the question also continued for 7 hours. In this questioning, many details were sorted from Jacqueline. Initially, she was informed that she had to bring her bank details and her transaction details to the EOW and have to submit that, which she did. Along with that, the EOW wanted to, in fact, confront him with the costume designer Lipakshi as well. But Lipakshi came out and said that she is unwell, and hence she has been called on Wednesday for questioning. So yes, it remains to be seen if Jacqueline Fernandez would again be called for questioning. But yes, for the past in the last 2 days, more than 15 hours of questioning has already happened. She has also submitted a list of entire gifts that she has received from Sukesh Chandrasekhar over the past few years. Also, once she had taken a chartered flight, so she had also some chartered flight that was arranged by Sukesh Chandrasekhar to come for her to come to Chennai. So yet again, she has submitted all the details of chartered flights that she has taken on the money that was spent by Sukesh Chandrasekhar. So yes, it seems like the trouble for Jacqueline Fernandez is not over as of now. She could be called for more questioning, as the EOW had planned to question her with the celebrity costume designer Lipakshi. So yes, it remains to be seen if she would be called back again. But as of now, Lipakshi, celebrity costume designer who has been accused of taking benefits from Sukesh as well, and sometimes taking money from Sukesh and giving dresses to Jacqueline Fernandez, she has been involved in such sort of cases. So yes, the EOW has now called her on Wednesday to interrogate her further. Now it remains to be seen if she'll be available on Wednesday as well, because today, as she was summoned yesterday, she had came out and said today that she wouldn't be able to attend the interrogation as she is unwell. So yes, it seems like that the trouble for Jacqueline Fernandez is not over as of now, and we could expect by the EOW.
Right. We'll leave it at that, Anshul. Thank you for getting us those details. More breaking news coming in. This one from Jammu and Kashmir, where the Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha has fulfilled a long-pending demand of the Dogra community of the Jammu region and has declared a public holiday on the 23rd of September. The day commemorates Maharaja Hari Singh's birthday. Now, after the announcement, the notification has now been issued by the administration of the Union Territory. That's the piece of breaking news coming in. Last week, that announcement was made by the BJP that September 23rd has been declared a public holiday by the J&K administration. That day is the birth anniversary of Maharaja Hari Singh, the man who signed the instrument of accession which united Jammu and Kashmir to the Union of India. I'm joined by my colleague Mufti Isla on the broadcast. Mufti, so of course the Dogras in the Jammu region, there'll be massive celebrations as well to commemorate this day in the Jammu region. What is planned in the Kashmir Valley?
Well, to begin with, the government finally really issuing a circular today wherein they now have stamped this, that September 23 will be commemorated as a holiday. And clearly that is the birthday of Maharaja Hari Singh. This was a long pending demand, as you said, of the Dogra community in Jammu. Last time around on September 15, a lot of people met actually Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha, pleading with him that this should be announced as a holiday. Marking the birthday of the Maharaja in Jammu. Clearly, the national conference here in the valley is riled up. Jammu, as you know, is celebrating. It's celebrated on that particular day when BJP made that announcement. In fact, there were crackers which were burst, and there was huge celebrations out in that evening on September 15. But as I said, the valley politicians are not happy with this. In fact, National Conference has come out and they've issued a couple of statements, one by its spokesperson who had said actually that, you are celebrating actually the birthday of Maharaja, but what about his other legacies? They've again said that he stood for independence of Jammu and Kashmir, and also, some of the things wherein government of India had only sanctioned on 3 things. That was essentially the currency, for that matter, the defense and communication, which would remain with government of India. Rest, there was a full autonomy for Jammu and Kashmir, and that's what Maharaja stood for. Clearly, National Conference also saying that, you removed the holiday of Sheikh Mohammed Abdullah, the founder of National Conference, and you also omitted the holiday which was given on July 13th, which was the Martyrs' Day. But by doing this, you clearly have hurt the sentiments in the valley. So, as I said, the National Conference is not happy. Other political parties have not really issued any statement.
Absolutely.
But yes, while Jammu is celebrating, some of the valley politicians hurt by this.
Right. Thank you, Mufti, for joining us on the broadcast. But clearly, it was this man who saved the Kashmir Valley from the onslaught of the Pakistani forces in 1947. And I'm joined by the man who has led this campaign for over 2 decades, Major General Govardhan Singh Jamwal, Dogra activist and former military secretary to the President of India. General Jamwal, thank you for joining us on CNN News 18. What does this mean for the Dogras of Jammu?
The whole of Jammu, all the Dogras of Jammu province, what we call, are dancing. And all those people who were fighting for a holiday, they're all young people, 30, 40 years of age. And Maharaja passed away in 1961. People have never seen him. All those, in fact, only those people who were 80 years old, perhaps, they have ever seen him. Otherwise, he was in exile for 12 years, and now, since 61, he's not there. But whole of Jammu, since yesterday, is dancing. And I may tell you that the people of Jammu perhaps are more happier today than when they got the abrogation of 370. Although they were very happy then, but you can compare. And it is very spontaneous. And it is not only in Jammu or cities, it is more in the villages where the people live. So that means people had never forgotten him, or whatever they had listened from their ancestors, that when he was exiled for no fault of his, in fact, he defended the state by issuing such a unique order that Brigadier Rajendra Singh is ordered to hold Uri at all costs and to the last man.
Right. General Jamwal, you're referring to Brigadier Rajendra Singh, who defended Jammu and Kashmir in 1947 with 100 Dogra troops to ensure the instrument of accession was signed by Maharaja Hari Singh. That military operation, which forged the Union of India as we know it, has also been lost to the annals of history.
Hari Singh knew it, and Brigadier Rajendra Singh, he sent him with only 100 people, followed by a letter signed, which I told you, that said, you will never come back. You will be the last man. And that's what he did. And that's what saved Kashmir, and that's what saved the state. And Brigadier Rajendra Singh was the first one. He was martyred on the night of 26th, 27th morning, and yet he probably got a Mahavir Chakra that much later, and I don't know if he's still called the first awardee. He was the first awardee, and even I think Fernandez said that he gave his life, he changed not only history but the geography, and I don't know why he was given Mahavir Chakra. He deserved Paramveer Chakra, and Paramveer Chakra is granted today. I'll go and modify this. That never happened. Now, people here, after they have got the Maharaja Hari Singh's holiday, second thing they want is the Brigadier Rajendra Singh should get Bharat Ratna. These are the two demands of the people, because there's too much injustice has been done to them. But this holiday which they have given, they are mighty happy. They are profusely thanking Modi ji, Shah ji, and our Lieutenant Governor Sinha ji, and they are very happy today.
Right. We leave it at that. Major General Jamal, thank you for joining us on the broadcast, and congratulations to you for leading this campaign for over 20 years. We're getting some more breaking news. The Chief Election Commissioner has written to the Union Law Ministry to decrease cash donation to political parties. The letter says that cash donations to political parties should not extend 20% or rupees 20 crore, whichever is less. The proposal in this letter is to reduce Benami donations to political parties. That's the piece of breaking news that's coming in when it comes to the funding of political parties ahead of election season. I'm joined by my colleague Maria Shakil, CNN News 18 political editor, on this piece of breaking news. Maria, give us the details.
Yes, so electoral bonds have brought in a great degree of transparency as far as donations to various political parties are concerned. But now, because there are two states that are going to polls, that is Gujarat and Himachal, Ayushman immediately, and next year, in the early months, we will be seeing Karnataka and other states go to polls, and of course, the big elections in 2024. The larger sense certainly is that as far as cash donations are concerned, that has to be limited as well. And that is the reason why the Chief Election Commissioner has written to the Law Ministry seeking reforms of this nature and requesting them to cap. Cap has to be put, means a bill of this nature has to be brought in Parliament, which means will other political parties be agreeing on it, or will this be done by a decision that can be taken by Election Commission, and only all this is a subject of constitutional discussions. I think where the role of executive and legislature comes in particularly would be that if a decision of this nature has to be taken, then the Law Ministry will have to initiate a bill which has to be presented in Parliament, and other political parties have to come on board before a decision will be finally pushed further.
Absolutely. So a long process even after this letter. Thank you, Maria, for joining us on the broadcast on this piece of breaking news. This coming right ahead of the election season. We're going to take a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav's mega march in Lucknow was blocked by the police.
Akhilesh Yadav and hundreds of SP workers were marching towards Vidhan Bhavan. They were holding placards and raising slogans against the state government over the law and order situation in the state, price rise and the conditions of roads.
सरकार इसीलिए नहीं फेस करना चाहती है क्योंकि हर मुद्दे पर सरकार असफल हुई है.
But soon enough, the protesting SP workers came face to face with police barricades. According to the cops, the party didn't have permission to march on their planned route. Blocked by the cops, Akhilesh Yadav and his party workers decided to hold a sit-in protest.
अखिलेश यादव जी और उनकी पार्टी इस समय बेरोजगारी की स्थिति में ये बौखलाहट के प्रदर्शन है.
The face-off comes as the monsoon session of the Uttar Pradesh Assembly began today.
Sunil Chhetri's Bengaluru FC won the Durand Cup, but it was the politicians who wanted to take credit for it. One video shows Bengal Governor La Ganesan pushing Sunil Chhetri away for a photo opportunity with the trophy. In another video, the star footballers of the match are being pushed aside by Bengal's sports minister. Leicester in the UK continues to be tense even weeks after an India-Pakistan cricket match.
Street clashes continue to break out between large groups of Hindus and Muslims in Leicester. In the latest standoff, police stood in between the two groups to prevent escalation of violence. But slogans were raised by both sides and glass bottles were flung. There were also alleged videos of a temple being vandalized and properties owned by the Hindu community being destroyed. But at the same time, there were reports of mobs marching through Muslim-dominated areas chanting Jai Shri Ram. There has been recurring trouble in Leicester since the India-Pakistan Asia Cup match on the 28th of August. After India won the match, supporters gathered to celebrate, and that's when violence broke out.
US President Joe Biden has ended the ambiguity over Taiwan. He has said that US forces will defend Taiwan in the event of a Chinese invasion. Before Biden's statement, the US had long stuck to its policy of not making clear whether it would respond militarily to an attack on Taiwan. Massive protests have broken out in Iran after the death of a 22-year-old woman because she was not wearing a hijab in public.
Mahsa Amini was arrested by Iran's infamous morality police for not wearing the hijab properly. Her hair were not completely covered. According to the police, she died after falling into a coma following her arrest. But many believe she was beaten to death. So during Amini's funeral procession, massive protests broke out with women flinging their hijab in the air and demanding removal of Iran's stringent hijab law. Police fired tear gas to disperse the protesters and arrested several people. But that didn't quell the anger. In a symbolic act of opposition, several women posted videos on social media of chopping their hair. Many women also burnt their hijab. Iran has made it compulsory for women over the age of 7 to wear the hijab.
Heavy rains in Bihar's Bhagalpur have led to large-scale death and destruction.
As the water levels of the Ganga rose, the ground under this house gave way. That led to the roof of the house caving in, and within minutes the entire structure got washed away. Soil erosion after heavy rains are leading to more and more homes getting destroyed.
2 दर्जन तक घर समा गए गंगा में, और इससे पहले जो है शुरू से देखा जाए तो हमारे ग्राम में 50 घर से ऊपर विलीन हो गए होंगे.
The situation is so dire that people have no choice but to ditch their homes in order to save their lives. It's not just houses. Soil erosion has also brought down several trees. These visuals of trees flowing in floodwaters has become an all too common sight this monsoon.
A chilling video shows a man being washed away in heavy flowing river waters in Fatehpur area of Uttarakhand. The man who appeared to be crossing a swollen drain on foot but gets carried away by the strong flowing river. Officials say there is no trace of the man so far. There was high drama at the Banaras Hindu University today. BA first-year students protested outside the central office demanding extension of exam dates. They raised slogans and created a ruckus while carrying out their demonstrations on campus. One passenger caused major disruption on a Pakistan International Airlines Peshawar-Dubai flight. The man is seen kicking the window of the aircraft and punching the seats while just wearing a vest. Another video shows him lying on the floor of the plane with his face down. The passenger was detained once the flight landed in Dubai. There is now internet services in Siachen, the world's highest battlefield. Siachen signalers have activated a satellite-based internet service. The internet has been activated on the Siachen Glacier at 19,000 feet. Bharat Broadband Network is providing net connectivity there. The army will also get its own dedicated communications satellite, the GSAT-7B. The satellite will enhance operational preparedness in the highest battlefield on the planet. Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav's mega march in Lucknow was blocked by the police.
Akhilesh Yadav and hundreds of SP workers were marching towards Vidhan Bhavan. They were holding placards and raising slogans against the state government over the law and order situation in the state, price rise and the conditions of roads.
सरकार इसीलिए नहीं फेस करना चाहती है क्योंकि हर मुद्दे पर सरकार असफल हुई है.
But soon enough, the protesting SP workers came face to face with police barricades. According to the cops, the party didn't have permission to march on their planned route. Blocked by the cops, Akhilesh Yadav and his party workers decided to hold a sit-in protest.
अखिलेश यादव जी और उनकी पार्टी इस समय बेरोजगारी की स्थिति में ये बौखलाहट के प्रदर्शन है.
The face-off comes as the monsoon session of the Uttar Pradesh Assembly began today.
Sunil Chhetri's Bengaluru FC won the Durand Cup, but it was the politicians who wanted to take credit for it. One video shows Bengal Governor La Ganesan pushing Sunil Chhetri away for a photo opportunity with the trophy. In another video, the star footballers of the match are being pushed aside by Bengal's sports minister. Leicester in the UK continues to be tense even weeks after an India-Pakistan.
Welcome back. Britain's longest-serving monarch, Queen Elizabeth, was lowered into the royal vault at Windsor Castle. The Queen's coffin was first taken to Westminster Abbey, accompanied by King Charles, his sons, grandchildren and siblings. The Abbey was filled with 2,000 mourners. This was the country's first state funeral since 1965, when Winston Churchill was afforded the honour. President Draupadi Murmu and US President Joe Biden were among several heads of state and political leaders from around the world who attended the funeral service. She has been laid to rest at St. George's Chapel in Windsor Castle. That's all we have to pack in on the show. Good night and take care.
In case of a pandemic, you cannot differentiate. If you have people, you cannot weaponize anything and everything. This wolf warriorism cannot work.
Senior JDS leader is also on camera to say that why do you learn or celebrate Hindi? Eventually, these people go and sell pani puri. That doesn't sound like a principled opposition to Hindi Divas. That sounds like pure hatred.
How is it, amid such a protected ring, a person like Jacqueline Fernandez, who is an A-lister in Bollywood, gets conned by a guy sitting inside Tihar jail?
It's a bipolar contest. Gujarat, Himachal, it's direct Congress versus BJP in both the states. But Bharat Jodo Yatra, which starts in Tamil Nadu and is now in Kerala, these are states which go to polls only in 2024.
Women also burnt their hijab. Iran has made it compulsory for women over the age of 7 to wear the hijab.
Heavy rains in Bihar's Bhagalpur have led to large-scale death and destruction.
As the water levels of the Ganga rose, the ground under this house gave way. That led to the roof of the house caving in, and within minutes the entire structure got washed away. Soil erosion after heavy rains are leading to more and more homes getting destroyed.
2 दर्जन तक घर समा गए गंगा में, और इससे पहले जो है शुरू से देखा जाए तो हमारे ग्राम में 50 घर से ऊपर विलीन हो गए होंगे.
The situation is so dire that people have no choice but to ditch their homes in order to save their lives. It's not just houses. Soil erosion has also brought down several trees. These visuals of trees flowing in floodwaters has become an all too common sight this monsoon.
A chilling video shows a man being washed away in heavy flowing river waters in Fatehpur area of Uttarakhand. The man who appeared to be crossing a swollen drain on foot but gets carried away by the strong flowing river. Officials say there is no trace of the man so far. There was high drama at the Banaras Hindu University today. BA first-year students protested outside the central office demanding extension of exam dates. They raised slogans and created a ruckus while carrying out their demonstrations on campus. One passenger caused major disruption on a Pakistan International Airlines Peshawar-Dubai flight. The man is seen kicking the window of the aircraft and punching the seats while just wearing a vest. Another video shows him lying on the floor of the plane with his face down. The passenger was detained once the flight landed in Dubai. There is now internet services in Siachen, the world's highest battlefield. Siachen signalers have activated a satellite-based internet service. The internet has been activated on the Siachen Glacier at 19,000 feet. Bharat Broadband Network is providing net connectivity there. The army will also get its own dedicated communication satellite, the GSAT-7B. The satellite will enhance operational preparedness in the highest battlefield on the planet. Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav's mega march in Lucknow was blocked by the police.
Akhilesh Yadav and hundreds of SP workers were marching towards Vidhan Bhavan. They were holding placards and raising slogans against the state government over the law and order situation in the state, price rise and the conditions of roads.
सरकार इसीलिए नहीं फेस करना चाहती है क्योंकि हर मुद्दे पर सरकार असफल हुई है.
But soon enough, the protesting SP workers came face to face with police barricades. According to the cops, the party didn't have permission to march on their planned route. Blocked by the cops, Akhilesh Yadav and his party workers decided to hold a sit-in protest.
अखिलेश यादव जी और उनकी पार्टी इस समय बेरोजगारी की स्थिति में ये बौखलाहट के प्रदर्शन है.
The face-off comes as the monsoon session of the Uttar Pradesh Assembly began today.
Sunil Chhetri's Bengaluru FC won the Durand Cup, but it was the politicians who wanted to take credit for it. One video shows Bengal Governor La Ganesan pushing Sunil Chhetri away for a photo opportunity with the trophy. In another video, the star footballers of the match are being pushed aside by Bengal's sports minister. Leicester in the UK continues to be tense even weeks after an India-Pakistan cricket match.
Street clashes continue to break out between large groups of Hindus and Muslims in Leicester. In the latest standoff, police stood in between the two groups to prevent escalation of violence. But slogans were raised by both sides and glass bottles were flung. There were also alleged videos of a temple being vandalized and properties owned by the Hindu community being destroyed. But at the same time, there were reports of mobs marching through Muslim-dominated areas chanting Jai Shri Ram. There has been recurring trouble in Leicester since the India-Pakistan Asia Cup match on the 28th of August. After India won the match, supporters gathered to celebrate, and that's when violence broke out.
US President Joe Biden has ended the ambiguity over Taiwan. He has said that US forces will defend Taiwan in the event of a Chinese invasion. Before Biden's statement, the US had long stuck to its policy of not making clear whether it would respond militarily to an attack on Taiwan. Massive protests have broken out in Iran after the death of a 22-year-old woman because she was not wearing a hijab in public.
Mahsa Amini was arrested by Iran's infamous morality police for not wearing the hijab properly. Her hair